Physically can be absolutely happening.
shame you. I really shame you. Hello, Suzanne.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I invite councillors to take their seats so that we can start the Planning and Environment Committee for today, March 13th. First of all, can we please get a motion to adopt the minutes of February 28th meeting? Anybody? Thank you, Councillor Anton. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? And they carry. So item number 1, we have 3 speakers, and it is 1062 Granville Street, the non-alcohol cabaret dance hall. Our staff person, Ms. Camerlado, is here. There you are. Did you have a presentation? Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Council. My name is Lucia Camerlado, and I'm the License Coordinator with Licenses and Inspections. Before you today, we have the applicant, Mr. Jasper Morgan, who's requesting a council resolution endorsing his application for a 300-seat non-alcohol cabaret at 1062 Granville Street. Council policy for new applications for non-alcohol cabarets is limited to the Granville Street Theatre Row entertainment districts in the 7, 8, and 900 blocks of Granville Street and in the Central Business District. Council has designated the 1000 block of Granville Street as a local shopping area and as a transition area by deleting pubs and cabarets from the zoning and allowing restaurant class 2 in order to allow some low impact entertainment. A bit of the background is the applicant's proposal is to provide a venue in the 1000 block of Granville where on weekends people can continue to dance and socialize after the liquor license establishments and cabarets have closed down. The non-alcohol cabaret will be located in the basement of 1062 Granville Street, which is located outside of the policy area. Non-alcohol cabarets are excluded from Granville Street Theatre Row Entertainment District liquor license policy and are not included in the overall seat count. Any decision on this application will not impact Council liquor policy for the district. However, Council's decisions should consider that the processes for non-alcohol cabarets is located outside of the policy area and the potential street impacts of this establishment when operating in conjunction with the other existing and proposed establishments in the entertainment district. The only other 2 non-alcohol cabarets in the city are located at 816 Granville and 695 Smythe. The subject site is located in the downtown zoning district, which is half a block south of the designated entertainment district. The surrounding area is a mixture of retail, office, hotel, hostel, restaurant, cabaret, and pub uses, and a significant number of residential buildings. We conducted a neighborhood notification and by circulating 2,000 notices in the survey area, and a site sign was erected advising the community of the application and where to send concerns or comments. Out of this notification, we received 1 telephone message in support and 1 telephone message was received with concerns. 7 emails were received opposing the request, and 1 letter and 1 fax was also received opposing the request. And most of the respondents that responded to this notification were opposing the application because of their concerns with the establishment's close proximity to the entertainment district, including increased noise, concerns for safety, and increased nuisance issues for the community. With respect to the policy, there's 3 policy issues which relates to this application. 1 being the location of the venue, which does not meet Council's approved guidelines for locations of new application for late night hours non-alcohol dance halls, which are limited to the Granville Street Entertainment District and to the Central Business District. The second one relates to Council policy establishing the 1000 block as a transition area, which would only allow low impact uses. And the other issue relates to the requested seating capacity of 300, which is well above Council approved guidelines of 200 seats. Staff is not supportive of a venue of this size. On reviewing the positive aspects of the application, staff feel that a viable after-hours operation would help ease the demand for illegal late-night venues throughout the city, which are often held in unsafe and dangerous premises. Some of the negative aspects of this application are the concerns with the size of the venue and potential impact on the street, the venue being located outside of the policy area, and additional police resources which may be required of this establishment when operating outside of the area. Other department concerns were the Vancouver Police Department does not support the application. The addition of another after-hours club at this time would only add to the existing problems and resource issues that are presently being addressed by the police department. The Development Services Department, Social Planning Department, and Central Area Planning Department do not support the application due to conflicts with Council's policy and applicable guidelines. The Housing Center has some concerns around the noise and the late night operation. And the other community commenting departments generally support the application with some conditions. So in concluding, generally staff would recommend approval of this type of application if it met Council's policy. However, in this situation, the application does not meet Council policy. Therefore, staff recommend that Council not endorse the request for the approval of the non-alcohol cabaret at 1062 Granville.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from Council at this point, so I'd like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Jasper Morgan, and just a reminder to all speakers that you have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jasper Morgan, and I am the applicant for this proposed non-alcohol after-hours venue at 1062 Granville. When I approached the licensing department about almost a year ago now regarding this application, I expressed to them that I understood that it was outside of the area that the city was looking to have these clubs operate in. I, in fact, am the applicant who applied for the previous license and was granted one on the corner of Smythe and Granville in downtown Vancouver. That application went in on 2002. Since then, I've actually been looking in the 700, 800, and 900 blocks and in the expanded CBD area for suitable locations for this type of business, and have been frustrated with the dearth of available venues and suitable venues, because I think it's more important to take into consideration that the city doesn't want me to just open this kind of business just because it happens to be in the right area. The suitability of the building and of the space within the building certainly should make a lot of difference and should be of consideration to Council. And I believe what I've done here by bringing this proposal forward is bringing together the best location that I can find. I understand that it's a half a block outside the area. My argument is that while it's regrettable, the 1000 block is a de facto part of the entertainment zone and is just as noisy as the 900 block on any given weekend. This business only operates on the weekend. It doesn't serve alcohol. It's not contributing to the scourge, I believe, of the alcohol problem on Granville Street. And it actually offers potentially, especially if there's more of these venues allowed to exist, it offers a place for people to actually go to sober up before they drive. The city, in some ways, I believe, is being a little irresponsible in having all these alcohol venues combined together, seeing to it that the only place you can go dance are places that are actually making money on serving you alcohol, so that there's sort of a push towards having people who want to dance drink, and then telling all those people that they have to leave at 3 a.m., pushing them out onto the street and not offering them any place to go to sober up, and in a sense causing a lot of people to go and get into their cars when they really shouldn't be. Now, after hours, the goal of after hours is not entirely as a place for people to go and sober up. These clubs are in demand. The last club I built has been busy since day one and is actually getting $40 a head to get in. Now, that says to me, in conjunction with the fact that it's always lined up and never advertises, that this is a very popular business and serves a real niche market in the city. There hasn't been any significant incidents any more than any regular club with after hours. And in fact, the noise, I would argue that the noise, any additional noise being caused by this club is really mitigated by the fact that the club opens at midnight and is open till 7 a.m. So the people aren't really leaving the club until 7 a.m. And also they're not drunk when they're coming out. So they're not prone to screaming and yelling as drunk people seem to do, or fighting. Because I'm not dispensing any kind of alcohol or anything, and I'm allowing people to dance in this environment, I think it's providing a real alternative to what is the only thing available downtown right now, which is alcohol venues. I think it behooves the city to see too that I have in the interim, the last license was mine, and in the interim, if I had been able to find any place within the city, stipulated area, 700, 800, 900 Granville, and the expanded CBD, if I'd been able to find anything more suitable than this, I certainly would have brought that before council. I don't like going up against council policy in this area. I regret to bring you something that's half a block outside the area. But the fact is, I think this is the best choice for the city. I've waited 6 years and tried to find something that is in the area that the city wants me to put this club. But I believe that this is the best viable alternative. There's a huge demand for these clubs, and the city should seriously consider allowing me to put this club there. And my final argument is that the noise impact of Gorgomish has been, my previous club has been so small that most of you are probably not even aware that the club exists. The signage on the street is barely there. These places are so popular that it really won't add any noise to the existing noise that's already on that street. There already is on that same block, one last thing I'd like to say, there already is 5 or 6 venues open till 3, probably disgorging people till at least 3:30 on Friday and Saturday nights. That street, that block is effectively noisy, just as 900 is, right up until about 4 a.m. All I'm asking for is for a license to allow this very profitable business somewhere to go downtown that makes sense for the city, that's in a venue that makes sense. And I think we'll demonstrate with our next presenters that we've gone to a lot of trouble to customize this venue to minimize the noise impact. Putting the club in the basement.
You're out of time.
Thank you very much, and please vote yes on 1062 Granville.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from council, so I'd like to invite our next speaker, who is Kelly Peterson, the landlord. Welcome.
Yes, I'm Kelly Peterson, and I just wanted to clarify that my family purchased this building about 3 years ago, and we bought the building, and we are the sole owners, and when we bought it, it was in quite a state of disrepair. The main floor with the double height and the basement were basically just shells. The basement has never been a rentable space. It wasn't ever high enough. So my family and I undertook a very extensive structural upgrade to the building at a cost of more than $1 million of my parents' retirement savings to dig out the entire basement subfloor, lowering the floor by 3 feet to provide an 11-foot ceiling height. We installed new rear stairs and emergency rear fire exit for the basement. We upgraded the sewer and water system to accommodate Mr. Morgan's proposed use. We upgraded the fire suppression system, installed an elevator allowing handicap access to the basement, installing an attractive new facade on the building, including a new glass awning in keeping up with the heritage character of the building. The building is 98 years old, by the way. We upgraded the electrical supply, installed a new front stairway and hallway to accommodate the proposed club, and we also installed a sunken floor to accommodate a sprung dance floor. Mr. Morgan approached my family more than a year and a half ago during the initial construction about using the basement as a location for a new non-alcohol after-hours club. He carefully explained that while my family's building was technically outside the official zone by half a block, he was confident the city would agree that it was the most suitable available location. He explained that the city would favor the extensive upgrades to the building's envelope and the basement location, which would serve the twin purpose of helping to quell noise, and which would mean the club would not occupy street-level promenade space, which the city frowns upon, as clubs at street level create dead zones during the day. Mr. Morgan's proposal appealed to us because of the prospect of being able to rent out both the basement and the double-height ceiling floor to long-term high-value tenants, which would pay for the ongoing repairs and building upgrades, which would allow us to make a profit from the available commercial spaces without displacing the tenants in the residential hotel above. We are committed to maintaining the building and the residential hotel upstairs, but ask the city to allow us reasonable opportunity to recoup our investment and make some money from the property's main floor and basement commercial spaces. The commercial reality on the 1000 block of Granville is that a basement space is not going to be rentable 2010 other than a nightclub. And if you don't grant this license, it will probably go unrented and will effectively cripple my family's ability to profit from the work we've done on the property. Granting the license will mean a profit for my family after our considerable investment in the building, fixing up the building, and allowing us to maintain this commitment to keeping the SRO hotel open and clean and safe. In short, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to ask on my family's behalf that you grant Mr. Morgan his license for the club. Thank you. Oh, and you have some pictures of the front of the building which show the before and after of the new facade. And as well, there are a couple of photos of the basement during construction where you can see a bit of the severity of how much work we've done.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should question to staff. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're
question
welcome.
to staff. There are two, in this whole city, there are only two other facilities of this kind. Can you explain what is the operation and what is the impact in the neighborhood? Does it really have the effect of sobering up people after the 3 o'clock partying and drinking?
There's mixed reviews on that issue. There's concerns around drugs associated with the late night venues. There is no alcohol involved, and it's a bit of a different operation in that there's a higher level of cover charge because obviously the operator is not making money from the sale of drinks. So this significant portion of the income comes from the cover charge and the sale of water and other types of beverage. There are some concerns, as police point out in their comments in the report. They have some issues with impacts, how the venues actually do impact, and how the patrons interact with other patrons along Granville Street. And so there are concerns adding additional patrons or people coming down specifically for that particular venue. So the bottom line is, yes, there are concerns, different types of concerns, and not alcohol related.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Ladner.
I wanted to ask about to Ms. Peterson. You fixed this place up, but it spent $1 million. But it's out. You knew it was outside the zone, and what were you thinking? Like, you were assuming that you would get some kind of exception from the, or does this mean you will apply for a bar license if you don't get this one?
Well, we're not in a position to apply for a license because we don't have experience in running that type of establishment.
Or find a licensed operator.
We have had several, probably about 3 different experienced bar owners seeking our space, the main floor, for a nightclub, and we've actually turned them down because we don't want that dark space on the street. But having the basement now available, that's something that they are also seeking because of the space available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I've read the report carefully, but I don't see any mention of something that is of great need in the community from a number of nonprofits that have mentioned the need for a dance hall or a place to have events for dances for nonprofits, and I don't know whether this establishment was going to be prepared to rent out the establishment to nonprofits, and perhaps you could let me know whether that was one of the thinkings in the planning for this establishment.
For private parties and
for nonprofits, yes.
That would be up to Mr. Morgan because he would be the person leasing the property.
Perhaps he could give me that answer then.
Sorry, what was the question again?
My question was, there's a great need for use for nonprofits because there's almost nowhere in the city or in the downtown to have rental space for large events for nonprofits to hold events in the downtown
any
area.
usage like that, the thing is about after-hours licenses is that the practicable time of the business is Friday, Saturday, holiday, Sunday, between midnight and 7 a.m. The license allows for me to be open during the week, but the practicality is without alcohol, normally these kinds of businesses, the last club I opened, doesn't open during the week because it's not really, we're not up to competing with alcohol places, and that's not what we're doing. However, having said that, if there was room within the license, and I'd have to look more closely at it, for the venue to be used before 2 a.m., for this kind of, for any kind of other use, then I would certainly be open to that. You know, even to the point where having a dual license and being allowed to host not-for-profit people during the week and allowing them access to the space, I'd certainly be amenable to that. Because as it stands, I have no planned use during the week.
I see. Thank you.
It's a nicely tailored space that's just going to waste, really.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Our next speaker is Janet Morgan.
Hello, councillors. My name is Janet Morgan, and I'm Jasper Morgan's mother. And I became involved with my son's business a number of years ago when he applied for and was granted a license for 695 Smythe Street. His subsequent loss of that club to a greedy partner before opening was so traumatic for our family that I resolved to help him with this next one if I could. I am not a wealthy woman, but I am Jasper's partner in this proposal. Since the granting of his last license in 2002, I have been very aware of my son's difficulty in finding a suitable location for this club. I know the planning department has allocated the 700, 800, and 900 blocks of Granville as the official zone for after-hours clubs, and I know that there was some discussion about widening the area to include part of the CBD. However, I witnessed my son's frustration trying to find a space suitable for a nightclub. I think one of those blocks is pretty well not usable because it's being more or less, there's construction going on there. I know that the planning department has allocated the 700, 800, and 900 blocks of Granville as the official zone for after-hours clubs, so I said that. Sorry. Trying to find a space suitable for a nightclub in this very restricted area while ensuring that it not be at street level or too near any number of the increasingly prevalent residential developments near the zone and in the CBD proper. When Jasper told me about the proposed location just half a block outside the zone, but still part of the de facto entertainment strip, it seemed likely our best available option given the somewhat restrictive guidelines for after-hours clubs in Vancouver. I think it behooves the city to offer my son, and in fact me, a reasonable opportunity to operate a legal business in a venue that makes sense for the city, a venue that is entirely suited for this purpose, a venue that is off the street, a venue that does allow the landlord to profit from his own good works, and a venue that, while it may be half a block outside the area, is the best option for Vancouver's next after-hours club. We are proposing this business at this location because we understand that while the planning department has an overall plan for the development of downtown, Mayor and Council have a responsibility to see that these plans don't unfairly restrict the opening of what is a very in-demand and profitable business. In short, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to grant my son his license for 1062 Granville. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Council, we have no further speakers. What is your will? Would anybody from Council like to put forward a motion? Folks, if you don't have any thoughts about this, you can always defer. Councillor Ladner, bless your heart.
I have a question. I have a question of the police about the. There's some differing information here. Do we have somebody here from the police? Oh, we don't. There's differing information here about the impact of the other club at Smythe Street, and I think the negative issue is well, actually, it's not even listed as one of the negative aspects. The size of the venue is one, and the ability of the police to get in is another one. But I think that clearly there's some question about what goes on here. I know there's no alcohol, but the question is what else happens that would be of concern. And there's some very mixed messages here. The owner says it's not an issue, and the police say that they've had issues. So I guess I can't get an answer on that.
Mr. Tegrobe.
All I can comment is that the police, that's a direct quote from the police. We've had a number of discussions with the police, and they definitely have concerns around these types of venues. They're not, not without issues. Certainly there are some issues, and as they indicate, they've had to attend on a number of occasions and deal with disturbances, fights, etc., and they definitely feel that there's an impact on the street, whether it's the lineup or whether it's patrons leaving throughout the later hours and early morning hours. And the smoking issue is also going to be an ongoing issue, which will be even worse under the new regulations. When people can't smoke directly outside the building, they'll have to move away from the building, and it's raising real concerns with all of the venues, how we're going to manage that.
Well, I don't think I'd want to go after this one particularly on the smoking question if it's going to affect all the venues.
I'm just commenting that there will be all of those issues will occur on this venue as with any other venue, so it will have some impacts on the street.
Did the police comment at all on what the applicant described as a beneficial impact of sort of softening the sudden closing time and everybody heading out in the street at the same time, and they can filter through this place and dribble out till 7 in the morning? I know that's always been an issue with the police, that everybody jumps out of these clubs in fairly different states of disrepair at the same time, looking for a taxi at the same time and jostling on the sidewalk at the same time. And if they could all go down here and debrief for a while, then maybe it would be better. I don't know.
I'm sure there's some benefits around that, although we still have the issue of the patrons leaving the other clubs, being on the street and trying to get into the after-hours clubs as well, and they all obviously can't get into the after-hours clubs, so there is certain demands around that. Certainly, if people stay longer and are not consuming alcohol longer, there will be some benefit from that. It's very hard for us to tell exactly how that has worked and what the benefits are, because the later bar hours has also addressed that issue to some degree. Certainly the illegal venues have decreased since we've had the later bar hours.
Well, I'm also interested in knowing what goes on here. I can't imagine it's just drinking water that happens at these clubs, and some healthy dancing. And so I wish I would know more. Are there issues with guns? Are there issues with all sorts of other drugs that go on? I don't have that information here, because to me that would be the determining factor. I'm inclined to go with the staff recommendation, but when I really start to analyze the call against this thing, it's too big, which we could control, and the police don't have a statutory right to enter, which we could control. And then there's this section about the police don't support it because there have been issues at the other one, but they're very vague about what those issues are. And of course it's outside the boundary, but I'm not sure that half a block is crucial. Anyway, those are...
Well, and as one of the speakers mentioned, there's been quite an interest from liquor licensed operators to expand to this block as well, and part of the issue is, do we start expanding the entertainment options into the 1000 block? We've had a number of inquiries regarding this particular building and others in the 1000 block. We've been very clear with potential applicants that it's not within the policy and it wouldn't be supported by staff. So that will raise questions around, are we now expanding into the 1000 block or not, and what the policy is.
Just in my last 5 seconds here, when the province opened up all the restaurants and turned them into sort of de facto bars, did that affect Are there therefore liquor serving establishments on this block because of that? A lot of restaurants?
There are some issues with some of the restaurant food primary licenses on Granville, and the whole issue of hours of restaurants is a difficult one. It's an issue that we're working on now because that's having an impact as well. Some are open till 2 a.m., some are closing earlier. So yes, it's had an impact. The restaurants are having a larger impact on all of the areas because of the change in the rules.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Louis.
Well, I'm glad to see people have got onto the board. The chair was sweating there for a bit, I think. What to do? Mr. Teckel, sorry. Just describe to me what a low impact use is.
Low impact was envisioned as being businesses that would cater to the residential community within the area, so it would include retail, restaurants, and earlier closing establishments. And the policy was very specific to eliminate what we would call higher impact businesses, including neighborhood pubs, cabarets, dance halls, etc., to try and create that break within that block, recognizing that residential will be a significant component in that area in the near future.
Okay, so you're saying because I know there's a number of development applications further on in the 1100 and 1200 block of Granville that are coming, or adjacent streets in Howe and Seymour, you're saying that as a result of that additional introduction of residential, we should have a break, and that this is the first block after the 900 block. The issue with the overall size of these non-alcoholic uses, approved guidelines is 200. This application is for 300. If there was a limitation to the 200 or to a lower number, would that make any difference?
Well, it would make a difference. It would have a lesser impact. I guess the recommendation would still stand because of the policy issues, but when we did the analysis and looked at sizes of establishments, and when we actually developed the liquor policy for Granville Street, we envisioned premises all along that area of 200 seats or less, because the models we looked at in other cities, it certainly was very clear that the smaller establishments didn't have the same impact as the larger establishments had. And unfortunately, that whole premise went out the window around the liquor establishments when the liquor rules changed.
So is the 200 person guideline still relevant today? Because when was that guideline approved by council?
It was probably about 5 years ago, and I would suggest to you, yes, it is, because the larger the crowd, the more issues you have. Certainly if it's as the report mentions, if it's 220 or slightly over, the previous establishment, I believe, was approved at 230, which is significantly less than 300.
And just on the impacts of the other establishment, which was approved at 240, not in this location, but the police department has concerns, but again, like Councillor Ladner was saying, it's not quite spelled out for us. How long has that establishment been in operation?
Probably about 5 years, I would guess.
Since 2002, licensed in March.
And so I'm assuming is that on a temporary development permit as well, or is it a outright use?
I believe it's a temporary development permit.
And if we're experiencing issues with it, typically a development permit is about 5 years. You know, are there plans, or is there something in the works that you would report to us to take away that temporary development permit would extinguish?
Up to this point, obviously, there haven't been significant enough issues to bring that issue back to council. It would be under constant review. I'm not aware of any intention to bring that forward in the near future.
So what I'm getting at is whether or not the actual experience in that other location, although outside the policy guidelines, has been better or worse than what we had expected to begin with, and we can use that as some indication of what this use on this site might be, and provide maybe a temporary development permit for a year and see what the experience is, and put it under review and pull it if it's not working out the way that we had originally thought. Put the limitation in terms of the overall capacity as well. But there might be some opportunities here to fill the space, perhaps limit the impact, and have it brought back to us. What's your thoughts on that?
I guess my comment would be that it is not straightforward to refuse the renewal of a development permit. There has to be significant issues associated with that. And what we're saying in this particular case and in other cases, there will be some issues related to this type of venue. Are they going to be significant enough for us to remove the use? Once it's in place, the tenant has done all the renovations, provided a significant investment in this particular location. We do not take the issue lightly of just removing use because it's having some impacts on the community. And if it is having some impacts and a number of other establishments are having impacts, it's all adding to the total impact in the area. Excuse me.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Chow. Okay, thank you, Councillor Chow. Councillor Kevin.
Well, I think it's time to bite the bullet here. So I'm going to move that because Jasper Morgan has applied for a non-alcoholic cabaret at 1062 Granville Street, that Council endorse the request for a non-alcoholic cabaret dance hall in the basement of 1062 Granville Street, provided that police access and police concerns can be covered off as part of a good neighbor agreement. Simply put, we've got a situation here where the problem on Granville Street is drinking. And we have a facility that's coming in and saying, we're going to provide an alternative, non-alcoholic. And to basically turn this down, knowing full well that the next applicant will be coming in here and asking for a liquor establishment, strikes me as nuts. What we're doing here is trying to change the mix on Granville Street to put in a facility that in fact doesn't have alcohol and provides entertainment that doesn't have alcohol. And we're talking about essentially Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on long weekends. And the rest of the time it becomes a venue that can be used by non-profit groups or whatever as a fundraising venue that they can use as well. But for me, the compelling argument here is non-alcohol. And I think we're applying a lens to this thing that is an alcohol lens and saying, ooh, more problems in this area. The fact that it's half a block out, I think we cover off by saying non-alcohol. That's why we're making this exception to put this in this venue, because it is non-alcoholic. And I think that to me is a good rationale. And the reality is that all around this, we have facilities that, because of the provincial changes in legislation, are alcohol provisions. So the only thing that's different here is that this is non-alcohol. And I think that's a good thing, and that helps to change the mix and hopefully change the dynamic a little bit on Granville Street. So, okay, then we've got to deal with the next thing. Are we worried that all of the people who pour out of the bars are going to say, let's go into the non-alcoholic establishment? Don't think so. Don't think so. Those people are coming downtown to drink. And they're not going to, but by the same token, I absolutely want to make sure that the police have access to the place, because my concern is that people come in with something under their coat. And all of a sudden you've got a non-alcoholic establishment that, because of access rules, the police can't get into, and all of a sudden it becomes known as a place where, there's no alcohol there, but if you got your Mickey in your pocket, you're okay. And I don't want that. I want the police to be able to have full access to this, and I would assume that through a good neighbor agreement we could achieve that, where you would say, no, when the police want to come into our establishment, they are welcome, and we'll follow those procedures. So I think it's time to be a little bit positive and a little bit creative.
Thank you, Councillor Cadman. Councillor Ball to the motion.
To the motion, Councillor Cadman did bring up some issues that are mentioned on page 4, which is, it does say, therefore, unobstructed police access would have to be guaranteed through agreements between the City Police Department and the licensee. And it does mention that this has not been an issue with the 2 existing venues. So I'd like to it also says consideration should be given to the additional condition that these premises would have an identification scanner and search all patrons with a metal detector wand, as is presently done at liquor licensed establishments on Granville Street. And before I vote for this, I just want to be assured by staff that we can add these conditions.
We're just going over the conditions there. Staff recommendation to you would be, if council wanted to proceed with this application, to set a number of conditions, including specifying the good neighbor agreement, the temporary development permit, the police access agreement, mandatory identification scanner and wanding of patrons, and the police access agreement. And also the capacity issue needs to be addressed as well. We need to be specific around what the maximum capacity would be, and that would be a motion for council.
And that was 240 previous?
The last premise was 240.
240.
Okay, Councillor Ball?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Louis.
How many... So we're going outside of council policy if we approve of this, and so some questions arises. Do we know of other locations that could physically accommodate another one of these within the district? And that's my concern, is that we start opening the door and it becomes a de facto second wave in the area, and may in fact cause us unintended consequences. Could you enlighten us?
Yes, that's a real possibility. Excuse me. In fact, we have one potential application that we've been having discussions with, who is waiting to see the outcome of this particular application, and has another location outside the area, but not in close proximity to this.
On Granville Street, or?
Not on Granville.
But it's in the downtown core.
Yes.
And again, outside the area that we've deemed to be appropriate. But in your opinion then, having heard some of the comments, what would be the appropriate, if council were inclined to move forward with this, what would be the appropriate number of patrons, given our council policy and given its physical location? It's a maximum. It isn't necessarily, there's not a minimum, right? So what could the area potentially handle in terms of patrons with this addition?
That's very difficult to say what the future impacts might be. What we're suggesting, the council policy is 200. The last premise was 240, which seems to work fairly well. So in that range, I think would be realistic. If the last one was approved at 240, it would be reasonable to set the limit at the same number, I would suggest.
Now, I've also heard that there's issue with good neighbors agreements as well, that it's sometimes hard to enforce, that we often hear challenges with our dense population in the downtown core, where noise and spill out from, albeit alcoholic premises and restaurants, cause problems in the local area. So I'm taking very seriously the spacing issue here. Now, what are we doing in terms of sound mitigation for the facility?
This type of application would go through a full assessment as part of the development permit process, and would have to meet the current bylaw standards. And there's a special criteria for these types of venues. I don't believe it would be a significant issue of sound emanating from the building because of the location in the basement. And the issue would really be around the door and the access to patrons, which could be dealt with some kind of a double door system.
And we could enforce something similar to what we're experiencing on Granville further on down with lineups, and enforce something similar to that?
It would create the same issues, and we would expect the same solutions to that, yes.
Now, let me read this to you, and if you could clarify for me. Bylaw regulations and policies. Bylaw regulations require that dance halls close between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m., except on weekends where they can operate 24 hours a day effectively from 7 a.m. through to Monday 2 a.m. So does that mean that this facility can stay open the whole weekend, basically?
Could, if they wish to do so. We've never had that occur. We've had some of the venues operate for special events. During Gay Pride, for instance, we've had some of them operate till 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. But economically, I just don't believe it's viable to continue for a 24-hour operation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Anton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tricky one, but we do have a motion, don't we? I guess what concerns me, Madam Chair, is that the 1,000 block has so far been the transition zone that Mr. Tycrobe was suggesting, which was more. Maybe you could just tell us what you said earlier, restaurants, and what were you picturing in that transition zone?
Yes, limited food service, which would be takeout food service, restaurants, a lot of retail component as part of that, recognizing the residential not only in that block and the next block, but also directly across the lane from that particular block.
Okay, because I know we have policy and we have policy, and earlier today we were certainly considering going against our own policies with regard to the Vogue Theatre. And to do this would be also to go against our own policies. However, I see this as being really quite a change in policy were we to accept this. The Vogue Theatre was kind of just going an incremental piece of changed policy, whereas this would require really changing the 1,000 block. It would give this 1,000 block Granville a completely different flavor, I think, and putting it more into the entertainment district, which is it's not there right now. And I know we do get lobbied once in a while, or the suggestion from people once in a while, that maybe the 1,000 block should be part of the entertainment district. I think, Mr. Tycrobe, you get those requests from time to time.
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis. But so far this council has not changed that policy, and I think that by approving this, we are actually backing into a new policy on that block. And I'm not sure that this is the right way to do that. I think if we want to change what that block looks like, then we should have that discussion, and then this should come forward in that context. But in the meantime, Madam Chair, I don't think that what we might do incrementally with the Vogue Theatre is something that we should do incrementally on the 1,000 block Granville Street. So even though I hear a lot of merit in the application, it's an interesting idea. Certainly seats that are not alcohol seats are an attractive proposition. I think that because that block simply is not there for that activity at the moment, I don't think that we should make that change just by approving this application, which is I'm quite convinced is what we would be doing. So, Madam Chair, I'm inclined not to support this. Somewhat reluctantly, but I'm inclined not to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Based on this picture, who is occupying the second, third floor? Is it the office or residence?
The top 5, there's 5 stories above the main floor, and that's an SRO.
Oh.
Single room occupancy hotel.
That's as they've been.
And it's going to stay that way. That's the landlord is only asking for this to help him make money with the main floor and the basement so that he can afford to. He's already upgraded the whole building, which the tenants benefit from. But he's asking the council give him the opportunity to make some money out of the rest of the building.
So the sound installation is also including the roof.
The reason why I approached the landlord about digging out the basement and actually creating a basement space for this club is because I understood that council wanted to, mitigate the noise as much as possible. And we believe by double drywalling and doing as much as we can within the city guidelines as to keeping the noise down, and by putting it in that basement space and having 2 floors between that and the SRO, that we're providing as much as can be expected as far as noise. And as Paul Tycrobe, I think, indicated, the main problem with noise with clubs isn't necessarily the thump, thump, thump of the beat. It's the people coming and going. And that's where the noise gets made. And I'd just like to point out, because there's been a lot of comments about this block, and I understand this is a transition block, but we've got to face the fact that there's already a very busy nightclub called the Stone Temple down the street, quite a bit down the street, that's open till 3 a.m. serving liquor on a Friday or Saturday night. So are we really changing this block's flavor? There's 2 other pubs on the same block, on the same side of as where I'm proposing to put this, on the corner, 2 places, one above the other, that are both open till 3 a.m. There's one across the street from me that's open till 3 a.m. The fact is that on this block, in this zone, there is already a density of places that are open till 3 a.m. So if it was meant to be a transition zone, it's already kind of too late for that, is my argument. And the city has got to give me appreciate the fact at least that I've really tried to put it into the zone. I've tried to find a place in there. But when you restrict a business, and after hours are one of the most restrictive businesses in the city, if I wanted to open a strip joint or anything like that, I could do it more easily and would have more available opportunity than I do for this. And really all it is dancing, drinking water, and it goes a little bit later than a regular club. I'm not reinventing the wheel here, and I'd like to point out, as Paul Tygrove said, or Ms. Kumerlato might have said, that this is not actually forcing the city to address any liquor issues. This is not a liquor establishment. This doesn't change council's policy, ongoing policy, about keeping that as a transition block. This is a separate kind of business that will not open the floodgates for these applications because it is not liquor. I'm not trying to jam another nightclub into that area like everybody else is. And this will not open the floodgates for liquor establishments to open that area because you guys are saying, no, we're allowing a non-alcohol place in here. This is supposed to be a solution to the problem, not add to the problem. That's all I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Deal.
Yeah, I've got some questions as well. First of all, I had the question about the lineups, and that's been addressed. That this would also be dealing with the lineup issue, as Councillor Louis asked about already, because that would have to be dealt with. The police have certainly seen that made a difference for the other establishments. I'm curious as to, of these other types of businesses, take-out food, restaurants, and retail, this is an underground space, right?
This particular one, yes.
So can you help me envision what other types of businesses would work in an underground setting? I guess maybe some retail would?
Certainly restaurant would.
Yeah, the entire Pacific Center Mall. Yeah, okay, because I'm picturing it subterranean. So my other question had to do with the space in between, and maybe this is better for the applicant. That would provide a buffer zone to the other establishments that both the SRO above and the other street level establishments. Do we know what's going in there, or perhaps? Yeah, please.
The landlord has currently not rented the upstairs space yet. It's a really unique space, and it's hopefully going to go to some sort of restaurant or something. It's a double height space, as I mentioned, so that's providing the extra buffer. It's actually got a mezzanine inside, and it's a beautiful space, and the landlord probably will be able to rent that to a restaurant or something like that. However, given that he's done all these improvements to the whole building, he was hoping, and I guess when speaking to his accountant, he needs to be able to make money out of that basement space, and he's already gone ahead and improved that space and improved the whole building.
I have to warn you off that argument, because that was done on spec, and
I understand that.
That was a risk that was taken.
Been done.
That's not a reason for us to make our decision.
No, I know.
So let me go to the issues that are the reasons for us to make a decision. It includes. I went and looked at your other website there for your other place, and it does refer to the blistering sound system and the Red Bull Slurpees making people happily prime till the wee hours, quote unquote.
So I don't actually own that other place, and I haven't owned that place since it opened.
That's the other one. Okay, that's your partner. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is that the issue of noise and people coming out is a very real one, and it's not just water they're drinking. They're all hopped up on Red Bull, which I happen to have a weakness for myself. But I do want to acknowledge that people are going to be coming out
all, they've been dancing, they've been flirting, they've been
at around
drinking
7 a.m.
caffeine.
They'll probably be coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, so there'll be some happy people coming out, and whether it's alcohol or not. And managing that noise at the doorway has been addressed already. The lineups were addressed. That you mentioned that you don't really advertise, yet you rely on the big lineups, and yet we've heard from the police that the lineups are a major issue. So if you could address that noise, the in-out noise, and a little bit, that would help.
Well, one of the reasons that we put Gorgamish where it is, at 695 Smythe, up on the 3rd floor, and one of the reasons that I proposed this location, as opposed to going and asking for a license in what used to be a coffee shop, but it's in the right area, but it's on the street level. I didn't do that because this makes more sense. And the reason that it makes sense is because there's the noise mitigation being in the basement. There's also the fact that by being in the basement and having the entry come in, go around the corner, go down, hit a landing, and go down again, we can hold up to 70 people, as I did with my last After Hours Club, inside the building, where they're not making noise on the street. I would even make a commitment to council that I will not have a standing line outside.
That would be
I would also make a commitment to council that I will take a license of 200 people. We don't need to have 300. The only reason I propose that is the size of the venue downstairs. But if that's a concern to council, I'd gladly make it 200.
And no outside lineup, even though that's what you rely on for your advertising.
Absolutely, and the most strict kind of good neighbor agreement that the police want to have. I am actually a non-drinker myself. I don't like alcohol. I think it's a scourge of downtown. All I see is people coming out of nightclubs and fighting each other. Now, I realize there's not enough after-hours clubs to show the city the benefit that I'm talking about.
Well, and the two issues you're hearing here are A, management of the facility, the establishment, and B, policy. So I'm looking forward to the other councillors' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor Chow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councillor Anton talked about our own policy. So, Mr. Teklo, if we change this to 200-person limit, what does that mean in terms of our policy? Are we within our policy or very close to it, or what?
It deals with the capacity issue, which was one of the three concerns. So there would still be two outstanding concerns.
Yeah, okay. So, but the applicant has indicated that he will accept 200 persons. So on that, I would incline to go along with 200 persons in this trial.
Ciao. Councillor Letter.
I want to follow up the comment about the SRO upstairs, and maybe this is to the landlord, if we could get it's okay if we can ask her to come back?
Ms. Peterson.
There was some suggestion that there could be some financial lightening of the load on the rooms upstairs, the lower rent, better quality rooms or something as a result of revenues downstairs. Is it really all linked? Is that really
Well, we definitely need to get some tenants in the main floor and the basement soon. I have my 07 financials from the accountant, and we've done a lot of fire safety upgrades, and a lot of the tenants, upon departure of the residency, they tend to trash the rooms, and we have to spend a lot of money getting new furniture, repaint the walls, and so it costs us a lot of money, and it makes it tough for us to be at the rental maximum of the SROs and still have a nice, clean, safe rooms for the tenants. What is your rent in the rooms? It averages at $385 per month.
Well, Madam Chair, I want to support this. That's an interesting add-on to the discussion that hadn't come up earlier, which I think is beneficial. I also, to the point I raised earlier, I do think that it would help diffuse the rush, the 2 to 3 o'clock rush of boozed up people coming out of the clubs. And we've heard, if not today, certainly lots of times about the transportation problems. People can't get enough cabs, and they don't want to be in their cars in the state they're in. I also think that the issue that we should be most concerned about breaking policy is opening up more liquor establishments. Because I think if somebody's running a happy business, that this one had no opposition of any significance from the neighbors when we went out to them, the people don't mind. I mean, why are we against it? I think we do have reason to be concerned about more alcohol, but this does not have alcohol. And I think people want it, and I think that we should be trying to accommodate what people want if it has no adverse impacts on the city. And I'm actually the description, Mr. Jasper's description of that zone being effectively in the entertainment zone. When I've ever walked down there at night, I've never realized I was going out of the entertainment zone and coming back in again when I got to the Stone Temple and the Ale.
Yeah.
So, And there are lots of people seeming to be walking down there just as though it were an entertainment zone. And with the changing of the status of all those restaurants, turning them into virtual bars, I think that's kind of a subtle point that's lost on anybody except our policy wonks around the city, of which I would consider myself one, but not on this one. And finally, I think that we should always bear in mind that we should be trying to provide a variety of fun in the city that doesn't cause any harm. And the more people can have fun without drinking, I think, is a good thing. So I don't like to go against staff, but I appreciate the staff has to adhere to policy. And I think this is a departure from policy, but I don't think it's one that is going to have a major impact or result in a lot of problems. And I would be prepared to draw the line if people did come in here and say, well, you allowed this one, so now you've got to let my place 3 blocks away be part of something, be allowed, or we've got to allow my liquor establishment to be allowed because you let this non-liquor one in. So I'm going to vote in favor of the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Before I go to Councillor Lee, I personally still have a lot of outstanding questions with regards to the VPD, and I noticed Superintendent Warren Lemke is in the hallway here for the Civil City matter. So I'm wondering if while we take questions from Councillor Lee and Louis, perhaps Mr. Teckrobe, one of you can brief him on the issue we're talking about and see if he can weigh in on it. Councillor Lee.
Yes. Just a quick question to the owner. You just mentioned that you can guarantee that there will be no lineup in front. How can you do that?
Oh, well,
you will say that
what I meant was, if there's provision, if the city has some framework within which to make some sort of promise like this, if there's some way for the city to lay out a requirement like that, perhaps if they've done it somewhere else or something, then I would certainly adhere to whatever. I'm confident. What I'm saying is I'm confident that, given the way I've designed this with this stairwell holding area, that we can keep outside noise to a minimum. And I understand, and in choosing this location, I understood that the coming and going and the noise on the street is what is the noise. And therefore, I think that I'm very confident in saying that we can keep the lineup to a minimum, and I would even agree to the extreme condition, because I understand we're on the knife edge here with this application. I would agree to any kind of conditions as far as keeping the noise off the street and really having zero impact on that block. I'm committed to having zero impact. I think that this club will have zero impact as far as noise. And as Councillor Ladner said, I really think that it behooves the city to start to look at other options, other paradigms for people, and not continue to push alcohol and dancing together like that.
I sure appreciate the non-alcohol part of this the discussion. But you mentioned the only water. You do provide milk and orange juice, right?
Whatever is sort of a big seller. Typically, you don't want anything sticky. You get all the furniture and all over the floor.
Thank
you. So water is typically
no sticky things.
Just Red Bull. People like Red Bull, but water typically is all you're serving.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Louis.
Just familiarize me with the age bracket or the patrons that come. You know, with alcohol, there's a age restriction before you can enter these premises.
Yeah.
How do these facilities operate?
With the Good Neighbor, I believe it was the Good Neighbor agreement with my last club that stipulates not only the police have statutory access at all times, which I encourage and is fine with me, but people under the age of 19, just like a regular bar, even though there's no liquor, we don't allow anybody in, and I completely agree with that, because although we're not serving liquor, this is an adult situation. You're open on the weekend. There's a lot of adults there, some of whom may or may not be drunk. You don't want minors in there, and that's perfectly fine. I don't want that kind of clientele anyway. The typical age range of clients is, say, 20 to 40, all in that area.
Okay. I've missed the age bracket, apparently. Councillor Ladner has decreed. Perhaps to Superintendent Lemke. I almost got it wrong again, but...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm assuming that Mr. Teckrobe has briefed you slightly on the issue, and I'm assuming that you're familiar. Let's hear from the police perspective on why the police are against this application.
Well, the venue itself, I understand, is not going to be serving alcohol, whether it's juice or milk or water or whatever it's going to be. The difficulties that we have are the type of clientele that are attracted to these type of facilities, even though alcohol is not served. Without mentioning the names of other premises that are in the area that are after-hours clubs, we have had gang activity in these venues, so much so that we've done undercover operations in them, targeting these gang people. We even had a shooting several months ago that occurred shortly after people left one of these venues in the area of the Granville Mall. So it does happen. Even though alcohol is not there, it is another venue for people to go to. It attracts a certain type of clientele, certain type of music, and you can have difficulties. My concern also is that we have only just recently been coming to grips with some of the issues in the entertainment district. I certainly would like to see us keep things where they are right now while we develop further activities with the street closures in the summer and try to get a handle on things throughout 2008 and see what 2009 and 2010 brings. I'm very concerned about adding more seats, whether or not they're alcohol-based, to that area. And alcohol or not, it's going to attract a certain type of clientele that has the potential for causing us problems.
And so based on the experience of these other facilities, is there anything that we could do differently with this new applicant now that we have the opportunity perhaps to put restrictions prior to approval? What would you do differently?
Well, I understand about the Good Neighbor Agreement, about giving the police the access to the premise. It's going to boil down to very strong management that's going to have the courage to stand up and confront and say, no, you're not coming into this facility. That doesn't always happen. So we put in all these rules. We've even had bar watch bars that are no longer bar watch bars because they do not cooperate. They do not do what they said they were going to do. And it's a gamble. It truly is. Whenever you open these facilities, they become the popular place to go to. They're new, they're exciting, it's where people want to go. And that's not just the legitimate people that are out for a night on the town. It attracts the gang types.
Okay, so we know you're very concerned. But I'm looking for what we can physically, tangibly do to ensure that this facility has the best chance to be successful if we approve of it. What could we introduce without hamstringing the operation? Like, don't say we'd approve of a facility for 10 people, right? Like that would make it unfeasible. But give them an opportunity to succeed, but ensure that we have the tools necessary to control the situation. Could we do anything differently, or anything that we've learned from the other facilities?
It's going to boil down to a lot of communication, coordination, cooperation between the Vancouver Police Department and the management of the facility. Again, the Good Neighbor Agreement with us having unfettered access to the premise, very important. It'll have to be, we'll have to be assured that we'll go in at any time. We'll have to be assured that if they have problems with gangs, that they'll call us. We're going to have this cooperation, coordination. It's council's choice, of course. I don't want to see any more seats down there right now. But it will be up to us and the management of this facility to make sure that it runs properly after, if council does approve it.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. I see a lot of second and third timers, so I'm just going to quickly insert a question. Thank you, Superintendent Lemke, for... No, stay. I'm going to ask a question to you for jumping in on this and helping us out. Nobody's really asked questions about drugs. Can you address the question of drugs and your knowledge of drug use in these types of facilities?
In any of these facilities, it's always an issue. You've got the, although again that they're serving non-alcoholic beverages, you've got the problems with GHB, with cocaine, with any kind of narcotic that could be used in the place. Hard to monitor. I know that they will do their best to search people as they come into facilities, but drugs are there. It's part of the scene down there, and it can end up being a problem. So when you have drugs, you have profit to be made by that. People are going to be selling drugs. There's gang activity. Gangs are drug-based. It's all part and parcel of the same thing. Again, it will take a lot of work and a lot of cooperation between us and the management of this facility, if approved, to make sure that it's run properly.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Superintendent Lemke, in this report, it says that the police recommend that consideration should be given to the additional condition that these premises should have an identification scanner and search all patrons with a metal detector wand, as is presently done at liquor license calls. If this were to go through, and that was made a condition before it opened, are you standing behind that recommendation? And I have one more question. You mentioned that some bars drop out of the bar watch. Is there a reason why we can't then close those establishments when that happens?
Bars don't usually drop out of the bar watch. Their bar watch, the partnership with them is removed by us.
I see.
Because we see that they're not holding up to their end of the bargain. Either they're allowing gangsters to come in, or they're doing something that tells us, no, we're not going to be partners with them in this. It's up to council then to deal with licensing and determine whether or not they breached a bylaw or a law that's sufficient enough to take action against them. With regard to the scanning and the wanding, absolutely at a minimum, trioscope scanning or whatever system they use, but they should coordinate that with the other bars in the area too, so that they know who's walking around downtown. They should be talking to the other bars so that if a gangster is refused entrance to a certain bar downtown, they're not going to end up in the after-hours bar after. There's got to be a lot of coordination, a lot of talking. Everybody has to be on the same page to create that environment that I talked about a long time ago here, which is a fun place for people to come to in the entertainment district. And if 200 more seats are added, alcohol or not, it's going to take a lot of work to make sure that that place is run properly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Ladner.
I wanted to ask the operator a question about hours, because Superintendent Lemke's concern is adding the seats. But when do you open?
Midnight is typically midnight Friday and midnight Saturday, and then holiday Sunday. Those are the only nights you're open, and you stay open until 7 a.m. That's my previous after-hours club. And what is, you charge quite a lot to get into these things, don't you? You charge what the market will bear. Initially, with my last club, we were intending to charge $20, but the demand is such that that $40 is how much people have been paying for 5 years. It shows the demand. And the other thing is I don't want to disagree with police, but we're not trolling. We're not trolling for whoever will come in, okay, with these. So if there's people who are suspect and maybe gang members and so forth, it's very easy for us to just reject those people because there's a lineup of people who want to come in. These places are very popular. We can pick and choose well-behaved people who are not involved with gang activity. I run a very tight ship, and I will be running the place myself. And I will certainly agree to all manner of bar watch and so forth. I think bar watch has never done quite as much as it promised, but I'm certainly in complete support of doing all those things because they help us. And I think that far from bringing more people to the area, all this will mean is that 200 people who were going to be in the area anyway have another option, have another possible, let's just go there and dance, you know? It's another idea.
That's what I was trying to get at. I'm not, the way I can see it working is people who are already there would come into your place. Yeah. But furthermore, if I paid $40 to come into some place, I'd want to hang around for a little while, get my money's worth. So I would probably want to be coming out at 3, 4, 5, 6 or something like that when things have died down in the rest of the place. So I think it may be more of another place for the people already there to go, or a place where people want to come down and they'll stay by the time they get out. The scene will have gone out in the street. And it's always a problem when you say that it'll attract gangs and guns, but we went through this with the fireworks. The logical extension of that argument is we shouldn't allow anything because the gangsters will come in and play there
those people
and get in trouble.
Those people and those issues are certainly not after hours alone. I mean, those issues, gangs, drugs, those are going on in all bars.
And lots of
after hours
restaurants
by no means is more attractive. If anything, those people who are taking drugs, who are involved with gangs, they like having liquor around. They're more attracted to a regular nightclub than they are to something like what I'm running. That's my argument.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Anton.
Madam Chair, on the question of succession and the ability, we can have an operator right now who has all kinds of good and genuinely good, I'm not doubting them, intentions, but were he to sell the business, something, he needs to leave town, wants to quit, how do these good neighbor agreements track from one business to the next?
Well, what happens if there's a new operator makes an application? We go through exactly the same process with the new operator. So we set up a good neighbor agreement. We set all the same conditions on the license, so they would apply to the new operator. And in fact, almost all cases, any potential new operator would be coming in, talking to us ahead of time. They'd be apprised of what kind of conditions were already in place and would be expected of them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Councillor Lee.
Yes, I would like to hear from the superintendent that what do you think about the fact that it's a non-alcohol facilities and the people coming out at 3 o'clock impaired by alcohol have a place to stay to sober up until 7 o'clock. Do you buy in this? And do you think that will actually help to mitigate the 3 o'clock impact to the community?
Well, I think, first of all, you're talking about, I understand, 200 seats? 200 seats out of 6,700 in the area. So it's a very small group, albeit one less impaired driver on the roads. Excellent. So that's not my concern. If I knew for sure that people that were either in there at 12 when they were open were all legitimate people, or at 3 o'clock in the morning when the bars closed, legitimate people went into that facility, I'm happy with that. My concern is the potential for problem here with regard to the gang issue in the entertainment district. I'm very hesitant because of my experience down there now as the inspector in charge in District 1 and now as the superintendent over the last year and a bit about all the positive moves forward we have made. To start adding more seats down there right now, I worry about that. I worry about taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And that's my concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Deal.
Just a final question. Councillor Cadman's motion didn't include a limit of 200 and no outside lineups. Can we add that in? Okay. And there was a. Yeah, can we review the list, A? And the second thing is I think I'm prepared to support this partly because we now know that the NPA is going to support more police. So that we have the resources to deal with this. But I would like to hear that list. I think that list is extremely important.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deal. Just before we go to the list, thank you, Superintendent Lemke. I'm not going to be supporting this. I agree with what Councillor Anton was saying about the transition area, and I also very much hear what our staff has said, both in the licensing department and in the police, about some of the challenges there are to monitoring these types of premises. I realize that this morning we had a conversation about another facility. However, the proposal this morning was looking to attract a very different demographic. It was a different age group. It was a different entertainment style. The demographic that would be attracted in this proposal here very much is the same population that we're talking about attempting to diversify within the entertainment district. The other equation this morning was that there was a heritage preservation initiative that went with it, and so there was a very different reason to have a consideration there, and I think that's one of the reasons we look to defer. I'm quite concerned about the issues of drugs. I'm quite concerned about the question about gangs and how we look to monitor that. And I appreciate that the issues are all over the entertainment district, but my question is, why would we want to add to that? So I'm not prepared to support this application, and we have a request to have the list.
Still some speakers, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
some questions.
Yeah, no, I'll go back. Councillor Deal had asked that we have the list of what was all to be included in the friendly amendments that specify on what basis we would endorse.
I think Mr. Chekrov actually has the list.
Mr. Tygrove read those out.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Mr. Tygrove.
Included in the agreement.
The list included the good neighbor agreement, the temporary development permit.
Slow down for her, I think.
Temporary development permit. police access agreement. Capacity limited to 200 patrons. No outside lineups. Mandatory wanding and identification scanning of patrons. And age, or patron age limited to 19 and over. Patron age.
Limiting, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tekrop. Questions from Councillor Louis.
I just want to ask about the experience of the transference of patrons between facilities. At 3 a.m., is there an opportunity to actually even enter? If it's so popular, is there an opportunity to enter into these facilities? Yeah, please.
I brought up the issue of these places being a suitable place for people to sober up, and I think that is an issue. The problem is that there's so few of them. As the police chief was saying, superintendent was saying, there's only two of these places right now. There's the World, there's Gorgomish. Together, there's about 400 seats, non-liquor seats, but 400 places for people to go. The bars disgorge somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 people. So are we going to see an impact with lessening drunk drivers? No. But it's important that City Council not only license my place, but continue to look at licensing these kinds of places, because there will come a point when you've got enough of these places that people will be able to get in after they get out of a bar at 3 a.m. There will be the capacity in these after-hours places to offer that service. But right now, because there's so few of these available right now, it's difficult for people coming out of a bar at 3 to even get in, because these places are popular with people who don't need to go and drink until 3 to enjoy the place.
So your expectation, though, is that your place will be so popular, I'm not talking about in the future, I'm talking about your specific application. Yeah. Your expectation is that your facility will be so popular that people will be paying $40 for entry. And so the question was, at 3 a.m., will people be able to get in, or will there be turnaways or a lineup outside, which is a significant concern? Well, is there any benefit? And should we just set that benefit aside, although it may happen in the future?
No, the thing is, as the superintendent said, one drunk driver not driving drunk and staying there and sobering up is worth it. And there will be some significant effect in that area. I'm not arguing with the fact that there are so few of these and that these clubs are so much in demand that there will be a good chance the place will be full before 3. But I think that it behooves the city to continue to look at these and to license these clubs, and then they will see an impact. They will see a very important change in the mindset is what we got to do. We got to stop pushing alcohol on people who are dancing. If people want to go and dance, which is, I think, the reason most people go down there, dancing and socializing. The drinking is a forced thing because these people want to make money. The bars all want to make money. By charging the upfront fee, we're disconnecting alcohol from dancing.
Okay, so the change in hours for liquor service went from 4 a.m. to 3 a.m. Part of the reason why we went to 4 a.m. was to spread it out as far as we could, and that's what I'm hearing as an argument in this instance here. It was rolled back to 3 a.m. Because we were encountering significant problems on Granville Street, and wanted to find a way to possibly control it. And we've undertaken a number of different measures, and it seems to be getting better. Now, there still is some problems on the street, and this is to Superintendent Lemke, would this contribute to the street problems? Because I think the facilitation of these types of opportunities for patrons is a good thing. We should try to allow that to happen. But if it adds to the problems on the street, then that's a concern for me. Now, I just want to hear from you what your thinking is around the transference of people, the attraction of more people. I think I've got it. You're not in favor, but given that you've put in place all these things, good neighbor agreement, temporary development permit, police access, capacity to 200, no outside lineups, mandatory wanding, identification, patronage to 19 of age, which is quite an exhaustive list. It's pretty restrictive.
You always corner me with these questions, Councillor.
That's why you're the superintendent and I'm the councillor.
If there's no alcohol served, if there is a no lineup policy, if the premise is open till 7 o'clock in the morning, I believe, if they are strict with regard to gang-associated people not being able to come into the facility, then I would say that when the bar closes at 7 o'clock in the morning, there would likely be very little. There will be some impact, but not that much in the area. We have police resources at that time that include 2 different shifts that will be on duty by that time. So I don't think the 200 seats are the issue. My fear, my worry is what goes on from midnight till 3, 4 in the morning with regard to gang activity, or the potential for that, the potential for drug activity in the premise, the potential for it to become the latest hangout in the entertainment district. And again, I just got back from the United Kingdom. I was up in Edinburgh and I was talking to them about how they run their New Year's celebration. They do it in an area about the size of the same area that we do our fireworks display in. But the interesting thing is that they fence off this area. You have to buy a ticket to get in, but you can bring your own alcohol. You can buy alcohol in there. We're a long way from that. There's a huge cultural change that has to happen here. And again, you said it yourself, sir, that we're just things are progressing. We're getting better down there. And I just worry about adding 200 more seats and all of a sudden having an incident there at 1 o'clock in the morning, which instantly depletes every police resource in the West End. We just need one shooting, and that's it. So that's my concern, is that something like that happens because we've added more seats instead of managing what we have now. Maybe in a year from now we come back and we say we can add 200 seats, we can add another 1,000 seat venue of some kind. But I don't think we're there yet.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Cadman.
Well, I basically got on the line because Councillor Capri, you referred to the fact that this was, we had a consideration this morning, but that this was different. And I think, yeah, it is. One was 1,000 seats with alcohol, and one is 200 seats without alcohol. Substantially different. But you said one preserved a heritage facility, which we all want to do, but this preserves an SRO at $385 a room. Surely we want to do that as well. I mean, this isn't a matter of and you know, we can talk about drugs and gangs, and I think we're all concerned about that, but my goodness, we would close everything that somebody could go into because it could attract people with drugs and gangs. I mean, you know, if a restaurant comes along and says, you know, well, I want to open down there. Well, you know, we had a shooting over at that steakhouse over there, so restaurants are dangerous. We shouldn't open a restaurant down here. At some point, we can't live our life dictated by the bad guys. We've got to live life and try and make life good for good guys. And I think if we put people into a place in a non-alcoholic environment, yes, it may be 200 seats, but the fact that you're charging $40 to get in the door, I don't know many people that are going to come in at midnight, lay down $40 and leave before 3 o'clock. Chances are, if they're there to dance. So I don't think there is, I suspect, quite frankly, there is going to be little capacity to get in from a bar and little interest from people who come out of a bar and are looking for a place. And you know, the other thing that we're not talking about here is if you don't allow these facilities, they will occur anyway. We've already got after-hours places that we know that are operating illicit operations. So if you don't begin to create spaces for these people to go and dance and have fun, then they will be created by other people illegally, and we'll find that kind of growth. I think this is an opportunity that we should take, and we know that if we don't take this right now, that the next applicant for this premises is going to be with liquor, and I would much prefer to give a non-alcoholic venue an opportunity rather than waiting for the next application, which will be liquor, and saying, oh, well, this is adding more liquor seats to Granville, and this clearly is then changing the nature of the entertainment district. So, yeah, I don't like the fact that there are gangs down there. I don't like the fact that there are drugs being transferred down there. But I don't think we can say to every business that has a good intention to move in, we can't risk you moving in because maybe these guys will come to your premises. I think we've got to work with the people, as you say, to say, we want to work with you to run the best premises possible, and begin to share more information about the people who we don't want in there and keep them out. Because I'm sure as a business owner, he doesn't want people in there who are going to be problematic. He wants people in there who are going to be a climate that's going to be conducive to people coming, not a climate that is going to be conducive to people saying, I'm not going to go there because, there are all these people who are scary and peddling drugs in there. That's not the kind of atmosphere that these people want. So I still think we should go ahead with this.
Well, we can vote after we've got two more speakers. Councillor Ladner.
I just want to ask Mr. Tycroll, the number 200 seats just popped out of the air there, and I wondered if we're going to be making a decision based on the number of seats, what are we basing that on? Because I heard earlier you said 200 to 240 was sort of a range. Do we know a per square foot per person, or how do we figure that?
Excuse me, 200 is the policy, and the applicant is agreeing with that, so I would suggest that's what we should go with. If in a later date he wants to come back and it's working extremely well or whatever, it could be revisited, but why not be careful at this juncture, and that would be my recommendation.
Okay, I just wanted to hear the reasoning. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Louie, and then we can vote.
Mr. Tycroll, just on I'm not sure you have this information, but what's the record of the SRO upstairs?
Fairly new owner, but certainly to the best of my knowledge, it's well run. I know there's been a lot of upgrades to the building. That's been confirmed, and we haven't had any issues with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louie. Oh, Mayor Sullivan.
One question about the number of seats. My understanding is we got into a problem because we set the number of seats lower than the capacity, and then the provincial government just came in and forced us to take whatever the capacity was. Do we risk that here?
No, that's not an issue here because there's no liquor license involved, so we can set it at whatever.
Thank you, Mayor Sullivan. Okay, so to Councillor Cadman's motion, does anybody need it read because it's got all that list, or is everybody okay with it? All in favor? Opposed? Opposed are Councillors Anton, Mayor Sullivan, and Councillor Capri. Councillor Cadman's motion passes. Alrighty, our next item, thank you very much. Our next item is the future of 390 Main Street. Mr. Nathan Edelson, planner.
So it's just the three of you opposed?
Just waiting for colleagues from the other departments. This item has been to council twice, and we felt that instead of doing another presentation, myself from planning, John Breckner, and Garrick Bradshaw are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We've got questions from Councillor Anton.
Thank you very much. I still have the same issues with this that I had before, although I do have a suggestion for perhaps a way of resolving those. And with that in mind, I would like to ask, I'm not sure, Mr. Emerson, if you're the person or who I should be asking about what's referred to on page 6 as the Nonprofit Capital Asset Management Review, which is currently underway. Is that being done by real estate or? Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's a review that's...
Sorry, can I get you to introduce yourself just for the people who are in the crowd?
Yeah, my name is John Breckner. I'm the Associate Director of Real Estate Services for the city. Yeah, that's a project that is being headed up by our department in conjunction with a number of other city departments. It's presently being done under a manager's minute approval, and we're conducting a review of all of the nonprofit capital assets, and we'll be bringing forward a report on that in the future.
Okay, so the question I have around that, and the reason I'm hesitant about this is not because these aren't excellent agencies, because I'm convinced that they are.
Yes.
In fact, I'm quite familiar with a couple of them, and I know they do a good job. But what concerns me is that these are employment agencies, and employment is a federal government matter. It's not a city matter. And normally when anybody gets grants, there should be a rent component to that grant. So why are we giving the rent away? First question. And second question, given that the Employment Insurance Fund has got, $50 billion in it, and we've got nothing in our budget, why are we doing something for the federal government that I will tell you personally I don't think we should be doing? So that's my somewhat rhetorical question for the moment. Because what I'm asking is, in this review that you are doing, yes, are you going to be considering the nature of the tenants that go into our nonprofit capital, into our nonprofit, or into our capital assets on a nonprofit basis? And is there a way of discerning which of those tenants are what you would call core city business and which of them are core federal government business?
Yes, I understand your question. The review is not focused on that. The review is more focused on the funding for the maintenance and the structure around the actual physical capital, the physical improvements, the physical buildings.
Okay, I get you. So what I'm suggesting, and perhaps I can ask the city manager this question, is can we broaden that review so that we have some kind of policy basis on which to establish what kinds of tenants are suitable for nonprofit, our rent-free nonprofit space? For, I come out of the sports world. We give away some of our facilities to sporting groups. That seems to fit within our parks and recreation mandate. We give Boys and Girls Club, which seems to, we give neighborhood houses. I think some of them belong to the city, and I think all of those are easy. But when we come to employment, I start to have a problem with that because it's so clearly a federal mandate. So I guess if I might.
Well, I would just say that not-for-profit organizations in our city get money from a whole lot of places, and irrespective of whose responsibility it is, these are not-for-profit organizations that have been created to deliver services to the community. And they get a variety of funding. Some city, usually a combination and a partnership of money coming forward. So whose mandate it is or not is irrespective of the creation of a society to deliver services on behalf of the community. So it would be extraordinarily difficult, and I'm not sure what the result would necessarily be, for us to take apart each of the not-for-profit organizations and to determine whose mandate or the service delivery they're doing and whether it's more federal than provincial. Usually that's done through the funding that they receive. So it's a hard thing you're asking us to do.
Maybe it's because as a city we haven't actually set out our overall, as a council or as a city, our overall strategic goals, you know, we have some things that we want to do. We're all interested in certain things, but it feels to me that there's a missing policy framework there, and I guess that's what I'm having trouble with, and I'm wondering if we can attempt to chew on that in this review.
Well, it might be a hard chew in this review, but certainly in the context of our work with not-for-profits through our social planning department may be one way to do the review, but in the context of our facilities review, which is really to look at our facilities and the use and lease of those facilities, who we lease to might be a bit more complicated than I actually understand where you're trying to get to. I think it's a really hard place to go for us in the context of the facility and real estate review, is really my answer.
So maybe we would need a separate kind of review then.
Well, in the context, I guess, part of what we look at, certainly one of Council's major policies is around economic development and part of the Metro Job Corps and creation of work. So that illustrates to me some of the competing interests that we've got around the not-for-profits and our facilitation of job and growth opportunities. So I'm only trying to illustrate for you the complexity of the issue you're trying to give us to review.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Come on back on. Councillor Louis.
Well, it's interesting what's being asked for, but because certainly I think some framework is necessary, but I think it's also very important to recognize that the landscape is so varied that if we constrain ourselves to a policy framework which does not allow us to engage in enterprises that are positive for our city, then we'll have lost an opportunity. So although I understand perhaps some concern in terms of the allocation of the funds, each individual instance needs to be reviewed based on its merits and taken advantage of if it makes sense. And I don't think a review of the overall framework is probably the best.
Just a reminder that we're in questions, not in debate.
Well, arising from, okay? So the report, I'm happy to move A, B, and C.
We have 7 speakers.
Sorry, I didn't know
you
that.
Might want to hear from the public.
But I am happy to move it regardless of that, because
you don't want to hear what they have to say?
Are you still the chair, Councillor Ladner? I don't think you are. Well, make yourself useful and be quiet. Thank you. The issue, I think, is the use of this space, and I want to ask a couple of questions in regards to the people that are proposing to use this. As I understand it, Blade Runners is one of them, and has received support from a number of different areas, not just the City of Vancouver. Is that correct?
We actually have somebody from Blade Runners who's going to be speaking.
Well, I want to ask that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who did you want to ask, Mr. Elston?
Mr. Elston.
Okay.
Yes, Blade Runners receives funds from primarily the provincial government, but also from the construction industry.
Okay. And they've been around for 10, 12 years, somewhere in that range?
Yes, I'm getting
that right. Okay. Now, the issue, I'm not sure what the issue was, why this was deferred as far as it was to this date, but the issue that we're dealing with is whether or not to give them access to this space, which they currently have access to. Is that not correct?
That's right. There's Access, the organization, Aboriginal Organization Access, and TradeWorks have programs in the building at the current time.
Have we had any issues with these organizations? Have they performed as we expected?
No, actually, we've actually had a very positive experience consistently with these particular organizations.
Because my understanding is that, in fact, they've received an international award.
Blade Runners has, yes.
Blade Runners from the U.S. Secretary of Labor, I think it was. And so if they receive an international award on that side, that's why I was asking, have we had any problems? And you're saying no. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Anton.
Thank you. On the sorry, I'm losing my train of thought there for a moment. I'm still trying to establish how it is decided what the best use of this building is, because we've had the Strathcona Business Association, or is it maybe Strathcona Residents Association? I don't know if some of those speakers are here from that organization, to suggest that, in fact, the best economic development for this neighborhood would be to have a fee-paying tenant in the building. And because really what we need in a lot of that area is it's just a stronger economy, and I think that that's part of the point of what you're trying to achieve here as well, is a stronger economy through employment. So how are we deciding that this should be a non-profit employment agency versus a tenant paying rent who is providing employment and creating more of an economic climate in that block?
I think to understand this project, it goes back to the essence of the Vancouver Agreement, and under the Vancouver Agreement, the three governments came together and developed an economic plan, and we'll be presenting that back to you again in a couple of weeks, just to give you an idea of some of the other initiatives that have been developed. But we agreed there to try to work together. And so the question of mandate, for instance, some of the most powerful things that were done under the Vancouver Agreement were public realm improvements that the federal government actually funded where they normally wouldn't. They would normally have said this was a city responsibility. And yet some of those public realm improvements have started to create the confidence of the revitalization, certainly of Gastown, and the beginnings of that revitalization in Chinatown, and we're hoping will continue in other parts of the community. So another key component of that economic revitalization plan had to do with the employment issue. We realized that there were a lot of people who had either were never in the workforce or were facing significant challenges in getting back into the workforce. So we did two things together. On the one hand, creating real job opportunities. And some of that the city has taken a lead on through the community benefit agreements and other initiatives. In other cases, through the social purchasing portal and other activities. The federal government and provincial government have been funding things to create real jobs for people who have been out of the workforce for some time.
So you're saying the federal government helped us, so we should help them?
Well, that was the essence of what
they scratched our back, so we'll scratch theirs.
It wasn't just scratching. In this case, some of this was hard, and believe me, I wouldn't favor every single thing that happened under that agreement. But in this case, there really was a genuine working together and saying, what can we provide for the community, and how can we focus our energies? And not everything has been successful by any means, but in this case, I believe there really was a genuine success. And I think that's what the Western Diversification has just submitted a letter to you, indicating that they put up money in good faith, and because we together said we need to create a place where people who are interested in taking that step in their lives could come to a place that had services, some focused for Aboriginal people, some for others in the community, but a place that was well known that could offer a variety of services that would help people back toward employment.
I heard that there was such a letter, and I haven't seen it, so maybe somebody can help me with a copy of it. It's probably on my desk somewhere.
But what they would have been noticing was that they had invested, the Western Diversification had invested $750,000.
So if I might interrupt you, because I'm going to run out of time here. What I'm thinking of proposing is, because you've proposed a 5-year renewable term, which would be 10 years in this premises, and it seems to me that that's a long time for the city to commit. And I think when the time comes, I would like to propose something quite a bit shorter than that. But I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Councillor Deal.
Thanks very much. I'd actually like to continue on with some of those economic questions. But first of all, a question that no one in the room may be able to answer. My understanding is that most employment agencies are either government agencies or for-profit headhunters. I'm not aware that there are a lot of, aside from programs like this, that employment agencies are usually not-for-profit. So I think this is a fairly unique type of business. But in terms of the economics, you mentioned the idea of this being retail or some kind of a business that employs people. How many potential employees get pumped through the access programs a year?
I think that the organizations will be here to speak to the numbers, but if you go down there, the place is very active. There are people in that building now with the ACE program and Pathways that are using it on a regular basis, and then they'll present their statistics of the numbers that have been
I'm guessing there's going to be significantly more employment options coming through those programs than one, say, store that was, or a restaurant that was employing people.
That would depend on the situation, but remember, this is a bank building so that it has limited the limited retail frontage, and it's at the corner of Main and Hastings. The rest of that block, actually quite a few of the businesses on that particular block are functioning. That's where the Ovaltine and
Right.
where the restaurants and services are.
It's such a beautiful building. But my other question is that I've heard some recently updated numbers that the cost of having somebody unemployed and then potentially on the street are up to about $56,000 a year. So do you think there might be some economic benefit to having these organizations there that exceeds simply the cost of the lease being forgiven? I mean, it's a spin-off, isn't there, an economic spin-off of having people healthy and working?
Well, I think the whole idea is to try to get business generally back into the neighborhood, but also put a particular focus on businesses that are willing to hire and work with residents from the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor Ladner.
I just wanted to be clear about the federal government situation, that they do feel because they put $1 million in that this, sort of their ideas about what should be done here should be respected. I go along with that, and I just want to be clear what they felt, in your opinion, Mr. Edelson, what they felt should be done here. How specific did they get, other than just for sort of nonprofit or general economic development uses?
I think their Western diversification, their major function has to do with economic development, and they're supporting other programs that can enhance job creation. So that they're the primary funder. Western diversification is the primary funder for building opportunity with business, which was originally to be in that building. But the federal government also is the primary funder for the Pathways program through Services Canada. And believe the ACE program as well gets federal support. So they've been actually at the beginning of this, they made an agreement that they would provide the renovation money as well as to support organizations that would be the key tenants several of the key tenants in the building.
Okay, I have other questions, but I look forward to hearing the speakers and they may be answered.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Okay, our speakers, we have 7 speakers registered. Our first speaker is Mark Dewaniak, and just to remind everybody that you've got 5 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Mark Dewaniak. I work for a company called Eltex Enterprises. We've worked on over 30 high-rises in the downtown area of Vancouver. I also the sitting president for the Urban Native Youth Association. So I come here with kind of 2 hats. First, understanding where youth come from and the need for them to seek employment and to provide them the best services we can, but more so from the construction side. As a company, Eltex has likes the idea of having a social conscience, and we achieve that by working with Blade Runners because of their the unique situation that they're in, hiring youth from the downtown east side. We can hire from Labor Ready, we can hire from a place called Careers. We can go anywhere we want for labor to help us. But we choose this organization because it's our one chance to give back a bit to Vancouver. So, and what we like about it is that the youth that they provide us, coming from that area, and knowing that they have, the way it was explained to us is that they locate themselves on the downtown east side because the youth go there. They access the place. They want to be in their own comfort zone. So this works out really good for them, and it works out good for us. We've been working with Blade Runners since their inception, I think almost going on to 11 years now. We've hired over 50 youth through Blade Runners for our company, and we've had just great success with it. So talking to the owners of the company, they really do support this program, and they think that it has to stay here, and the risk of it not being around because they can't find a place to stay just can't be acceptable. I mean, we have a labor shortage right now, and we have this huge resource in our own backyard, and we have to use it. We just have to use it. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. You've got a question from Councillor Ladner.
Have you used Blade Runners in where they were based in other locations? Or didn't they have another office somewhere else?
They have offices, I think at one point at 7 Place, but most of our work has been based in Vancouver. Like I say, all of our work, like 30 high rises, mostly for us is Vancouver. So that's why we want to kind of stick to a Vancouver kind of organization for employment, seeking employment for us.
I think looking at the list, I probably should wait till the next speaker to ask that question. So,
thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jerry Adams from Blade Runners.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Alderman. Thank you for asking me to speak to this issue. I actually work at Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Center, and I'm the treasurer to Access. So I'm here to support, of course, to support the application to the city. And you talk about changing the view on the life of children in the greater Vancouver area, the downtown East End core. You talk about inclusiveness and including the Aboriginal community in the changes you want to make to our people. This is one place right at the heart of downtown East End, at Main and Hastings, where you can have role models working there and seeing that things are possible for our children to succeed. We've got two gentlemen here, Gary Jobin and Eddie Taylor, who have gone through the system and have been in the community, and I think they're role models so they can teach their skills to these young folks as well. We'll have a young man speak to how successful it was for him. We had a young woman go through the program. Her partner was abusive to her, alcohol problems, and she got beat up on a regular basis. She changed and turned her life around because of Blade Runners, and that really made her more employable to the community. She gives back to the community now. She's a taxpayer for the city as well. So, I mean, those are the stories you have to hear. Another young man that started initially in the early stages of Blade Runners was cocaine addicted, heroin abuser, and constantly being beat up. Always fighting the police. Probably had a fight with Warren, but you know, I wouldn't know that. But I think, you know, just that he turned his life around. He made a change in his life, and he worked. Now he's got a family, and he's not in the downtown East End core anymore. So these are things that are doable. Access is yes, it is an employment agency. It's a non-for-profit. We struggle trying to find funds for our programs. We don't have core dollars that you know, wish we could have, that the city has. We don't have those kind of luxuries, and so I really think that it's important that you really consider that we are non-for-profit, and we don't have a lot of funds available for core funding. So, Access is made up of several Aboriginal agencies, and to me that's the changing of our community. We have key players like Native Education Centre, Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre, Circle of Eagles, Helping Spirit Lodge, Healing Our Spirits, United Native Nations, Claholia, and Urban Native Youth Association. So you've got really people who are very concerned about our people and wanting to make a difference in our community. Our motto is to make them self-sufficient, our people, so that they're not an eyesore that you guys are talking about the downtown East End all the time. I find that we shouldn't even be talking about that, but we are. And again, going back to Blade Runners, Blade Runners is a unique program. They run 24/7, all year round. They get calls after hours. They make you know, youth that are still addicted, homeless, and need to have that support. You don't get that kind of support with employment agencies that are for profit. I don't see that kind of commitment to our children that way. So it is a successful program, and I hope you do consider that we as Aboriginal people are part of your community as well, and that downtown East End is not just an average community, but a changing one for us. Main and Hastings, you'll see youth being successful, and the kids will want to go in there and be a success as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mike Jobin. Welcome.
Thank you very much for allowing me to come here. My name is Mike Jobin. I'm a longtime resident of the downtown east side. I've lived down there for 17 years, except for a brief stint. My family and I moved to Burnaby for a bit, but we didn't like it, and we moved right back. I have 3 children who were born and raised down there their whole lives, except for the 6 months. I work full-time at Union Gospel Mission. I'm an outreach worker down there. Before that, I worked for 6 years at the Salvation Army Crosswalk. I've been dealing with Blade Runners for the last 12 years, and it's a wonderful organization. The young people that we help down here, everybody in society has given up on them. The schools, families, and they get to a point where they give up on themselves. And Blade Runners brings hope, brings a vision to their lives that they never had and they would never have unless they had an organization like this down here. I've worked closely with them. They've sent me people to help find shelter with, help find detox or recovery for them before they can get into the program. Or I refer people to them who we've helped get cleaned up. And just the turnaround that happens in these young children's life is absolutely amazing. It's something they will not get anywhere else. To take somebody who is so who's got no self-esteem, who's got no desire in life, but to hang out downtown and to take them and put them to these courses for that Blade Runners offers, and just to see them 6 months later is they can meet a totally different person, and the self-esteem of them that just comes back in. And we need to have more organizations like this down here, because like I said, it offers hope and a vision for these young people that everyone has given up on. My brother Gary works there. And so we like our friend just said, 24/7. He phones me at 3 in the morning, looking for help. And I also phone him also very, very early. And I get up at 4:30 every morning. So I do call him into for people that I've been working with to get them into the program. And it just works back and forth. And it's like ping pong for us, my brother and I. And I would encourage the council here to keep the Blade Runners and all the other places in there to help our people out. I also for the other organizations in there, I refer a lot of people over there where they can go and get the work boots, where they can go over to Acer and get work boots, and they can get transportation where they can't get anywhere else. They got a guy who's just starting a job and they don't have work boots, they don't have transportation, and that's about one of the few places where they can go and get that and get on their feet. And I just encourage each and every single one of the councillors here to look into their hearts and bring hope back into people who have no hope, to put vision into people who have no vision, and to bring confidence into people who've lost their confidence. And thank you very much for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away. You've got a question from Councillor Deal.
And I like your comments about vision. I really appreciate the passion with which you speak about this, and Mr. Adams also spoke very eloquently. And so I have a question for you, and it's based on the fact that I'm hearing some questions from Councillor Ladner in particular this time and last time about why not operate from some other location. Is there a symbolism in your eye to having this at Main and Hastings, to seeing that hope and that vision expressed right there on the corner, which has been so troubled?
Yeah, because we see so much negativity. I mean, if you look kitty corner to it, and you look at what's kitty corner to that, and I'm sure our police officer friend could tell us about that, and to see what's going across, it's just like two different worlds almost. You see people who are going into this place and access the what they have in there, and to see them coming out with just a piece of paper knowing that they've been taken into the program, that they're going to be going in there in a life-changing one. And the reason they need to have it down there also is all the other amenities that are down there also. Like a lot of them, they do come from the street. They do have to have the shelters. The shelters are located down there, the food lines, the places they get free clothing, showers and everything else.
The right spot to capture the audience, to capture the potential clients.
Yes.
And it gives them a positive option right there on the threshold of where the negative options are.
Yes, and not only that, the other people who are down there, it also brings hope to them also. because when they see someone who they hung out in the park with for 3 or 4 months, and all of a sudden they're seeing this young lad run across. He's got new work boots from Acer, and he's got his bus pass from Blade Runners, and they're going to our friend's place over here for work and stuff like that. It makes a big difference. It gives them hope also. It's just like a domino effect.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Oh, you have another question? Sorry, don't go away, from Councillor Ladner.
Hi. I'm probably would say that our community center across the street is some kind of negative place. I thought we had food and sustenance and libraries and all sorts of things there.
The Carnegie is a beautiful place, but there is activity outside of it, sir, and we can't draw a blind eye to that. What goes on in there, and but you know,
yeah,
I'm not saying anything negative about it, but it does go on. And
yeah. The question we're here to talk about is not whether Blade Runners is a good organization or these services are needed or useful, but rather just the use of that building. And we're going to give a grant of equivalent to a grant of $107,000 to these organizations through the rent that would be asked to put forward. And in your experience with Blade Runners, I don't know all the details, but I thought, well, where was Blade Runners before they moved into this building?
I believe it was on Hastings, pretty well right across from Army and Navy on Hastings.
I should have asked Jerry, because that's what I thought. And that site is, I mean, are there other sites? I thought that some of these or two of these organizations had other sites not too far away.
I wouldn't know about that. So I know I work very close with Blade Runners.
Maybe Nathan can tell us that.
The Blade Runners had a site that we gave permission to be in a storefront on Hastings Street. The building was purchased by Concord for a major development. That building has been torn down, but it was also in terrible shape when they were there. The other services, and Ross Gentleman from TradeWorks may be speaking to this. TradeWorks has an office in Chinatown, but that space is filled with its office functions. There currently isn't another space that the existing organizations have for these services. And the other interest that they have is the synergy of having these several services in sharing the common facilities and resources.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Tatouche, Executive Director from the Vancouver Aboriginal Centre. Welcome.
Thank you. The last time I came before you, I attended as an Aboriginal youth rep. You may remember that. Now, it was because the majority of our youth board members for Urban Native Youth Association were either attending school, a training program, or were working and couldn't get time off. So as their elder advisor, I attended on their behalf. Today I come before you as the Executive Director of the Vancouver Aboriginal Friendship Centre. I would like to speak to the benefits of leasing the property located at 390 Main Street to Aboriginal Career Counselling Employment Services Society. As a partner of the Vancouver Urban Aboriginal Strategy, an initiative to bring federal, provincial, and municipal partners together, the City of Vancouver has demonstrated a commitment to support projects that respond to local priorities and advance the priority areas of improving life skills, promoting job training, skills, and entrepreneurship, and supporting urban Aboriginal women, children, and families, and to prevent them from becoming victims of crime or from entering a life of crime. Through long-term investments to support urban Aboriginal people living in the downtown east side will result in promoting increased urban Aboriginal participation in the economy, improved outcomes in the areas of education, employment, and business development, and a reduction of Aboriginal women, children, and families living in poverty. Other outcomes are related to our community planning for building community capacity and enhancing community leadership. How does all this relate to the leasing of 390 Main Street, you may ask? Access, TradeWorks, Blade Runners, Pathways, and ACE are very important service delivery agencies in our community. They all play a role in reducing the level of disparity that Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people face in the downtown east side. These organizations are the key players in ensuring that the residents of the downtown east side have greater access to skills and experience they need to gain access to and succeed in an urban environment. These people continue to face significant challenges such as access to quality education, a meaningful job, and adequate housing, amongst others. Through career counseling, these people regain their self-esteem, are encouraged to make positive life choices through culture, education, and life skills training, and healing approaches to eliminate sexual exploitation. We know that employment contributes to individual and social well-being in many ways. It is the main source of income for most families, enabling them to satisfy their basic needs and pursue other interests. But first, you must obtain employment. Financial security is about achieving material well-being. It's about having an adequate income to meet basic needs such as housing, food, and clothing. It's also about being able to take advantage of opportunities and lead a rewarding life. But first, you have to be employed. A safe and comfortable place to live is fundamental to our sense of well-being. When housing is inadequate or unavailable, individuals as well as community well-being will suffer. But first, you have to get your foot in the door. We are all part of the community in which we live. Social participation refers to people's social involvement and interaction with others. Activities such as volunteering, making donation, participating in sports and recreational activities are all forms of social participation. Social participation improves individuals' lives and the community's well-being. But to be an active participant, there must be some financial security in place. Our urban Aboriginal community members and the residents of the downtown east side cannot move forward and become meaningful participants to the broader community without the support of the services provided by Access, TradeWorks, Pathways, Blade Runners, and ACE to transition them from being jobless, homeless, without the necessary skills to attain entry-level employment, or without the necessary education level to gain entry to training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gilbert Morvan, or is it Gilbert Morvan? Gilbert, okay, welcome.
All right. I believe Blade Runners is a good spin-off economy, because before this I was in a transition where I couldn't afford any boots or anything, and couldn't afford bus fare there. And I went to a course where now I know 3 people, 2 of them which are managing night managers of McDonald's in the downtown area. A bunch of us were homeless. They all found us accommodations, jobs. All of them are consistent. I'm at a junior foreman level in 9 months in ironworking. There's a heavy shortage in the construction. 2 of my cousins came down, also got to go in the program, got their steel toe boots and everything from 1,200 miles away. Nothing to have. The support's great. When I went to the program, I was in a fork of the road where there's 3 ways. Stay consistent, and that was me being a drug dealer and just a complete dumbass. I lost a son. I'm fighting for him right now. Try this other road, see what happens. Can't get any worse. Tried that. About to be married soon. I have a new baby daughter. I had absolutely no time to look for my new place because I work 10-hour days, 12-hour days, ironwork. I'm doing the Woodwards redevelopment project, and I see plenty of the people that could get napped up and have their lives changed through the Blade Runners program and help out their economy, pay their taxes, and just not cause damage to any property around there with the B&Es, I could probably help the comedy. That's shaky. And it helped me realize my dream of wanting to publicly speak, go back to my my homeland, try to fight for chief, change what's happening there, because there, I'm hearing they got crystal meth brewing up there, and a population of 5,000 people who all know each other. Cousins are raping each other and everything, things are bad. I see it from the outside, and I could go relate to the younger youth, and the elders could look at me, because they all know the bad things that happened to me when I went there. That's why I left, to start a new life here. And it was this new hope. I'm making $18 an hour. I couldn't be any happier. I got new friends who are all in the same place, and if I didn't meet these people, I wouldn't have been able to say, you know what, I'm just an everyday person who wants to make a difference or whatnot. And also got prep talks from people who are doing the same things. We help each other out, contact each other now and again. And the location is just so gorgeous compared to the other one. The other one, there was rat holes everywhere. It felt really down. Like really down. Like you kind of felt sad in there, but if it wasn't for the atmosphere of the workers there to help you feel enlightened, you probably couldn't. And this new building is just nice and bright. You don't see no rat poop or anything. You're not hearing things mumble around. And you won't feel like the roof's going to collapse underneath you, because right beside that building, the pub 340 or whatever lit up on fire. That's pretty much all I got to say about that.
Thank you. You've got a question from Councillor Deal.
Over here. Hi, thanks.
Hi.
Actually, just wanted to check in on something you just said, because it struck me as a new way of thinking about why this building. And it sounds like it help me with this. It feels like it might be a more respectful space because it is a clean and pleasant place to be in.
Like you're making a transition. Like you just feel it when you're walking there. That other place, when you're walking in there, it was just kind of like, oh, okay, another east side downtown place. Like,
so it might be a way that we could show respect for these programs to offer a lovely building as opposed to one of our more derelict ones.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ross Gentleman from TradeWorks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, Councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I did exchange some emails with some of you, and I think I've been able to answer some of your questions over the last few days, but I apologize to Councillor Anton because I didn't reach you by phone yesterday, but perhaps we can resolve some of the questions today. TradeWorks has been around since 1994, and we've been active in training and education and employment-related programming over that period, dedicated into the downtown east side and working the downtown east side. We're a not-for-profit agency with a volunteer board, and we're registered as a not-for-profit charity in that sense. I'd like to speak to three issues in my opportunity here right now. One is to the overall strategy, second to the investment that the city has made, and third to our program, so that we can, if there are questions about our program. The overall downtown east side revitalization strategy was really developed before I got involved, well before I got involved, back in the early part of this decade. And as part of that, as Nathan Edelson has already indicated, all levels of government participated in trying to develop that strategy and worked a partnership with many community agencies at the same time. That strategy highlighted one particular feature which this particular building and this particular program that I'm responsible for has been built around. And that strategy was to establish a street front one-stop entry point for people interested in employment. We wanted to make employment foremost in the context of the culture of the community, rather than food lines or shelter provision or other basic services in that sense. The intention was to bring that to the foreground, but not duplicate programs that were already in place. So that the Pathways program was designed in that sense to be a front for other services if people needed drug and alcohol counseling, or if they needed training, or if they needed specific programs relative to housing or medical health or whatever. they would be referred out. So the program has been developed consistent with that strategy, and the building was purchased consistent with that strategy because of its location. The investment that the city has made, as is outlined in the report from staff, is such that the city invested some $600,000 or $700,000. The province and the senior levels of government invested substantially more money in renovations and the acquisition costs. But the city ends up, and this I hope this addresses Councillor Anton's particular concern, the city ends up with the asset, so that in financial terms the investment will do very well. When the city does indeed in due course liquidate, you realize the whole value of the asset, and you will earn a reasonable return, in fact a very good return I expect from that investment. It should be sufficient to offset some of the costs that you're incurring, and there are projected operating costs that are outlined in the staff report. But I don't think in the overall scheme of things it's a large subsidy that may be applied or may be attributable to the programs that we offer. Nevertheless, we respect the fact that you're in a position to make those decisions. The last thing that I want to speak to quickly is our program, Pathways, was created largely in concert with other community agencies in the neighborhood and the provincial and federal authorities. We developed that program in consultation with the strategy of the Vancouver Agreement, and in such a way that we were asked, TradeWorks was asked, to be the sponsoring agency for the project when it was located in the premises. We worked in that sense as a partner of the city and the partner of the federal government. The federal government provides operational funding for the program, and we also act as a partner with Aboriginal Connections to Employment and their sponsoring body, Access. In that sense, we provide some basic employment services in the downtown east side, access to fundamental resources, fax machines, telephones, computers, and so on, so people can prepare for and conduct their own job searches. We provide counseling services and referrals out, and we also provide what's called case management services now, which is more of a long-term counseling relationship with prospective job seekers. We see 1,700 people a year join or we call them enroll as members within Pathways, within a neighborhood with 30% or so unemployment. Most of those people do pursue independent job searches. 5 minutes is just about up. Okay. Wrap it up. They do pursue independent job searches, but we attempt to try and place them or otherwise assist them in following their path to employment. We've got 3-year funding from the federal government, and we would ask you to support options A, B, and C as reported and recommended by staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Your first question is from Councillor Chow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gentleman, you mentioned 1,700 people enrolled. What's the breakdown between male and female?
I can... About 70-30 is the breakdown. And in terms of other stats in the neighborhood, that's similar to MEIA caseloads and so on.
Okay, because the nature of the work? Because it's mainly construction and...
Oh, no.
No?
No. It's just the nature of unemployment that people who live in single-room occupancy hotels who've retreated to that neighborhood in several... Mm-hmm. You can view it in that sense, happen to be... largely male and over the age of 45.
So when you do training, do you actually just do it on the job, or do you actually have your own facility, shops, or...
TradeWorks, the supervising agency does. We do have some other programs that we run, and we do have a shop on Cordova Street.
You do have a shop on Cordova Street.
That's right. But the Pathways program is independent of the training. It does not conduct training. It's an employment resource center and referral center.
Okay. So whereabouts is your shop on Cordova Street?
876 Cordova Diversion, across the street from the Starbucks.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Chow. Councillor Anton.
Thank you. So that other shop you have, is that where the road...
That's right.
Comes together, or
it's a very small shop at this point. It's reduced in size substantially from what we once had.
You used to have quite a big premise there.
Yes. We're down to 2,000 square feet now. It's a small operation.
The Pathways wouldn't work in that location?
No, Pathways occupies approximately 2,000 square feet where it is.
Okay, but you were paying rent in a bigger place at that 876 Cordova diversion.
We were, but we had funding from other sources at that time. That's no longer available to us. That space at Cordova Street has been purchased by another entity. They occupy the largest proportion of that space, and we rent out a small component of it. I should make one point here, because if I can, we do pay operating costs. At this point, between the occupants, we pay costs of approximately $100,000 a year for utilities, security, and janitorial and other services. So this is not a cost-free space.
On the Cordova Street.
On the Main and Hastings.
On the Main and Hastings space. Okay, you're paying. I thought the terms were that we were paying all of those things.
Oh no. The maintenance costs we assume. We replace the light bulbs. We take care of all of the normal internal maintenance as a tenant would.
On the and then there's also the Woodwards building. Are you not on the list to go into that community space as well?
We were on the list, but unfortunately we have been removed from that list.
Okay. That's a conversation for another day, I guess, but all right. And then, okay, I think that's what I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Councillor Ladner, sorry.
Mr. Gentleman, I just wanted to ask about your idea about the one-stop place. And I understand there are a lot of employment agencies in the downtown east side. That you may have one stop for your group, but there's another 30 or 40 that are somewhere else.
There may be as many as 40 or so who have some component of employment programming. For example, the YWCA, which runs Crabtree Corner on Hastings Street, has an element of employment programming associated with it. But in most cases, it's a component. The UGM, Union Gospel Mission, also has an employment counselor on staff. So they're by and large, smaller programs that are components of larger programming entities. Several of them also have very specialized nooks. They'll be looking at people with disabilities. They'll be looking at people who are coming off recovery programs. So they're trying to focus on specific needs. The Pathways model is trying to be inviting, trying to invite all prospective local residents, recent arrivals, or others to start that first step onto employment. And if they can do it themselves, independently on premises, as self-starters, that's fine. If they need help, we refer them out to those other programs.
Thank you. One of the reasons this is back again here and didn't get approved earlier was the question of evaluation. We were, as I said earlier, essentially being asked to give a $100,000 grant to some organizations that we didn't know anything about, and we had just a couple of anecdotal reports on. But I would thank you for your email that I guess we all got, where you did actually go through those numbers you started in on at the end of your presentation and worked it through. And it gives me a lot of comfort to know that that's the kind of thing you're doing, because that's a huge grant for us. I mean, we typically divide up much smaller amounts of money on a much greater amount of research and personal or first-hand knowledge. And I know there was references to the fact that the other agencies that fund you had done some kind of scrutiny, but we didn't know what that was, and I needed personally to know that myself. So I thank you for that, and that gives me a lot more comfort than we had last time we were here. So thanks.
You're most welcome. I sent you numbers on our program. I think there are similar kinds of numbers from the Access crowd, which they may not have shared you with. But I take the opportunity to make the point that the other unique thing about this particular facility is the way in which we share the facility with a general population service, ours, and an Aboriginal population service in the ACE and Blade Runners programs. It's one of the unique places in the city where we've been able to work that kind of partnership out effectively.
Well, one of the proposals under consideration A is no right to sublease, assign, or change use. And I'm wondering, what if there were other employment agencies that wanted to come in and join with you and make it more of a one-stop place and share the rent and work the synergies and everything? Is this legal wording here going to preclude that from happening?
No, it won't. It just says that the city has the right, it gives the city the right to approve that. They can propose other tenants in the building.
Oh, without prior approval.
But it just gives the city the ultimate control over who's in the building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Our final speaker is Hendrik Hokema.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be back. I was here for a housing meeting some months ago. I'm here to speak on behalf of the support for the continuation of the leasing arrangement with Pathways and Access, which includes ACE and Blade Runners. I run a small nonprofit society called Vancouver Eastside Educational Enrichment Society, large name, small organization. That's how we do things on the East Side. This includes, we have 3 projects, one on Commercial Drive called New Chapter, one on Hastings Street on 835 Hastings, about 6 blocks away from Pathways, called New Chapter 2. These are 2 employment centers. We we have resources for people, we have computer labs, etc. We have counselors and case management people on staff. I also have a program called New Start, which is the corner of Pender and Commercial Drive, which is a program for abused women who are trying to get back into the workforce. I've been involved in delivering employment services in the east side of Vancouver since 1985, mainly to people who have very little opportunity to get back to work and they need assistance to get back to work. This includes people like ex-offenders. Initially we started our program as a job start program for people coming out of jails. We still do that. And also for people on welfare. Currently I'm also the local community representative on the Bob board, which has also been part and parcel of being leased in that space until fairly recently. I was also part of the community group that drew up the proposal 8 years ago that developed Pathways. It was rather interesting because Service Canada came to the community and said we need to provide more information, sources and pathways to get people back into the employment world. Their initial interest was in providing kiosks in the downtown east side. Rather interesting, computer metal encased computers in like telephone booths all over the downtown east side. We didn't think that that would work. In agreement with Service Canada and the Vancouver Agreement, we end up choosing TradeWorks to start up something called an information pathway. And that information pathway needed to have a central location. That was the main issue for this, and in fact that we would have drawn with support if we didn't get that central location. The central location was the bank. At that point there was still a bank operation within that building. Pathways was not only intended to provide some employment resources, but also to provide essentially information. It would to be a referral source. That was its main purpose. So I just want to take you back also to a little event that happened to us a couple of years ago. Back in February of 2007, Service Canada came to us to talk about providing some more services in downtown east side. Although it is muted that there are 174 organizations that provide service in downtown east side, very few of them, Mr. Ladner, are actually employment related. Most of them are resource related in terms of other kinds of services. We were asked, along with Pathways, to provide more case management services in the inner city, if you like, Strathcona and the downtown east side. There are 2 very distinct neighborhoods there. Strathcona is one neighborhood which has a lot of Aboriginal people and also families and single family groups, single parent groups. The downtown east side is already related, is roughly 70% male, 45 and older. 2 very different populations that do not really mix. So in Strathcona, we provide a particular service. We get somewhere between 600 and 800 people registered every year. We provide employment for that particular group and services for that particular group. And also people are sent to us from Pathways occasionally to use our services. I want to talk a bit about the symbolicness of that particular service at the corner of Main and Hastings. It's been mentioned that across the street is the Carnegie Center, which provides, I think, one of the essential services. But across the street is Chaos Unlimited. It's a shame upon the city that we have this. Across the street from that, we have a very positive building, a positive group of staff, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, that actually work very intensely with people who need this service. This city should be ashamed that this service is not extended into more places. One more thing, the Service Canada, the feds in the province do provide employment funding. We think that the city should become much more involved in the actual strategy around employment for our population in the east side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we have no more speakers on this matter. Councillor Ladner.
I just want to ask you a question. We just heard Mr. Hookema say that the city should get more involved in employment. Why should the city get more involved, and why wouldn't we want the federal government to get more involved or the provincial government to get more involved?
Sorry, who's the question to, Councillor Ladner? Who are you asking?
The previous speaker.
Mr. Hookema?
I think part of it is that we've seen this horrific downloading over the years from the federal government into the province and back, and from the province into the city. And I think we should do a kind of reversal in this whole process, if you like. We should take actually a bit more responsibility from the end of the city itself. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the city should put money into this, but I think the strategies that are necessary, including things like the leasing of these kinds of buildings, to take into account that you're putting $107,000 worth of subsidy into this is not to take into account that the federal government will not give us enough money to rent a building like that on its own. And so we lose the potential for using that building in that location if we do not have your support.
Okay, that's to deal with this building. I thought you were saying we should be doing a lot more, which does amount to cash, by the way.
Nathan.
What was your suggestion?
I will say one of the things we are doing are the community benefit agreements. So where the Olympic Village, there's 100 jobs that we're creating, and by supports for organizations like Building Opportunity with Business and work, which is really trying to become a focal point for a lot of the agencies, that we can try to get our people back to work. And the city does have a role in that, but it isn't all cash. This is, but I don't know if there was one question about how much the subsidy actually is in terms of this building. I just want to make sure that if I believe that was a question that was coming up before, that this is saying there's about $32,000 that goes into the basic building systems, which Garrett can speak to. There's $21,000 that we're foregoing in taxes, for property taxes, because it's a city-owned building. And there's $54,000 or so that our real estate people say that we might be able to achieve if we find a market tenant. So that the actual, just so you know, most of that money is foregone opportunity. But it's also an investment in an asset, which over the last few years has risen from $850,000 in value to right now about $1.7 million.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Louis, you want to move a motion?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't done?
And C. Oh.
He'd already put he wanted to move the motion before the speakers came, and so he kind of claimed the cue. Everybody can move amendments. Councillor Louis, go ahead.
I'll move A, B, and C.
Did you want to speak to them, or are you okay? You
Well,
don't have to.
I think we've heard sufficiently from the speakers. I think it's a great program, and we need to do our part to support this. This is multi-agency, multi-governmental cooperation at work here, and they've demonstrated their benefit to our city. And if we're going to adequately address or attempt to address the situations that we have in the downtown east side and in our city in general, then programs like this need to be supported. And that's why I'm very happy to move and support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Anton.
Questions, Madam Chair. And it was to Mr. Hoekma and maybe others. When you get contracts for your organization, do they not come with grants? You're getting grants or contracts from
agreements, are they called?
Agreements,
yeah.
From Service Canada. Do they not come with a rental component attached to them?
They do, but let me tell you, they're very difficult to get to the ability to pay for a lease like that particular part of town. Yeah, I think that Service Canada would say, no, you can't go there, you have to go somewhere else. And at that point, what would you do? You lose the symbolic act of having that particular building. And I think it's the building, it's the location that's the issue at stake here for us in terms of the community. I should also mention that I'm also here representing four organizations regarding this in terms of NEVCO, NICS, FTE, three organizations, about 100 organizations altogether that work in the downtown east side that think this is a very important thing to keep this location there for employment purposes. So,
okay, thank you for that.
And the province is the same in terms of we have problems getting our budgets accepted in terms of real costs. And the thing is always is, well, why don't you go, somewhere else to get some subsidy to do that? And that's efficient on their part, but it's difficult for us. Okay.
So I have a question for staff. Thank you, Mr. Hoekma. This original renovation, or at least part of it, was for Bob, and Bob went away. And I guess the question is, what if one of these organizations ceases doing business? What happens at that point? Or chooses to move somewhere else?
Probably the last person to ask that. But in terms of the staff commitment to this historically, we originally purchased this as part of an arrangement around the Four Corners Bank. But it was also to add the employment services right there because the people that we wanted to come into employment services were already using that facility. Then we saw the opportunity as we were building Bob for that to share the spaces. We thought it was a good idea. When in their experience, they decided not. So now we're looking at it, and we feel that Blade Runners, because they need office space, and there'll probably be one or two other agencies that would come in, because Blade Runners wouldn't use all the space, that will find groups that can work together and create a focal point for either economic development and or employment services. If these groups leave, which I guess is always possible, we'd be coming back to council. But the general objective that we've at least tried to meet to this point is to try to provide a focus, particularly for employment-related services in this particular location.
I guess what thank you. I guess what I'm always wondering is how we determine what the best use of the building is, and we're told that it's a good use because people do good things out of it, and I can accept that. I can readily accept that. But how do we know that that's not better next door, and putting something that actually is a business that makes money and creates actual employment and so on down at that corner? We don't have any way of analyzing that. We're just accepting your word that this is a good thing. And
I'll say two things about it. One is, I think in the medium term, the building will probably be part of a development site. There's other things that can be put there. For right now, I think that's premature, but it's a two-story building in a place that could accommodate at least 10 stories.
It's not a heritage site?
It doesn't have heritage designation.
Okay.
It may become an issue, but basically it's a development site. In the longer term, and so whether it's left in this condition for the foreseeable future, eventually we own that entire block. And so it won't be, it'll be future council, future staff, but the city has an asset that unites that entire block. How's that? I just may. But that's one part of it. But the other is that we'll be presenting I believe it'll be April 3rd, the next meeting, an overview of some of the economic initiatives. And a bunch of those have to do with Strathcona. They're tied to the library site and other developments that are going on. you'll see that there's a tremendous amount of interest in development in the area in general.
In economic development.
Economic development, small business development, even in some of the services that we've approved recently, Union Gospel Mission and the Salvation Army, we've required that they have real retail space in those places. And we intend to work with the BIA and others, and there's some people who will be coming who are interested in investing in that neighborhood that you'll be meeting, I believe, when the report goes forward. So the economic part is starting to happen. It's been slow and so on, but it's starting to happen. In terms of this particular site, it works well. When you've functioned, and I know a number of people on council and certainly know others have been involved in starting agencies. The startup cost, getting a place established. If you came to Pathways three years ago, you'd see a handful of people there. Now the place is full. It takes a while to get a service known, to get the right chemistry, and then historically, actually, and it was kind of understated in this presentation, historically there wasn't always cooperation between TradeWorks and Access and Blade Runners. They're now working together as partners and happy to do that. And it's just a change that's happened through the work. So I believe you'd find, and we could do more analysis, or someone else on staff can, but I think you'll find that this particular site, establishing it, getting it popular, getting the agencies working, and being confident that they can get other partners to take on the operating expenses of that building, has been achieved, and it will be a good use there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Councillor Ladner.
I'm going to propose an amendment and then explain why. I'd like to change the lease term from 5 years to 2 years and add under the following terms: renewal be based on a proposal call to nonprofit agencies based on the criteria outlined on page 12. And for those people who don't have page 12 in front of them, this is would the applicant offer services this won't be all in the I guess it will eventually get up in the minutes, but would the applicant offer services to downtown Eastside residents, including those in low income? Will the proposed services contribute significantly to the VA economic revitalization plan or employment strategy? Would the applicant's services and design generate pedestrian interest and take advantage of the building's location and historic character? Have the services of the applicant been positively evaluated by city staff and or other major funders? Are the proposed services funded in a sustainable manner? Can the applicant pay a portion of the building rent, insurance, or maintenance of the base building systems? And if there are several subtenants, have they demonstrated an ability to work in a cooperative manner? My preference on this, just from a strictly city management point of view, would have been to have an open proposal call, because I suspect that if we did, we could have a whole number of agencies down here explaining the other good works that are done there and ways they could utilize this space and take advantage of the location, the synergies, the air, the light, the proximity to whatever. And I know that we started this project by wanting to buy the building to put a bank in there. And that was the original premise, that the city committed the money. The bank's long gone, and then we had the Bob organization in there, and it was our next best thing, and it's long gone. So we're kind of just backing into from one use to another, and I fully respect and admire the cases that have been made today of the good work that these agencies do. But I don't know that we should just give someone a building because they happen to be living there when we don't know who else might want it, who else might be able to make better use of it. And we don't know, or we didn't know until now, quite recently, the performance of the organizations in there. Now, I'm convinced that if the organizations are doing as good work as they say they're doing, and they're able to, and they're still doing it 2 years from now. Like 5 years from now is a long time. A lot of things can happen. Look what's happened in that building in the last 2 years. And I think 5 years is too long a commitment without some kind of refresher due diligence that would be built in. I also think that given the criteria that were outlined, there would be a pretty big head start for the agencies that are in there now, because of particularly the concern about synergies and working together. And if they are still working together at that time, and it is difficult to find other agencies that fit with a number of uses, then I think it would be a natural that they would get it back. But we would at least have the opportunity for some valuation before the renewal of the lease, and there would be some stability in the short term, and some possibility for rethinking the uses if indeed there have been changes in the meantime. And so that's what I would like to say. And go ahead. Yeah, I think that the main goal is we should be determining the best use of that building to achieve all those goals. And right now, it does sound like these organizations do fit that bill, but I don't know what might happen in the years 3, 4, and 5, where we might want another chance to look at other better users.
Thank you, Councillor Loudner. Councillor Louis.
When Council first approved of this in 2004, there was a joint agreement with the federal government for a renovation of the facility, was there not? And it was specific application to Blade Runners and Access, was it not?
Blade Runners and Access were tenants in the building, but it was really for employment and economic development initiatives, but they were part of the original agreement. Yeah.
And so that agreement that was negotiated at the time with senior levels of government, doesn't that preclude, or is there some language in there that requires us to maintain that arrangement for a period of time for that employment agency arrangement?
There is not a legal requirement. The governments have said that the senior governments have said they've met their part of the bargain. They're asking us to meet our part. In 2 years, the groups will have been there for a number of years. It'll be up to the council. It's really a council decision about who the tenants should be in the building.
So in 2 years' time, we will have met our requirement or met our...
There's no legal... because we were working together under the Vancouver Agreement, we pulled together the agreement. They didn't put as a written requirement of the funding that we had to continue the use. They helped us renovate the building, but there was a general agreement that we would use that building for employment or economic development purposes.
Now, how much money did we spend on the renovations?
The building cost us $850,000, and the renovation costs were the city put in $70,000, but the senior governments put in $1.1 million.
And the timing. Maybe I just asked the question. What's your opinion of a 2-year time frame? It seems that we'd put the organizations into a place of, it's not short. Well, it's not 1 year, which is typically, a phase of where you'd be scrambling, trying to find a new facility just in case, because you want stability as an organization. But certainly it's not the 5 years that was originally recommended either. So what's your opinion on the 2-year time frame?
I think the staff recommendation was for 5 to offer that level of stability. The 2-year period at a proposal call will at least provide the stability, particularly in this period leading up to the Olympics, because these organizations are also part of the inclusive Olympic commitments that we've made in terms of job supports. I think Tricia is stepping up and would like to say something about the staffing issue.
I would like to comment on the 2 years specifically, because I think if we're talking sort of 2 years from now, we will be right in the immediate sort of, I think, will we have had the Paralympics yet? So for us to run an RFP to be able to report out at the 2-year period will be difficult. If we were to have to sort of start an RFP process now, exactly 2 years from now, that might be viable. But I think the 6 months before the Olympics are going to be times when I think you're going to want your staff to be doing many, many, many things, and this probably wouldn't be one of them. That would be a high priority.
Given those comments, I'm not in favor of the 2-year time frame. And so it seems that staff were to report back later this year on the nonprofit capital asset management review anyways, right? And would that not be covered in terms of our overall facilities? Would this be encapsulated in that?
That wouldn't specifically be encapsulated. It's more the bricks and mortar and the maintenance thereof.
Okay. Well, I'm not in favor of the 2 years. I'd rather give it a little more stability than that. Let's try for 4. I'll make an amendment for the 2 to 4. If Councillor Ladner thinks that 5 years is too long, I want to give the maximum security and stability And if 5 years is too long, I'll move the amendment for 4.
I didn't open an amendment queue for the 2 years. Do I need to open an amendment queue for the 4? Okay, thank you, Councillor Deal.
Thanks very much. Well, I was going to point out the Olympic timing and just say that it's going to be an extremely volatile and busy time, and that it'd be the wrong time to do this. But I had a question for the agency reps that are here. How many years have you been in existence as organizations? I know it's 13, I think, for Blade Runners.
I can speak for TradeWorks and let somebody else speak for Access. We've been in existence since 1994, incorporated since that time, and we've had consistent occupancy in these premises in the bank premises at Main and Hastings since 2003.
Okay.
We've been a consistent tenant over time. And if I can add a thought here.
I was going to ask a follow-up question, so you're probably going to go ahead.
The 2-year frame seems a little tight, especially if you want to give us an opportunity to vacate, if that's the onus on us to vacate to turn over to somebody else. So it does seem very tight.
We're actually
just from an
to 4 years.
operational standpoint.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We're just speaking to
and the other agencies, can you
4
just give me an indication of how long you've been in existence as agencies? 10 years, and that's 13, I think, for Blade Runners. All right, these are not fly-by-night organizations. These are well-established organizations that have over a decade of experience each. And to say that we're afraid they're just going to up and disappear is, to me, not acknowledging their history. I would have preferred the 5, but I will certainly, in lieu of that, support Councillor Louis' amendment to 4, because it takes a lot of effort to move. It takes a lot of effort to fill out grant applications. It takes a lot of effort to get your clientele acclimated to your new location. And I think that these are organizations that we've already heard are going 24/7. They're flat out, and that we don't need to pile extra work on them when they've got incredibly well-proven track records.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor Cadman to the 4 years.
Well, I want to be clear that I support the 5 years, but that's what I would like. But if I have to back up to 4, I will do that reluctantly. But the notion of saying 2 years to basically say the Paralympics are over, move. What Olympic spirit. What Olympic spirit. You've heard what this is doing in terms of a turnaround for people in that neighborhood. Getting them employment, getting them feeling their self-worth. Surely this is something that we should do and sustain. To basically put these people in a situation where they don't know about their longevity in a 2-year framework, much less a 4-year framework, I think is really not the way we want to go. These are the very programs that we want to support. You heard how important it is for this location, for these particular groups, to basically say, well, you know, maybe there's something else that we could put in there. You've heard from your real estate department that the most that this would garner in the way of rent is about $54,000. Well, I think that's highly speculative. I can't think of a business that's going to move in there and see its future in that particular facility. But even if there is one that's prepared to, I think the non-value value that these organizations are providing for us is absolutely essential to dealing with the problems in the downtown east side with people who are the hardest to employ and who are the hardest to build their lives. Don't be mean and cruel. Give these people a long lease. Give them a chance to be in place in their community, to do the good work that they're doing, to provide the jobs that will give people back their dignity. This is just a petty change and has no basis in good, sound policy at this council. And you wouldn't do it to any other organization. You wouldn't do it to any of our cultural facilities. You wouldn't say, come on back and show us that you're the best facility to be in our facility. You wouldn't do it. You simply wouldn't do it. And so to do it with these people is simply to say, These people are people who are working with the down and out, and we can kick them. No, it's mean, it's cruel. Give them a 5-year lease.
Okay, we're actually speaking to the 4-year amendment. Councillor Ladner.
I'm in favor of a 3-year amendment. I'm not a 3-year term. I'm not in favor of a 4-year term, and I'll tell you why. We do, in fact, scrutinize all our other grants every 2 years. It used to be every 1 year, and we put it up to every 2 years this year.
Sorry, Councillor Ladner. I think we have to defeat this one because the original motion was 5 years. Your amendment was 2 years. We're on the amendment to the amendment, which is 4 years.
I know.
Okay.
And I'm saying I think 4 years is too long because every other grant we give that I'm aware of, we scrutinize every 2 years. So by saying 5 years or 4 years, we're saying we're going to give these organizations a $400,000 grant, and nobody's going to look at it for 4 years. And I don't think that's good management. And I think, to Councillor Cadman's point that somebody will come along and pay $50,000, no. The criteria are very clear here. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be doing all the things that these organizations are doing. And if they continue to do them and do them well, there should be no issue. But things change. Organizations change. They may have been around for 12 or 15 years, but the uses in that building have changed a lot in the last few years. And so I don't think it's in any way, I think it's just simply good management. And if the groups are doing the good work and the results are there, there will be no issue. And in the meantime, I think the taxpayers deserve, if we're going to be handing out hundreds of thousands of dollars, that we have some kind of grip on where it's going and that it's still being spent well. So I'm speaking against the 4-year term, and I hate to quibble over 3, 4, 5, 2, or whatever, but I do think there's a point of principle here that we shouldn't be giving away money for long terms without some way of having a look at how it's being spent.
Thank you. Councillor Anton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the...
Sorry, just a second. Sorry, Mr. Yeltsin, did you want to say something on that?
Maybe more for City Manager of Finance, but my understanding is that for we've shifted the way that we give out that we lease capital assets, so that we're making it more explicit the city contribution. But in terms of neighborhood houses or cultural facilities, that's usually given for a lease period, and the subsidy up to now has just been implicit, the annual subsidy, so that there is a bit of a change. I think some of that will be addressed in the review, but just to know that there are a lot of buildings that 85 capital assets. We don't come back to review each of those assets every couple of years as to whether the organizations within them should remain or not.
So back to Councillor Ladner.
To say that, will that study on the use of our assets look at that question? And does somebody gets a lease in one of our buildings and that's it for the rest of the time? They just keep leasing it? $1 a year lease?
No, I would say that the lease aspect is different from the programming department's consideration of the individual agency that's using the space and the requirements around that. The programming department should really speak to that aspect of it. That isn't necessarily tied to the lease terms that we would give, and it's specifically as it relates to the non-capital asset review program. Again, that's more the maintenance of the facilities.
Well, I guess this gets into a big debate about how, I don't know what kind of scrutiny we have over people who use other of our facilities, but we don't have any control over. These are sort of contracted users of our space rather than I would see a neighborhood house as being something different, but maybe I don't understand this properly.
Just to remind you that we bring it back to you through the Director of Real Estate approval of all leases as they come up. I think what you're asking for is you want a bigger picture of what are the lease facilities, who are they to, and on what basis are we leasing them. I think I hear you asking a bigger question, but every lease that we do in the city comes to council when it's, after the terms of the lease agreement for either renewal or we seek out a new tenant. And you as council approve those almost at every council meeting that we have in camera.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Councillor Ladner, you are now out of time. Councillor Anton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to refer to a couple of things, there was a comment that I think Councillor Ladner and I were inferring that these organizations would up and disappear. Neither of us said that, and I don't believe either of us intended to say that, so that's simply making things up. Also, that whether or not we want to support these programs, again, that was concocted. Of course, we want to support these programs. The question is this the right use of this building? And that's the question that I have, and that's the question I'm really struggling with. For example, we had the artists in here the other day begging for artist studio space in that neighborhood, and how do we? I'm having a really hard time judging whether or not these agencies, which can get a rental piece, should be in a different building, and artist studios or some for-profit enterprise should be in this very prominent location at Main and Hastings. What is the best economic package that can be put together for that neighborhood? And that's really what I'm questioning, and that's where I'm having trouble. I'd just like to observe that really the issue that we're debating here is not 3, 4, or 5 years. The issue is that the proposed terms of this lease were a 5-year renewal. So in fact, what was being proposed in...
Are we not on to an amendment of 4 years?
Yes, that's all on the same thing.
No, it's not. You don't pull everything in.
Okay.
There to say that it's all part of the argument.
Okay, I'm definitely on the 4-year piece right now. You'll be glad to know. The question here really is that the original proposal on page Appendix A talks about a term of lease will be for 5 years with an option to renew. So in fact, what we were proposing, if we just went with A, B, and C, is a 10-year lease that would not come back to us for 10 years. So the proposal 3, 4, or 5 years is quite a bit different than the 10 years. And that's really the point here, which is that it's the renewal term. It's locking ourselves in for a very long period of time. And so I'm, to tell you the truth, whether it's 4 years or 3 years, it doesn't really matter too much. What I want to do is have this facilities review, and I'm not going to try and pin it down on paper today, but I really would like us to have a better look at what kind of space do we give away as a city and for what purposes, and that's another question for another day. So on the term, I'm not sure where we are. We're on the 4 years right now, Madam Chair. Okay. I think I'll just hear what the others have to say, and I'll decide how I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I'm actually not in favor of 4 years or 3 years or 2 years. I think that 5 years is appropriate for all the reasons that we've already articulated. I have a little bit of a problem now as to whether to vote for the 4 years, and I don't really want it. I want the 5 years as originally stated. So I hope my colleague doesn't mind if I vote against his amendment. But I'm amazed that Councillor Ladner, who put forward 2 years, now is putting forward 3 years. No explanation, just decided he liked 3 years because maybe 2 years is sounding like it wouldn't go over or something. I mean, it's pretty clear that, in my way of thinking, that this is the best use now for this, and I think that we should be at 5 years. And so I will vote against the 4-year amendment, and hopefully we'll get back to 5.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Louis.
Unless, of course, Councillor Stevenson hears a compelling argument that he might want to vote for the 4 years, because he always has an open mind. Which I hope all of Council does. And I'd like to actually hear some arguments and some discussion from the rest of the councillors that haven't spoken on the issue. My preference, obviously, is for the 5 years. Staff have recommended it with the option for renewal for additional 5 years. And I think the reason, perhaps it's most appropriate to hear from staff on why, but I think it was to provide the stability necessary. And it's not something new. We do, as the city manager said, have a number of leases out at reduced rates that is reviewed and brought back for council for confirmation that we in fact do want to increase or renew their occupancy. The Rowing Club, Stanley Park, is an example where we provide a grant, and there's some benefit because it provides some service to sports groups there. And it's a longer-term lease, and it's significantly reduced in terms of price from the market, and it's longer term. Now, I do understand what Councillor Anton's speaking of, is that I think she wants to get a sense of what is out there and what's possible. And I can understand the the reason for that, where you would want to understand that you get value for the asset and make a choice of all the different options that are out there, because maybe there's something that we could be doing slightly different and serving the city better. But the issue that I take issue with Councillor Anton, wait for it, is that she said the best economic return. And that's what I take issue with, because some of the work that's being done by these organizations you cannot measure in pure economic terms. People's lives, when we hear the gentleman coming down from wherever he came from and changing his life and going down a different path, you cannot measure that in pure economic terms. And that's why I moved the motion for the 5-year time frame. It seems that there is some resistance to the 5 years, and it was reduced to 2. Now I'm hearing perhaps 3 is appropriate. But the other councillors sitting around this chambers haven't said a word in terms of what they would favor. I would absolutely favor going back to the 5 years, and in fact would withdraw it, my 4-year, if in fact it was possible. And I hear from the other councillors that 5 years is what they would want. But I've only heard from a limited number of councillors, not the majority of councillors, and I think rather than going down a path that perhaps would leave us perhaps with even less years, at least put council on record of the 4 years, which I think is not as good as 5, but certainly an improvement over 2, and we'll wait and see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. Councillor Chow.
Madam Chair, I also agree with Councillor Stevenson that I think 5 years is adequate and is normal in that kind of situation. I wish things would turn around at that corner in 5 years, but I mean, if you look at what's happening on Pender Street in Chinatown, there are at least 6 or 7 vacant stores there, and I think it's going to take a lot of effort from the community and so the City of Vancouver as well to turn this thing around. So I think 5 years is reasonable. And I would also like to ask staff regarding your Appendix A, item 2 says terms of lease is 5 year and option to renew. Now item 9 says either party shall be permitted to terminate the lease on giving the other party 6 months. So what does that mean? Is there some kind of compensation involved if you were to exercise that item?
The reason for that was in case it was determined that that would be a development site, or if the agencies decided that they needed to be elsewhere.
So that's basically an escape clause. Okay. So I think there is some provision for changes. I mean, if the property from $900,000 gone up to 1.7, and if in 3 years it's gone up to $5 million, then the city could certainly flip it and realize a lot of profit, and I'm sure they would have a lot of money to pay off Access and all the other people and tell them to go their merry way. But I think that's a bit optimistic, so I would still stick with 5 years.
Thank you, Councillor Chow. Council, I just want to do a quick check-in with everybody. We've got 45 minutes till we have to take our 6 o'clock break, and we've got 2 more items to deal with. So just in terms of the 4, 3, 2, or 5, we're on 4 right now. Councillor Deal.
Well, exactly, and why Councillor Ladner seems so bent on giving them the minimum possible time is confounding to me. This is a staff recommendation for 5. We've heard from the city manager and from staff that this is not uncommon in lease circumstances. We've heard from the neighborhood, the people who work and support these agencies and use these agencies, that this is what they want in their neighborhood. This is the best return that they're going to get for the use of this building. This is what is not only going to give people work, but it's going to send someone back to their community to try to become chief, to clean up things because of this facility. Why are we so petty and trying so hard to squeeze another couple of months rollback on this thing? Why don't we accept the city's recommendation, city manager's recommendation, our staff's recommendation?
Can you speak to 4 years?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I vote against that as a, because I want 5 or not.
You may want to go back in the queue then.
But, oh, come on. And I think it's shameful. I think it's absolutely shameful that Councillor Ladner and potentially Councillor Anton are doing everything they can to give these organizations the minimum time they think they can get away with. I think we go with the staff recommendation, we give them their 5 years, we have the escape clause, should anything untoward happen, and we respect the community. We respect these organizations who have done so much for that community and for the city as a result. The economic byproducts of this are huge. If you can't look at people, if you have to look at dollar signs first, they're huge here. They're absolutely huge. It's not just the jobs. It is all the fallout from that and the benefits to the community. So, yeah, I think I may have to go against the 4 because I also agree that 5 was the recommendation, and it was not a random choice. It was the recommendation of staff for a reason. And I think that the NPA is showing a really frightening side of themselves here with their every effort to make this the minimum time possible.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor Hanson.
On the economic question, it's really the question of what is the best economic result for the neighborhood. It's not the best economic return on the building. It's how do we serve economic development the best in the neighborhood. That's the issue. And the second thing is that respecting the community and respecting the community. Well, not everybody in the community agrees. I think that's part of the issue, which is that both the Strathcona BIA and the Strathcona residents group both don't agree, as a matter of fact, although they're not here today to say so. We've had communications with both of them saying that they don't agree. So I'm not sure it's quite as straightforward as Councillor Deal is implying. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, what are you doing with the 4 years?
We'll just wait till we're going to vote.
Thank you, Councillor Anton. Councillor Ladner.
Well, the reason that I would like to have a 3-year deal, and I'll go to 3 years under the I wasn't thinking about the Olympics, but it's a good point, and that we shouldn't be interfering with the staff time and everybody else's time around the Olympics. But just to remind Council, the staff is not recommending this. The staff is putting this forward as a consideration. They're asking us to consider it. I'm reading right off the report here.
They did recommend it. It's come back as consideration.
Councillor Ladner has the floor. If anybody wants
we
to
are looking at
engage
a
in this,
consideration here. So that's what I'm asking. That's what there's a whole series of possible considerations. Second thing is that this is a site that's in flux. We talked about the bank being in there at one time. Bob was supposed to be the place that was going to be in there, and they're not in there anymore. All of a sudden, a few months ago, they left. So things are changing here. Uses are changing. This is a new group of tenants. This is not the original group that we signed on with, nor the second group we signed on with. There were some there, but the head lease was with Bob. Am I correct?
We didn't. The intent originally was the intent until Bob moved out was to have a head lease with Bob. But ACE and Pathways have been in the building from the beginning.
Yeah, but Bob was the main. We were hoping that Bob would take the head lease. They declined to take the head lease, and then they moved out. So things are changing. There have been changes here, and to lock this thing in for a long-term lease denies the fact that this neighborhood is changing. That the Woodwards building is coming in. This whole scene is going to be changing. I would like to see the day we don't have to have employment services for down and out people there, because people will not be down and out in that neighborhood. They'll be on their feet and there won't be these problems. Maybe I'm being wishful about that, but it's good to actually think about that sometimes, that we don't have to necessarily be institutionalizing people in desperate situations, and hopefully there'll not be people in those desperate situations at some point. It's the staff who's talking to us about redevelopment potential. I never brought that up, but it's constantly being referred to, that we should be thinking about this as some kind of a real estate play. That's not my idea, but I think that we have only just recently heard about the artist co-ops and the visioning in the neighborhood that says we want to see this place as an arts and culture precinct, and maybe there's a role for some arts and culture component in this thing in the next few years. So with all of that, you can accuse me of being mean-spirited or whatever, but I'm trying to be practical here, and I'm trying to be responsible to the city taxpayers, and I'm trying to look at the best use. As Councillor Anton says, the whole purpose of this, right back to the Vancouver Agreement, was to come up with the best use for the economic revitalization of that neighborhood and that part of the city. And I just think that we should leave ourselves open, and I don't think this is putting an undue load on those organizations. As I said, 3 years, they'll have lots of chances for proving that they're continuing to do good work. The conditions that are laid out on page 12 are such that it would be very difficult for anybody else to come in there. And yet it would still be giving us an opportunity to check in and make sure things are going well. So I'm not voting for the 4.
Thank you, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, all of a sudden, Councillor Ladner is going to be responsible to the taxpayers of Vancouver. We've had, about a 20% raise in property taxes in the last 3 years. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to be responsible with this one group.
Okay, you're straying
in the
a little bit.
downtown east side. There seemed to be a lot of latitude. However, I'm wondering if I could ask the clerk, can I make, I'm sorry, I'm not sure on this. I know that Councillor Louis would be absolutely sure. Can I make an amendment to the 4 to go back to the 5? No.
We have the main motion on the floor, the amendment, and then we have an amendment to the amendment, and that's it.
Well, that makes it, you see, I'm really concerned that we might win on the 4 on this. Maybe we might eke out 4, and Councillor Ladner's compelling, or Councillor Louis' compelling arguments for 4 have really been riveting, and I'm really, now I know why you're a mayoralty candidate. I'm not, as a result of that argument. But so I'm bending to go with you, Councillor Louis, on 4, just with the hope that we might have others go to 4 rather than 5. So I see you're in the queue, and if you tip your hat to, you do think that we could pick up a few more and stay with 4, I'd be inclined to go with you. Otherwise, I'm voting against you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Before we go to Councillor Louis, I'll insert myself. Councillor Louis had asked for indication from councillors what position that they would take. I would support the 4 years. Over to you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, because Councillor Stevenson did say tip your hat, and it actually requires quite a large tipping, because this is a grant and requires 8 votes in order for this to pass. And so for the ones that haven't tipped their hat, what they would support, maybe this is the time for you to speak up so that we would know whether you're favoring of a 3 or a 4. We're just being academic at this point in time, because obviously my preference is for 5 years. But if there's a possibility of going longer than 3, which is what Councillor Ladner's indicating, then I would accept that as a compromise. But I just, so if there's, I'll say the names, Councillor Ball, Councillor Lee, Your Worship, perhaps we can get some indication of where you're standing, and we can, maybe get along and let people know. But I just want to make one comment, because Councillor Ladner did say that this is a consideration, and he is correct. In this report, it is a consideration. But in July of 2007, this is on page 5, top of the page, July 2007, Council received a report recommending the city enter into a head lease with access. So it does say it right there. It's just that in this instance, in this report on the front page, it is a result of this being sent back a number of times and asked a number of questions. It's now a consideration because staff aren't sure what council's will is, and obviously we're not sure to this moment how council will vote on this. I'm inclined to still stay with the 4. I'm getting at least the chair's indication that 4 would seem to be okay. It requires 8 votes, and if people don't support 4, well, then I guess that's where we'll go. And we have to be careful, because if we vote against the 3 that might come, then where do we go? So be careful what this game of roulette that we're playing.
Thank you, Councillor Louis, and maybe I can speak briefly to why I'm supporting the 4 years. Listening to people's comments, it's been very helpful, and I hear the concerns, and I think that they are valid, but at the same time, I hear the commitment to this program and to the service that's being provided in terms of economic development. The piece that gives me a lot of comfort is the 9-month out clause, so that if the circumstances change, either in terms of the neighbourhood or in terms of the need for the service, every volunteer organization I know hopes that one day they won't won't need to provide service because they've completed and satisfied their mission, and that would be wonderful if that were the case here too. Similarly, in terms of the redevelopment potential, should again the circumstances change, either party can issue the 9-month out clause, and so I think that we do have adequate protection as a city, and for that reason I'm supporting the 4 years. Councillor Cadman, hopefully the final word, and then we can vote. Well,
now that I've heard at least the chair is going to support the 4 years, I am going to support the 4 years, and I'm assuming that's 4 years and 4 years renewable. Hopefully that will get it through, passed by this council, and then we'll get it into the council portion where we need the 8 votes, and we'll then see just how mean-spirited people are.
Now, name-calling's not going to get you anywhere. Councillor Anton.
Just to be clear, I think I don't know that renewal clause is in what we're voting on. It's just simply a 4-year term period.
Madam Clerk, can you clarify for us, is the renewal clause in the 4-year period?
If I can help you, Madam Chair, the renewal clause is in the proposed lease provisions.
I'm just trying to recall whose amendment it was.
A. And I think that they would be encompassed, the renewal would be encompassed in Councillor Louis' original motion, but they would not be in Councillor Ladner's amendment, nor the amendment to the amendment. So there is no renewal clause on the floor at the moment.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. On the amendment to the amendment, Councillor Louis, 4 years. All in favour? Can I get you to hit your mic, please? Thank you.
The 4 years, I'm assuming that it's under A, B, and C, that under Appendix A, the 4 years the term within Appendix A would change to 4 years, and the wording with an option to renew remains. It's just the 4 years changing from 5 years to 4 years. That's what my amendment is for. That's what my amendment, you can shake your head, Councillor Anton, but that's my amendment. So yeah, and you can still vote against it, but that's what my amendment is for, so that it gives us an option to renew.
Okay, just to be clear, what was originally moved was A, B, and C. Then it was amended to have the language changed to 2 years with the renewal based on criteria on page 12. There was no mention to B, which addresses Appendix A. And then Councillor Louis moved to change the 2 years to 4 years.
Strike and replace.
Which would not address B, which would mean actually that it would be 5 years.
No.
It would be 4 years with 5 years in
4 years in the A.
Right.
But
in B it refers to Appendix A.
Which is
5 years.
Which is 5 years, which I'm saying, I'm clarifying now, my intention is to change that to 4 years with a renewal option as well, so that it's consistent both on A and B.
Okay, because that wasn't moved.
That's the intention of changing it from the terms.
Do I need to ask consent for council to do that?
Yes. Maybe just
can I have the consent from council that is okay, that's what Councillor Louis intended?
Well, that's...
So then
that's what my intention is, the words,
okay.
and I'm telling you what my intention is. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go to Councillor Anton.
Councillor Ladner's motion does not include the renewal, and Councillor Louis' amendment was silent on a renewal, so I do not believe that the renewal is on the floor.
Okay, he's actually, Councillor Louis has indicated his intent.
Councillor Louis didn't even know about the renewal until I flagged it.
Councillor Louis indicated his intent, and council
that it was there.
Was offered to accept this on consent. I mean, we can vote to not accept that as a council. However, he's indicated what he wanted to put forward. So if you want to challenge the issue, then I will put it to a vote on whether we accept Councillor Louis' intent of amendment to the amendment. Okay, so Councillor Anton is wanting to challenge whether it's on consent. So do we agree to accept the explanation as Councillor Louis provided on consent? All in favour? It's in Appendix A. Appendix A is page 1 of 1, and it talks about the 5-year renewal, but Councillor Louis explained that he wanted it to be consistent with the 4-year in the Appendix A.
And A in the front, and Appendix A on number 2.
Okay, all opposed to accepting Councillor Louise. Councillor Anton and Ladner are opposed. It fails. Oh, and Sullivan, sorry, it fails. Okay. Councillor Anton, did you have anything further? Do you have anything further?
We are really tied up now, Madam Chair, because that... Okay, then I'm going to have to ask for separation of Councillor Louis' amendment.
Okay.
On A, B, or C?
Separation is between the 4-year term and the 4-year renewal.
So that would be B that you're asking for separation for, because B is where it makes reference to Appendix A. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Councillor Louis.
It is getting complicated, and I understand what Councillor Anton is opposing, which is the extra renewal option under Appendix A, but I think it is important that we include it. I would suggest, Madam Chair, that we vote on that one component first and see where it's at. So we're not voting against B as a whole, which it refers to, and then we can reverse it after that, go back up the line after that, just so that we give Councillor Anton the opportunity to vote against that one component of the renewal option. We can probably separate that out.
Okay, thank you. So on B, we're just breaking out the line where it says the surface is outlined in A, because in fact there is still the 32,000 to be added.
So
more discussion. Okay, Councillor Ladner, go ahead.
We're also apparently Councillor Anton insisted in the chair. So now my intention has been accepted. We're voting on Appendix A2.
We're going over to Councillor Cadman.
Well, I thought when the intention that Councillor Anton asked for was clarified, with the exception of Councillor Anton and Councillor Sullivan and Councillor Ladner voting against it, we're now clear that what we're now voting on is his amendment, which is 4 years with a 4-year renewal. So I don't know why we're not simply voting on that.
Councillor Anton has asked to sever, and she wants to break out the piece on Appendix A that speaks to the 4 years. So we're severing essentially, but we're severing B in half.
Well, hang on. How do you sever B in half? I mean, I understand that you can sever A from B, but when you begin to parse the subclauses, then I don't think that quite works. You can't do that.
I think you can, because there are 2 items being addressed in B, so it's almost like a B1 and a B2, and so that's what's being put forward or proposed. Okay, Councillor Cadman?
Well, it's not okay, no, because I thought having lost the attempt to challenge the clarification, and the clarification was 4 years with 4 years. And now what you're doing is saying, well, we'll give you a second kick at the can.
No, sorry, Councillor Cadman. The reason that you can do that is Part B has 2 significantly different components. There's the 32,000 to be added to the building services, so there's a financial component that is separate from the appendix. And so you can't vote down B without having 32,000 taken away as well. And the 32,000 is not related to Appendix A, which talks to the additional 4 years.
Well, I understand what B contains.
Yeah.
But, I mean, surely nobody's going to turn down B, because then the building won't be inhabitable. You know, the kinds of
That's why you have to separate the 2. Because if you don't want to support the additional 4 years, you do want to support the 32,000, you break it in 2. Councillor Anton.
The renewal term is inconsistent with Councillor Ladner's amendment, which talks about which talks about the renewal for nonprofits based on the language on page 12. In other words, Councillor Ladner's original amendment overrides the term in Appendix A talking about a renewal.
Sorry, Councillor Anton, we've already moved on from that one. We accepted.
No, but Madam Chair, I don't know that you can because it's inconsistent. It's logically inconsistent. If Councillor Ladner's...
Councillor Louis' amendment included that, and we voted to accept that that was his intent and that was the language that he put forward.
Okay, all right. Just vote against it.
Okay, Councillor Louis.
Well, I think you've done a good job chairing, and we'll just vote.
Okay, all in favor.
Clear what we are voting.
First of all, first we're voting on A, then we're going to vote on B. I'm going to call it B1, which is the 32,000. Then we're going to vote on B2, and then we're going to vote on C. Okay?
Are we voting on the amendment to the amendment first?
Yes, the 4 years.
Okay. So then, so that would be the changing the 2 years to 4 years.
That's correct.
Okay.
No, Madam Chair, I might suggest that we work from the longest term first, which is the 4 years plus 4 years, and see whether or not Council has the appetite for that. I see the City Manager nodding her head. And then, if that is approved, then we just go through the rest of it. If it's not, then we go to the straight 4 years with no extension, which I think is what Councillor Anton might be in favor of, because she's not in favor of the extra 4 years extension, and that's what she's arguing for. So let's vote for the 4 years for B2, 4 years first, and then vote for the B, I guess, or the A, yes, which is the 4 years.
Okay, is everybody...
Explain, I wasn't getting there. Councillor Ladner's amendment, which remains intact. Councillor Louis didn't change it. Sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair. Let me finish my sentence, please. Councillor Ladner's amendment precludes a renewal. No, let me finish, please.
Councillor Deal has called a point of order. What is your point of order? Okay, actually that's not a point of order, but you know what? I'm going to allow Councillor Anton. I agree that we are covering old ground, but I think that this is an important vote, and so I think it's important that councillors have full understanding of what they're raising their hand for. So I'm going to let Councillor Anton continue.
When Madam Clerk tries to unravel this, it'll be very tricky because Councillor Ladner's amendment, which remains on the floor, wasn't part of... Yes, it does. It does, because Councillor Louis accepted it. All he did was change the 2 to a 4. There was a bullet point at the end of Councillor Ladner's A, which says renewal for various purposes, etc. And that was not taken out by Councillor Louis, so that remains there.
Right, but then we voted on that. We voted on the fact that Councillor Louis addressed the intention. Did
Councillor Louis want to strike that bullet point of Councillor Ladner's then?
He changed it so that what we were voting for was 4 and 4. And we voted on that.
Madam Clerk is not going to be able to unravel this one because there's a logical...
Are you okay with that, Madam Clerk? You with me?
We could go through it carefully here. I'm still sort of trying to grasp how we're going to go through the...
Okay.
As long as we're going first from the amendment to the amendment.
We're on the amendment to the amendment, and what I understand is being proposed is that we vote on what I'm calling B2. Item B has been amended to address Appendix A so that it says 4 years instead of 5 years. That's B2. So we're going to vote on B2. Then we're going to vote on A, which is changing the 2 years that was in the amendment to 4 years and the language otherwise as put forward. Then we're going to vote on B1 and C. Is that clear with everybody? Is everybody happy now?
I'm going to stop arguing, but it doesn't work. I'll just tell you.
Madam Clerk, does that work for you?
Okay, so first off... Okay, my understanding is that we are now going to vote on B, but it's being identified as B2 in order to amend Appendix A to reflect that it is 4 years instead of 5. Is that correct? Yep. So that's the first section. We're going to vote on that. And then we're going to then return to voting on A to strike out 2 and replace it with 4.
Madam Clerk's okay with it. Okay, everybody's happy. All in favor of B2? Opposed?
For your renewal?
Yes. Opposed are Councillors Anton, Mayor Sullivan.
Your renewal.
Passes. Okay. Now we're going to go to A. All in favor of A. A is the amendment that speaks to the 4 years. All in favor.
Instead of 2, it says 4.
Opposed.
So it's strike.
Opposed is Councillor Anton. Okay. All in favor of B1, which is the $32,000 to be added to building services. Opposed. Sorry, can I see opposed again? Okay, everybody's good with that one. It carries. And item C, all in favor. Any opposed? Phew. All righty. I don't think we need to do anything else on this
Madam Chair.
item. Councillor Anton.
What has happened to Councillor Ladner's bullet point about the other nonprofits being available to have an interest in this after 4 years?
It was
We never voted on that, and it was never struck.
That's the piece about the renewal based on criteria on page 12?
Yes.
I'm not clear if he had that as part of his amendment.
It was not a strike and replace. It was a strike and replace
There was
of words.
there was nothing in there in the language that I don't think that was part of where we went with the amendment to the amendment. So it's gone. Okay.
It'll be reviewed, Peter, at the end of the 4 years.
Okay, thank you everybody who was so patient for item number 3, which is the raised balcony sills in Southeast Falls Creek. I have a feeling this one's going to be a bit easier.
We hope you're right.
Mr. Will Johnston, Chief Building Official. Where are you? There you are.
So am I, but for other reasons. Councillor Anton's too angry to vote on Southeast Falls Creek, so we can't leave. You can't leave. We're quorum.
I'm on my way out of here.
We're quorum.
Oh, I don't care. I need to get a break, like Suzanne. I'm sorry.
My guys are waiting. Oh, here you go.
Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. I was wondering what I might do is
Councillor Stevenson, can we have order, please? Thank you.
What I'd like to do is just give you a little bit of background information first around this whole issue, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can we get the door shut? Can you shut the door? Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just start with some background information. This is an issue that we are sympathetic to, and we are concerned about it. And we have been working on this issue for the last year and a half as to what to do around making balconies in apartment buildings accessible. A couple of years ago back, what we did is we changed our building bylaws such that as far as level thresholds go, all apartments at this point in time do require level thresholds with the exception of the balcony. And the reason why we didn't go to the balcony at this point was industry has serious concerns about going to the balcony, and those concerns relate to water ingress into the building. So what we have done is we have engaged a consultant. The consultant has given us a report as to how this could be achieved, like how we could make balconies accessible, and we are working through this at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Deal, do you have a question?
I do. I mean, 999 Seymour was just approved by this council, and it has the flush balcony transition, and CMHC has the envelope issue addressed in their website about balcony design.
Right.
And like I say, we can argue about whether the CMHC one is one you're confident on or not, but we have a significant developer, putting them in a high-rise as we speak. So I'm confused about us still being worried about that.
The issue more is around cost. It is possible. The information we have at this point, the consultant does show that it is possible to do it, but there are costs around it, and that's what we need to go work through before we actually change our building bylaw to require that in all buildings.
So all right. So you're talking about the bylaw. Well, I certainly will be looking for that change to come forward to us. But in the meantime, In the meantime, I'll be waiting for the speakers because they're going to tell us why this is such an important issue in our iconic Southeast Falls Creek.
Right.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions for you, so we'll go to our first speaker, Craig Langston, Co-Vice Chair, Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. I was getting a little worried whether I was going to have supper tonight or tomorrow morning. Madam Chair, Your Worship, and Honourable Councillors, I do want to encourage you to proceed with the recommendations of the Access and Inclusion Committee to commit to the flush transition between the suites and balconies. And this is mainly because I want to focus on a much larger issue, which is what I would call aging in place housing. It is important to understand that flush transition from suites to balconies is more than just a wheelchair access to balconies issue. For every wheelchair user out there, there are approximately 2,000 grandmothers with exactly the same needs in home design. Raised thresholds are not just barriers, they are tripping hazards. Seniors have the most accidents in the homes, and second to them are children. So these thresholds are more about preventing accidents and falling in homes than it is about access. I want to draw your attention to some statistics from the provincial healthcare website. 90% of all accidents happen in the home. 8 out of 10 children in children's hospitals are there because they've had an accident in a home that was preventable. 11% of ambulance calls were to deal with accidents in the home. 20% of seniors who broke their hip died within a year of the accident, and 50% ended up in long-term care subsequent to a fall. And what I find most startling, over the last 10 years, almost 8,000 seniors have died as a direct result of a falling accident. I find this very significant, and because that translates to about 800 annually. We must slow down this trend. As we all know, the graying population is coming closer and closer. And all housing needs to integrate aging in place strategies and designs to meet the changing needs of our community. As Councillor Deal has stated, there are buildings already in Vancouver who have already incorporated the flush transition, and new ones are currently being built. So I encourage you to utilize this opportunity with this development to further barrier-free living with the flush transition from suites to balconies. And further, I urge this council to stay committed to universal designs for both inside and outside of the Southeast Falls Creek development. For I see this to be, I see the Southeast Falls Creek being a showcase piece that we can really be proud of, and be proud of for the world to see, for all the athletes and for all the members of our community well after the 2010 games. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Langston. Before I go to questions, I apologize, Council. I need to address a procedural question. Normally, we agree to break at 6 o'clock. That's 10 minutes from now. We have the entire Project Civil City staff here to address item number 4. We do have a meeting tonight at 7:30 as well, so we have the option of going till 6:30, hopefully releasing everybody at 6:30, and then coming back at 7:30, still having our hour break, or we can ask all of our staff to come back at 7 and address the item there. So what is the will of council?
You know, if the mayor had ever been generous with his time on other issues, I'd be inclined to support it. But he has been absolutely steadfast in refusing 1 minute over time for issues that we've brought forward. So no, I'm not going to.
Okay. And okay. So my apologies to the Project Civil City staff. We're going to.
Well, as it is every time the mayor makes it.
I don't think it's anything to do with the mayor or not the mayor. I think it's to do with whether or not we ask our staff to spend another hour and a half.
So the next time I request it, you'll agree as well? You haven't so far.
Okay, I'm hearing that we're going to stick with the 6 o'clock agreement. My apologies to the staff. We're going to ask you to come back at 7. Vote on which one?
There's a queue and a process
we have
and
people
another
who are in the
speaker.
queue to speak. So it's up to council if they want to not ask questions and just support this. So I sense that we're just a second. I sense that we are going to be going past 10 minutes because we still have another speaker. So my apologies to the Project Civil City staff. We'll reconvene for that item at 7, assuming we get through this one.
Thank you. Mr. Langston, thanks for coming out and thanks for waiting all that time. Just a couple of very brief questions for you. You mentioned aging in place, which I really appreciate, and you yourself have disability or access and ability issues. So if you were to purchase a high-end condo, and actually I see Mr. Andrews was here. Is he still here? I can't. There you are. What is the price per square foot we're looking at down there now? Yeah, sort of a ballpark. I know there's a broad range, but
the preliminary numbers are in just under $1,000
per square foot. Very high. So, Mr. Langston, if you were someone in a position to buy one of those condominiums, would you want access to your balcony, which you've paid for? That kind of price mark?
Absolutely. I think I would be very angered at the fact of not being able to access my balcony, especially as be part of the unit that I purchased, and to not have access to it, and to be reminded of that barrier every minute that I'm in there, to me would be unacceptable.
And all those views we're advertising, you wouldn't be able to get out to them. So for me, the economic argument is that we're selling very expensive apartments that we're blocking the access to a chunk of them.
And I would hate to see my mother, who would come to visit me, trip over that.
Right. So my second question then is well, actually, it might be to staff. I apologize. Are we going to have Paralympic athletes because we now have some Paralympic events here in the city? Will there be Paralympic athletes staying in the village?
Initially, that wasn't part of the Olympic Village, but with some changes in Whistler, it will become our reality. So we're working with VANOC on a plan to accommodate the Paralympians in the Olympic Village. There are the ratios inside the buildings change. I don't know if this is the right question to provide.
Numbers of suites and things.
Yeah, because we're making the entire development universally designed.
Except for the balcony.
Well, we've pushed the limits everywhere on the project. One thing that may not be clear is that the doorways to all of the units are flush doorways. We worked really hard on that, even the ones that are outside to the open air. So the doorways are all flush. The hallways have all been widened. The bathrooms have been, the door swings have been widened. And we've worked very closely with our contacts in the community and the Safer Homes Society to make sure that this is a flagship Safer Homes development. Where we've reached the stumbling block is where you put forward your motion, which is on the balcony.
And of course, Mr. Simpson of Safer Homes is one of the people who brought this to my attention. So, and I acknowledge it's a challenge, but I think it's a challenge we need to make every effort to meet. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deal. Councillor Kevin.
I need to understand why we've reached a stumbling block over balconies. Surely if, you want to make them universally accessible, to say, but for the balconies, makes no sense.
In talking to the design team today, which worked through all of these issues, and I wouldn't want to understate their successes, I think, on accessibility. There was one key difference with this issue that we didn't come up against with the others, and that was the building envelope. We were able to and embraced the changes that we could make that didn't compromise the recent work on the building envelope protection. So we came against those two conflicting resolves. And we are pushing hard on the envelope in our net zero building, which is what we call parcel 9 in the southeast corner. And we've worked very hard to try and overcome that while still protecting the envelope. That is a very out there building. We really push a lot of the envelopes there, not just the building envelope. But we didn't reach that comfort zone early on in the process. That's been an evolving piece of work and a lot of extra design work that the CMHC has helped us with the costs of. We didn't have that contribution on the other, or the time on the other units. Parcel 2 is on the 5th floor, which is 50% of the concrete poured, and all the designs have been permitted already on all of the buildings. So I just want to, as the project, and this is the project manager hat, we wouldn't be able to make any threshold changes to the balcony designs on the Phase 2A buildings, with the exception of the net zero building, which I think we will push really hard on again, because we got additional resources from the CMHC to pour some extra design money into that building. But otherwise, it was just a really untenable clash between building envelope problems and challenges, which have been, we resolved the building envelope problems over years and years of experience, and then we came up against that in a whole different environment with our accessibility community, and it was a challenge that was just really hard to weigh out.
So are you telling me that under universal access to the balconies is not required?
That's not what our design team embraced. The design team accepted that for building envelope reasons that there would be a lip required to protect the building from water and melting snow. So they're looking at the other options to get people over the lip, which basically means a ramp that you put in that doesn't pass water. It would be a permeable ramp. So it's something that would rise up and then fall down on the other side onto the balcony and back again. So pardon me? Not the trough, not the ledge. Sorry, just for clarification, not the trough where we cut into. Where we cut into the concrete of the balcony, but this would actually just be a more traditional ramp, and again, not ideal. In our initial work with Safer Homes, actually in all our work with Safer Homes, this is one area where we had indicated that this was going to be acceptable, actually. So I didn't have a chance to talk with Patrick before tonight, but given that we got perfect marks on every element of the scorecard, I think that there was an acknowledgement that we just weren't going to change the building envelope criteria in time to do that solution. So we went with another one.
So I guess what I need to know is the second item here is further that staff bring back recommendation to council and more universal for ensuring flush transition through any new developments. I guess the question is, how long is that going to take to get that back so that we can actually get that in place so we don't find ourselves in a situation like this ever again?
Right. I wonder, you might,
That is something we have on our work plan right now, and right now we're expecting to come back in the fall with something around that.
A fall?
Yeah.
So we will have presumably developments that are now underway that will then go through the same problem, and we'll have the same people saying, how come you didn't make it accessible?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, why can't we do it like tomorrow?
Well, there is concern, but with the building bylaw, if we want to make changes to the building bylaw to mandate that that's required across the board, we do go through a public consultation process with industry to make sure they're on board with that. That's the process we normally follow. So right now what we're doing is costing out the costs to make these balconies accessible. And then we want to take that to industry to get their support and do that public consultation, or at least get their feedback and comments on it before we bring it to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Cadman. Thank you, Mr. Langston. Folks, it's now 6 o'clock. Do we want to hear our last speaker, or do we want to stick to the rule? Is anybody opposed to hearing the last speaker? Well, we have the staff as well, though, that would have to come back to the debate. So. Okay. So I'm going to suggest then we're hearing Mr. Holtzman speak. Okay. Mr. Holtzman, thank you for your patience. You have 5 minutes.
All right, it's going to be less than that, actually. As you know, I sometimes speak off the cuff, and it's sort of hard for me to always get my points clear, so I actually wrote stuff down, because, you know, I just heard my grandma's voice when I heard the meeting at the Access Inclusion Committee, and I honestly was shocked and appalled that some of our housing for the Paralympics is not going to be accessible. So I'm here today to be of service to Council and to the city's reputation, a reputation I know you want to maintain and to enhance. Vancouver, through hard work, good fortune, and sometimes great use of sensible planning, is said to be one of the world's most livable cities and renowned for leading in the areas of accessibility and inclusivity. This is our reputation. I know I was proud when our mayor took possession of the Olympic flag in Torino, and recently when he won the Christopher Reeve Award. And people from around the world must have thought, what a great, accessible, inclusive city Vancouver must be. This reputation is built on our individual and collective choices over the years by mayors, city councils, city staff, civil society organizations, fine volunteers. It is also consciously built by pillars of our community, some who have gone, but are not forgotten, people like Alice McKay, Doug Mowat, Lillian Toe, and some are doing amazing work in leadership today, including Milton Wong, Al Atmansky, Liz Evans, and so many others. Vancouver's reputation was polished up for global consumption when we hosted the World for Expo 86. And then Councillor Marguerite Ford battled to ensure SkyTrain would be accessible not just for wheelchairs, but for anyone with mobility, health, or elderly mobility issues. She won, we won. Or it was also polished by Rick Hansen. We wheeled around the world and showed us what determination, hard work, and good planning can do to make the world pay attention to accessibility and inclusion. He did it, and we benefited. Our reputation grew. When Vancouver won the Winter Olympics and Paralympics bid, and later when we came out in droves to our plebiscite, we clearly said, yes, this is a good thing, and collectively saw that these games would be a demonstration to the world that we are good, principled people, and we make good and right decisions. Maintaining a reputation has its cost. We have many competing interests, and many, many things are simply beyond our control. Sometimes, though, there are important things that we have control over. I know that you and I and the good people of Vancouver expect the purpose-built Paralympic housing will be completely wheelchair accessible. We fought this battle many times. It is purpose-built, so of course it can be. We can do the right thing. This is why I'm here to remind all of us that this is an important decision. Your decision on the Olympic housing and about Vancouver's integrity and our reputation is at stake. I know you want to make the right decision, and I'm sure you can figure out how because you're smart people, and we are a world-class city, and this is a decision that we need to make in order to polish that reputation, our reputation to the world. Thank you.
Can we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We will now recess the Planning and Environment Committee meeting until 7 o'clock to come back and deal with item 4. Thank you, everybody.
The question we have to have.
Green is where you cut it down. But I was just saying that in the ones in the pre-stressed concrete slab elements where the slab goes back into the units, it is actually a desired mechanical combat. So it's pretty much because it's ancient concrete. And I think that some of the using it's not everything's concrete, but there's a strong and what we'll look forward to is and then moving forward from there. Well, the reality of what we're trying to deal with in terms of time.
Okay, we have a quorum. We will now reconvene the Standing Committee for Planning and Environment. Thank you so much to our staff for your patience and for coming back to this item. Just a quick update. The speaker who had registered to speak had an evening commitment, so he withdrew his name from the speakers list. That being said, we can move directly into motion and debate. So would anybody like to make the motion? Councillor Ladner has moved the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned.
Can I clarify, are there do we not have two reports?
Yeah, right. Good point. Thank you to the clerk. 2A and, no, I only have 2A.
And then RR2A, RR2B.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go to RR2B. Councillor Ladner, did you want to move that one as well? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? And that passes. And that's the one you moved, correct? Yes. Okay. Thank you. We're adjourned. I now turn the mic over to Mayor Sullivan. Is your mic on? For council.
Oh.
Are you okay sitting there, Your Worship?
Yeah. Okay. Call this meeting to order. Call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
This is a meeting of council with Mayor Sullivan in the chair. All members present with the exception of Councillor Cadman, Louis, Deal, and you have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson moves to go into the committee of the whole. Councillor Anton seconds. All in favor, all opposed, passed unanimously. Councillor Chow moves. Councillor Anton seconds to adopt the report of the committee of the whole. All in favor, all opposed, passed unanimously. Councillor Lee moves. Councillor Ball seconds to rise from the committee of the whole. All in favor, all opposed, passed unanimously. Councillor Ball moves. Councillor Ladner seconds to
adopt the report of the committee of the whole.
Didn't we already do that? Adopt the report of the committee of the whole. All in favor, all opposed, passed unanimously. Now, Councillor Anton moves. Councillor Chow seconds to rise from the committee of the whole. All in favor, all opposed, passed unanimously. And any new business, other matters?
Part of the committee of the whole because it requires 8 votes, so I think the motion fails.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Motion fails.
What
1, 2,
is
3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's 8. Well, I'm opposed to it.
So that's say that. Okay, what is this? What is it on?
I don't know. You're going so fast it's impossible to keep up.
Okay, what is it? 3.
3 next.
Okay, can I just get?
Good thing you're here. Drop some time. We're on to about 8 votes, and we just about lost it.
Okay, do you have my script?
Yes. Sorry, Your Worship. Here it is.
Put it up.
Now.
Okay.
So this is just on item. This is just on item 2. So
Item
items
2.
1, 3, and 4 are adopted, and then we're going to take item 2 separately.
Okay, you need 8 votes. All in favor? Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Opposed by Councillor Anton and Ladner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It fails. Oh, 8. Sorry.
Are you voting for it or against it?
Do we have 8 affirmative votes?
He hasn't voted yet.
Yes. Yes, I'm in favor of it.
That's the 4-year lease and a 4-year renewal term.
That's 8. If His Worship is also in favor, then that is 8 affirmative votes, and it does pass.
Well, I congratulate Councillor Louis for government by bamboozlement. It was excellent. Excellent play.
Councillor Louis moves to rise from the committee of the whole. Councillor Lee moves. Councillor Ball seconds to adopt the report of the committee of the whole. In favor, opposed, passed unanimously. New business, inquiries, and other matters. Councillor Anton, did you have another matter? Seeing none, meeting is adjourned.
I'm glad you think it's funny.
I think it's hilarious.
I know you do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. May we have the roll call, please? Okay. We have Councillor Capri, Councillor Cadman.
This is a special council meeting with Mayor Sullivan in the chair. All members of council are present with the exceptions of Councillors Ball, Chow, Ladner, Lee.
Lee, Anton is here.
Ball, Chow, Anton. Pardon me. I'm reading my own writing wrong. And Lee is here now. And Louis.
And
you have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I'll just remind people that the speakers list is closed. The speakers are required to limit their comments to no longer than 5 minutes. In consideration of others, if points have already been made, you can speak for less than 5 minutes or express agreements with comments previously made. So, we are going to start with...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Can we, I don't know whether everyone's got this sheet before us indicating that after this night, March the 13th, the next meeting will be April 2nd, and the next meeting will be April 29th.
We're not exactly sure yet, but I guess...
It's on here.
Okay.
So, just to make sure.
Okay. Good.
So, can you just announce that?
Okay. We have dates that for reconvening the council, Wednesday, April 2nd, 2008 at 7:30 p.m. and Tuesday, April the 29th at 7:30 p.m. So those are the next two meetings. All right. We're going to start with speaker number 97, Eric Matzi. Yep, please speak.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. My name's Eric Mazzi. Good. I'm going to talk about Vancouver schools, traffic congestion, greenhouse gas emissions, and children's health. Oops. Okay, goals and motivation. 3 goals today. First, I want to show that facilities planning for Vancouver schools has serious implications for motor vehicle traffic. 2, I'd like to review what the well-known consequences of vehicle traffic are, specifically driving and busing of kids. 3, I want to suggest how the city could possibly help. I also want to note, I'm just following up from School Trustee Chair Clarence Hansen, who was here the 26th of February. I guess I could say he warned you we were coming. I'm one of the parents. But I also want to say that, I'm not just here to use eco-density to save our school. And in fact, if it matters to you, to anyone, I'm actually probably won't have my kids in the public schools in a couple of years. So, and just to look ahead, my biggest concern is for promotion of obesity and unhealthy lifestyle in school children, and I'll get to why I'm concerned. Okay, this first slide has to do with in school enrollment. At February 26th meeting, it was talked about demographics and affordability as being keys to Vancouver School Board enrollment. What this graph shows, there's 2 bars. It shows enrollment. The white bars are basically school-age children in Vancouver. The pinkish bars there are Vancouver School Board enrollment, and the difference would be private schools. So what this is showing is that the number of school-age children in Vancouver has been steady or rising over time, while enrollment has actually been declining. So what this means is that improving affordability will not necessarily solve all of the problems, because this is an indication of people being concerned with education quality, perhaps. Provincial policy is also important. In particular, the 95, 100, and 110% criteria. And I also should say there's some good aspects of provincial policy. The carbon footprint, they need to make plans to acquire land, and the 10-year planning horizon. The reality, intended or not, of Vancouver School Board policy is that of closing of smaller schools, 21% of the K-7s in the school board, Vancouver School Board, are annexes. 2 of those annexes are due for potential closure in the coming days and weeks. Also downsizing. So for example, the present proposal for the UBC Dunbar area, when the new school is built and all is said and done, including the downsizing, for example, there'll actually be 50 fewer spaces for K-7 in about 4 years. And that, again, includes the new schools. By 2017, we're looking at something like 131% of capacity. This is an example of planning, what the school board does is planning. If I'm using Musqueam Block F as an example, what the school board appears to be constrained to is to plan for schools only when a formal community plan is adopted. Again, that's what it appears. So here we have the proposed new K-7 school where the existing U Hill High School is. Well, this is Block F right next to it, and the main point is that the school board, for the various reasons of policies and rules, is not able to count that development because it's not quote-unquote planned yet. And that's roughly 150 K-7 kids that, unless something changes, they're going to be bused further east than Dunbar, because remember, Dunbar and West Point Grey schools are going to be downsized. This slide shows that the school board, using the UBC secondary, requires about 8 years to respond to school needs. I don't have time to go through that because I'm running short on time. So the reality of the school board policies under provincial constraints is a lot of traffic. Clarence was here, and I'm not picking on him, but he talked about having to ship them out. And unfortunately, we're looking at a formula where fewer schools more widely spaced, plus eco-density, actually with or without, there's going to be more traffic. And the consequences of this are threefold. First and foremost, less bicycling and walking than we have today. So we're not talking about foregone improvements. We're talking about things being worse than they are today. The greenhouse gas emissions, and I also want to just show briefly here, the economic impacts of traffic congestion are considered to be about 10 times that of global warming. So I'll just finish briefly. What can Vancouver do? First of all, have your staff check out the enrollment figures. Please don't trust me. Help bring the traffic consequences to, right now the school board's not including greenhouse gases, traffic, or congestion in their reports. In the short term, please help resolve the UBC, British Columbia, and Vancouver School Board funding problem, if you can, or risk motor vehicle traffic impacts. And finally, my last comment is in the medium term, please see Z. Smith's eco-density talk from March 6th. And I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
You have two questions. Councillor Deal.
Thank you very much, Nick. I think it's Zed Smith in Canada. But anyway, thank you for this. And there are two issues that have come up around schools, well, more than two, but two that, aside from the trying to use them as the heating cooling system in the fields, right, which I love. One of them is the east-west issue. We've seen both arguments. One is that the west side with lower density has the schools suffering low enrollments more, and the other stats show us that in fact that's not true. Do you have any opinion on whether there's an east-west differential in terms of the schools building their enrollment versus losing?
No, I haven't looked at the east side. I've only looked at this UBC to Dunbar Street area. Okay. But what's clear is that I've looked at that in fair detail. The policy result is that the overflow of kids from there are going to have to be bused or driven further east. And I'm talking further east than Dunbar and West Point Grey, because Dunbar West Point Grey is downsized.
Gotcha. And that's despite affordability and density being low in that part of town.
Well, I mean, I haven't really looked at what's affordable. I know.
I'm seriously just curious.
Yeah,
okay.
I haven't looked at those stats I showed. Affordability is not the only issue. I mean, certainly I'm not arguing.
So the single-family houses with nice yards, the kind of places where you'd like to raise a family if you can. The other question I had to do with are you supportive of the idea of council putting together a committee of school board, the province, ourselves, and the park board to talk about how to ensure that community centers, playing fields in schools, all those things are being multi-used, that's a new word, as much as possible, so that we are not losing up those opportunities.
Anything to keep it so that kids can walk to school. The key point is if they can't walk or bike to school, they're going to be in motorized vehicles one way or another, a SkyTrain, a bus, or a car, and it has long-term children's health. And I urge you to read the U.S. EPA report that I handed out to council.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cadden.
I understand what you're saying in terms of, obviously, if schools are farther away, that people are going to have to drive to them, and that's in fact going to create more greenhouse gases. What I'm trying to figure out is how that relates to the density issue, per se.
Right. Well, the basic idea is 21% of, let's say, elementary schools are annexes. Now, I know the school board has no deliberate plan to shut those, but it just appears by the way the policies are structured that, let's just say hypothetically, they were forced to close those 21% of their schools. Any density growth combined with 21% fewer school sites means less walking and cycling for kids to school. And so that's the connection to children's health. That's in the EPA report that, for example, Larry Frank, a professor at UBC, helped write. So I hope the local political groups will use his and others' expertise. So did I answer your question?
Yeah, it did. But my problem is that even now, when you've got neighborhood schools in proximity, you still have large flotillas of cars driving kids to that. And I mean, my own experience is even within 3 blocks.
Right.
There are parents who are still driving kids to those schools.
Of course. And so is there anything anyone can do about that? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, some schools have basically made it very difficult to get near the school with a car. They basically said, you can't drive your car down here. We don't want you here.
Right. I mean, the point is that fewer schools means it's a matter of choice. The people who want to walk or cycle to school, the people who are already doing that whatever fraction of people that is over time is going to be fewer. There's no other way the outcome could be different, because if you're going to have fewer school sites, whether population is stable or growing, growing population just makes it worse is the point.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
And yeah, it does. And then you put out a figure of in 2017 there'll be 131%. Is that enrollment?
That's an estimate of enrollment divided by capacity. That's right. Now, I'm sure the school board has the idea they can expand the new high school at what's the present NRC building. But one of the things I worry about is that for various reasons it takes them a really long time to respond. Like we're talking, the UBC Comprehensive Community Plan was adopted in 2000, and here we are 8 years later with what has been described by parents and children, literally the high school children at U Hill High School, as third world conditions. So I'm not saying, I'm not in their shoes as school board. I'm saying the observation is it takes the school board, for various reasons, a long time, and specifically it's taken 8 years to just propose a new school at UBC. So when I look at these enrollment figures going to 130% within 10 years, personally I worry that the plan is it's going to take 15 or 20 years to get to school, and what's going to be the consequence? People have to drive or have their kids bused to other schools. That's exactly what's happening right now.
So what I'm trying to get at here is, what would you do if you were in a position to influence effectively the school system right now? Would you say keep all the schools open?
Ideally, yeah. Pursue those communities. It's not an easy solution that I can answer in 10 seconds, and not that I have all the answers, but ideally that is the goal. Keep as many schools open as possible. Keep the choice so that people can walk and cycle their kids to school for those who will do that.
Okay. So basically you're saying if 21% of the annexes theoretically would close.
21% of all elementary schools are annexes. I'm just using that as kind of a benchmark. That's a realistic outcome, is that 21% of them could disappear.
So you would try and keep those 21 open?
I mean, that would be a goal, right? And that's through mechanisms such as, we'll say, Zed Smith talked about, right?
Yeah.
There's a myriad of options to do that, but I'm saying put public health on the map. Put public health as a criterion in the school planning. Right now, it's not there. I don't see it on any of the VSB reports.
And so you would have us do that through the ecodensity report that comes back here?
Through the
make public health
through the collaboration with the school board and the province. That's my point. It's provincial policy and school board policy. And I realize it's not city council's job to worry about education quality directly per se. But my point is, Vancouver residents will deal with the consequences of increased traffic depending on what those parties do. So I'm urging City Council to get involved and help collaborate to the extent that it's feasible.
Councillor Louis?
So if I understand your points, is that you want to preserve as many existing sites as possible, or better yet, to focus growth in areas where there's capacity? Is that generally the thought?
Generally, it's to maximize the amount of walking and cycling to school.
Yes.
And if that means keeping all the schools open one way or another, then so be it. But it's not just keep schools open for the sake of keeping them open. I think there's other issues of education quality to be considered there. It's not one factor. So the main goal, I say, for greenhouse gas emissions, for children's health, and for the economic impacts of traffic congestion, let's say those three major factors, but there are others, the whole idea is to optimize, if you will, the number of people who walk and cycle.
And so from our perspective, other than lobbying the provincial government to our school board, from our perspective, I guess it's land use decisions.
It's land use and being aware of the consequences. You know, if the business as usual of the school board continues, you combine that with eco-density, unfortunately it'll have the unintended consequence of exacerbating traffic, which I know is really in conflict with what you are all trying to do.
So you've assembled some very interesting data. A couple of things come to mind is that there's the increase in student enrollment seems to be going up.
It's stabilized and it has grown, but the point is that the number of students has not really particularly declined. It's the enrollment in VSB has declined.
Now, do you know where those students come from? And because something that we can perhaps affect is provision of private school space, expansion of private schools. That's something directly that is within our control.
Right.
And,
thank you. That's an excellent point. Exactly.
But do you have any data of where these students come from? And
those are just BC Stats data. Those I received through a referral from Suzuki Foundation and onto the Wilderness Committee as listed there in that figure.
There's also issues with the change in policy provincially or for the school board. I don't know if it's provincial or it's just the school board, but you can cross boundaries now. And do you know what the effect of that has been?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, because I like your points. It's something that we should consider, but obviously more study needs to be put in place if we're going to overlay it into this already complicated process that we're undertaking. But
I agree.
But thank you for bringing this up.
Councillor Kevin?
The final point I wanted to ask you was, do we need to, in putting together the next redraft of this eco-density report, do we need to make public health a lens through which we look at and measure the benefits of eco-density?
Ask that question. I say yes, but again, don't take my word for it. Consult with, I know you folks have probably done this, the experts. Start with who wrote the EPA report. Larry Frank, I'll mention there's others, a faculty advisor of mine or helper, Kay Tetsky. John Miller is the executive officer of the Provincial Health, I can't remember the name of the organization. There's people with expertise, with more direct credentials than myself who can help answer those questions. But I say definitively yes, it needs to be on there. The results of physical inactivity on the lifetime health of kids when they get to be adults is very clear. And so I say yes, health has to be included as a criterion amongst the others, greenhouse gases, air quality, congestion, so on and so on.
And does it worry you that within 5 years the particulate matter in particular from ships that come into our harbor is going to surpass that of vehicles?
Yeah, I'm well aware of those issues. You have to look at exposure and so on. It's not to dismiss the other problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't put that one on the school board, though.
No, okay.
I'm not trying to.
Thank you very much. Fred Bass.
Thank you.
Former councillor.
That's for council.
Dr. Fred Bass, yes, of course.
Yeah. That's it, yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll address 3 issues. Any major city program should assess its impact on Vancouver's ecological footprint. 1. 2. Ecological and social indicators should track progress of the eco-density program. And 3, I suggest that you revisit 2 decisions of great ecological and social importance that this council made when you first took office Those two decisions are A, eliminating middle-income housing in Southeast Falls Creek and aborting the Burrard Bridge trial. First, ecological footprint. Eco-anything ought to address the impact on ecological footprint. The eco-density charter and actions do not explain how eco-density will reduce Vancouver's ecological footprint. Furthermore, the 2005 Community Climate Change Plan on page 8 notes it has these major omissions in what it counts: air travel, heavy rail, marine transportation, and the greenhouse gases that come from the production and distribution of food and consumer goods. Since these are major contributors to the city's ecological footprint, they should be included. You can't have a sustainable city when large segments of the community are forced to live elsewhere because housing is either too expensive or unavailable. Market forces alone will not keep young families or middle or low income families in Vancouver. And how can the city be diverse, balanced, and productive if only wealthy people can afford to live here? Eco-density needs to effectively address affordability. 2, goals, indicators, and tracking progress. Your 2007 progress report on climate change noted that Vancouver needs to do more in regard to sustainable transportation, home energy retrofits, and getting businesses to reduce emissions from buildings and from their fleets. So you should add goals and indicators within the eco-density program to track per capita ownership and use of trucks, cars, and bicycles, per capita use of transit, and of pedestrian travel. You should be tracking home retrofits needed, completed, commercial and industrial building retrofits, and commercial and industrial fleet operations. Finally, 3, this council's eco-destruction of December 2005. The first days of this council, the mayor and 5 NPA councillors made 2 ecologically and socially destructive decisions. It would be wise for you to revisit them. You eliminated the requirement for private sector provision of middle-income housing at the Olympic site, and you abandoned the 1-year trial that would have tested the granting of priority to non-motorized travel on the Burrard Bridge. Southeast Falls Creek originally required 33% low-income, 33% middle-income, and 33% high-income housing. Instead, the NPA, with minimal community input, reduced this to only 20% social housing. This was a clear statement to developers that this council would not use its powers to require the development of housing for middle and low-income people. Regarding the Burrard Bridge, this council decided not to proceed with a low-cost trial of allocating road space to cycling. This would be low cost in terms of dollars, in terms of the environment, and in terms of the impact on heritage. Instead, the NPA voted in favor of a hugely expensive, disruptive, and ugly reconstruction of the bridge. If that reconstruction ever happens, it would succeed in consuming more than $50 million, ruin the bridge's heritage value, and ironically block off lanes on the bridge for the years of construction of the reconstruction. In conclusion, I recommend that you set measurable goals and indicators of progress regarding those things that impact our ecological footprint, and then track how we do. And of course, there are many, many things. I mean, we have the eco-density program. It's called the eco-density program because presumably it will impact ecological footprint. 2, have the courage to see that Vancouver creates housing for all its citizens. And 3, follow the priorities of the city's transportation plan: pedestrians first, cyclists second, transit third, and cars fourth. And then you'll be creating real eco-density. Thank you very much.
2 questions, Councillor Bass. Councillor Louis.
Dr. Bass,
yes.
Good to see you again.
Hi, nice seeing you. Nice to be here.
Just a couple of questions. One is that when you say effectively address the affordability, any suggestions that come to mind? It talks in the draft report about a number of different things that are suggested, but...
Well, I don't have anything that I would throw at you directly other than to be very creative and to, I mean, the nature of what we're facing with climate change is that the Property Endowment Fund, if it's built up over the next 20 years, won't have much value. We don't have 20 years. And so I think that you have to be very, very creative in ways that I don't think you have had before you, with how to use the Property Endowment Fund, how to use the powers of the city, how to take it, how to look at the voluntary capacity of houses in the city now and how to support that in terms of increasing density. The number of extra people we have in our own household is multiples of probably what the average household this size has. And if there were some economic incentives for having a greater number of people per household, I think that that would be one thing I would look at. So I would look at Property Endowment Fund. I would look at potential in terms of using existing structures, and I would also be all over the federal government and make sure that every citizen in the city knows that this is the only OECD country that doesn't regularly shovel money regionally for housing. Well, it shovels a little bit recently, thanks to Jack Layton, but basically we stopped in the 90s.
The second question I had is regarding your number 2 item, which is ecological and social indicators should track progress of eco-density program. What specific social indicators are important in your mind?
Well, I think a big one that you probably can get from the census is what proportion of people are being who started here, who originated here, who were born here, are having to move out of the city because of the cost of housing, and I think you need to have really up-to-date information on that. I think you need to have. We just heard about schools and the implications for future generations, not generations, but future years of schooling. I think there needs to be some tracking of families and of children. And you need to have some measures of use of community centers, of library use, and certainly of employment and what's the word I want? Adequate income, non-marginal income, and it would seem to me that some of the things I've just named should be estimated and forecast for the alternative measures that are brought forward as part of eco-density.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I wanted to ask you is, when this program was launched, there was great talk about the fact that we were consuming, 4 times what a normal person on the planet would consume. Are there jurisdictions that are measuring the ecological footprint, and are there indicators that you know of that we might be able to look at that might help us to set those criteria for ourselves?
I think there are some communities in England that are doing a fairly good job of that. What I will do is I will follow that up and get back to you and get back to all the council about that.
I think that would be helpful because I think everyone, a lot of people have been telling us you need more indicators, you need more measurements. How are you going to know if you're making it, if you're progressing here or not? And unless we're clear on setting those measurements, then we're not going to know. You mentioned the Burrard Street Bridge, and yes,
May I respond to that?
Yeah.
I think there is a big risk, are you going to have a measure that's going to be standard across North America? Is there such a measure now? Or are you just going to wait and wait? Or are you going to measure what's convenient? Now, when we got started, we measured what we could put our teeth into. But we're past that now. We can't do that anymore. We really have to make the best estimate that we can on what our ecological footprint is. And that means counting things that we may not want to take credit for, like the airport, like marine traffic, et cetera, like rail traffic. But we have to start doing that, because if we don't get a hold of that, we are in an ecological crisis that humans have never seen before. And we have to treat it that way. And we're not treating it that way. And so I think it's going to take some sharp thinking and some maybe settling for crudeness. I will do my best to get to you what other cities are doing in the way of measuring their ecological footprint, and I will talk with Bill Reese about it.
Okay, great. The other question I wanted to ask you is, you talked about the Burrard Street Bridge, and I know your sentiments there, and that's great. What I want to know now is, if we are going to truly make walking, cycling, and public transit the priority, what are some of the things that we could do to increase walking, cycling, and public transit use?
Well, number one, in terms of pedestrian things, I once made a motion in this room that we start looking at pedestrian sheds and looking at pedestrian maps of the city of Vancouver, just as the city of Portland has, and nobody took it seriously, or not enough people took it seriously that we actually have a pedestrian map. I would follow Portland's lead in that and begin to take a serious look at what you do to facilitate pedestrian traffic and the idea of pedestrian sheds. That's one thing. With respect to cycling, I can tell you that one of the greatest barriers there is for somebody who cycles is an inadequate supply of parking in an easy place. And that would be such a message to people, let's say, in concentrated areas downtown. If they could see cyclists pull up to a bicycle stand, park their bike, and walk in the building. But it's very hard to find. Parking facilities are a big issue. The third thing is about cycling. The second thing about cycling is that we do a good job of building facilities. We don't do a good job of promoting cycling among people who are interested in it. And it's very important to promote the behavioral side of this. And engineering does a fair job with limited resources of building bikeways, but it does not do a good job of the motivational side, the support side of cycling. And there is one other thing, and that is that there's no one in our city hall who really has a prime responsibility, going back to pedestrians, for developing pedestrian facilities. And that takes a certain amount of expertise and a certain amount of attention and focus, and I don't think we have that in the city.
Sorry, I'm not...
Hello, Dr. Bass. Good to see you. Most of my questions have been asked. I'm just going to follow up to a minor degree. I'm a big fan of goals and indices, and in fact, I've got stacks of those reports, and it's a sort of a nerd thing of mine. Like the Cascadia scorecard that Northwest Environment Watch, I guess they're called Sightline now, does. They've got some interesting indices. We've got the Georgia Basin Action Plan, or GBAP, for those of us who love acronyms. We've got Whistler 2020. So you're going to come back to us with some of the things that you think we should be measuring?
I'm going to come back with what other cities are measuring.
That would be great. I've asked staff as well whether I'm looking for ecosystem services to be measured as well as in indices, and I think that's going to be a challenge and a good one. But in terms of the pedestrian map, very interested in that, and perhaps I can get staff to respond to that, because certainly the Public Space Network and the Planning Commission have been talking about public amenities, including good walkable spaces. And we talk about sidewalks and their design. I'm very interested in the sidewalk realm and what we're doing with that. But I'm not sure we've done that sort of the pedestrian shed mapping, and I see that staff want to. Mr. Tadarian.
Council, I quite like the concept and term of ped sheds as an organizing structure. It's basically it parallels the neighborhood unit and the walking distance. And we certainly do a lot by North American city standards of measuring walking activity, but it's probably not enough. And as you can imagine, with many things, we'd like to do more in the future. And I think as we've discussed how you might layer the Eco-City plan that flows out of Action 17 and the possible scenarios and ways of organizing a more sustainable city, our intention is to look at different ways to potentially organize it and sort of do scenario planning and measurement to try to figure out relative effects on ecological footprint. And I think the ped shed model will be one of several models we look at, because I think it's an interesting opportunity. And then ultimately, I suspect what we'll do is layer them all on and figure out something that sort of tries to take the best of it all. That's the aspiration.
Thanks, Mr. Todder, and I appreciate that. And cyclists tend to have a very variable shed because cyclists have a lot of different capacities. But I think pedestrians are maybe a little bit easier to nail down. Thank you.
The last time I saw my Portland map was somewhere in engineering. So I know there are a couple of the pedestrian maps of Portland in the building, and I would urge everybody in council to take a more serious look at that. I think it's a very creative way of looking at the city. It shows where public facilities are, like public toilets, where community centers are, change in altitude, handicapped barriers. Very useful kind of instrument.
Councillor Ladner.
Former Councillor Bass, always nice to hear from you. And I don't know. I didn't know we were doing our transportation plan tonight, but I just can't let anything. One comment of yours pass where you say that there's an issue about parking bicycles. I've been riding a bicycle in the city for 15 years. I've never had a problem parking it. There's always a place to park. There are parking meters, there are poles, there are racks, there's fences, there's all kinds of stuff. And maybe you need a certain kind of place for your bike. It may be too fancy to leave where I leave mine, but I know you got a nice Da Vinci bike.
You may have a drier posterior portion than I do, I'm not. I've always, of course, found a place somewhere to chain my bike. But what I think we need to do is actually put a very inviting space out there, and often one with cover, because very often it's not covered. If there was adequate bicycle parking, and there really isn't compared to Toronto. Toronto has a commitment to 500 a year, and they have little clumps of people in businesses and communities whose job it is to tell City Hall, hey, we need bicycle parking in such and such a place. We need to have something like that.
Would you be glad to know that we put the call in to get something decent right here at City Hall where people can pull up in their bicycles undercover and park and not have to go down a whole flight of stairs and around a corner and know where that is. So, but thank you for your comments.
Okay, Councillor Cadman, second time.
I wanted to ask you about the whole issue of bicycle. I know you're a heavy-duty road cycler, so maybe you're not the wrong person to ask about this, but my sense is that there are a whole lot of people who would be prepared to get on bicycles if they felt more secure on dedicated bicycle lanes. And I look at places like Sacramento that have combined the pedestrian and the cycling in greenways and have grown their bicycle traffic exponentially. And I don't see us doing that, and I'm curious. I don't think we're going to meet the 2010 goal of 10% right now.
Not going to.
And I guess it's the real question, if we're going to make these alternate modes of transportation real, what do we need to do? Where are the models that we need to look at for how we transform our city to get more people on bicycles?
Okay. There are two things that need to take place. As much as possible, have segregated bikeways. But there's another thing that's going to get more people on bicycles, and that is take the people who are almost there but are afraid and support taking their hand and say, follow me, real support of CAN Bike and other bicycle instruction. We hear that from Vancouver Area Cycling Coalition that the people who go through that course are come out much more confident and come out much more competent when it comes to being on a bicycle. And I don't think there's the support from the city for those courses. If you just think of the value, the dollar value of somebody moving from a car to a bicycle, the dollar value to the city, I think it's worth a fair amount of dollars to subsidize that transition.
Gordon Price came in here when you recall when the Canada line, the RAB line was put in and said this is 12 lanes of traffic. You need to make sure that you get these back. Should we be looking at, as part of this initiative of eco-density, taking the equivalent space of those 12 lanes and finding a series of linear separated pedestrian bicycle facilities in the city?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The payoff would be huge. Absolutely. I don't think we have taken a really hard look by bicycle assertive engineers at what could be done without doing much other than repainting the pavement that we have now. And I'm not sure I have a good recommendation on how you go about doing that, but I think you're the council, you should be demanding a lot more of the engineers in terms of making facilities with what we have out there now. For example, the Burrard bicycle path should be painted different colors than the lanes on either side. It should be red or orange or something like that. That's going to be here for the next, decades. So we've begun to have some bike boxes that are painted different colors. Let's have the dedicated pathways painted different colors. Let's have the ones on Hornby painted different colors.
Okay, Councillor, we're going to really have to move on.
Yeah, just
a
one
lot
more
of people.
question. Yeah. Who would you say are the best experts on redesigning cities for bicycles that we could bring in here and get to just go around and do a workshop with us and say, well, do this, do this, do this, do this, minimal cost, transform the bike environment?
Well, there's one person with whom I walked across the Burrard Bridge and who is known as the pedestrian guru of North America. His name's Dan Burden, and he has an operation called Walkable Communities. And I think many people in planning and in engineering have been to more than one workshop by him. I would urge that you bring in Dan Burden and he talk to council. That's what I'd urge.
And that's walking. What about the cycling side?
Well, I think he would be, he certainly would speak to cycling. I can't give you a good answer to that. I'll do my best.
Can you get back to us on that one?
I will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mark Townsend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mark Townsend.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me. My name is Mark Townsend and I work with the PHS Community Service Society, which provides housing, service and advocacy for residents of the Downtown East Side. I'm here today to support the principles and planning notions set out in the Eco-Density Charter and in the action items. And I want to commend all of you on this council for grappling with this important and challenging issue. The days of getting to live in giant homes while enjoying cocktails on grandiose porches are gone, and it is incumbent on us, even though this is a difficult issue, to deal with this now for the young people growing up in our city and for those who will migrate to Vancouver. Specifically, I want to support the notion of infill carriage-type housing for all single-family residences across the city, not just in the East Side. It is key that this be applied citywide and that it be in addition to other existing incentives. This would over time increase rental housing stock, and it is critical that the design and character of these units fit into and complement communities into which they are being placed. People living in these communities must have real and meaningful input into these designs. Perhaps the provincial government's housing program could assist in the developing of these units and could be used more specifically as an incentive to get these units into the rental market. Homeowners who choose not to develop infill housing, whose potential to build the carriage houses might increase the value of their land, resulting in higher property taxes, need to be protected from these increases. I see an urgent need for increasing density along major arteries. It is a crime to see development taking place on many of our major roads that could provide more homes and yet is so underdeveloped. Increasing density along these corridors needs to have detailed community planning. This additional density should also only be considered if inclusive of affordable or subsidised housing. And I just used the example of at that kind of level of development of the Edge Co-op that was in the downtown side under Philip Owen. There was a rezoning of that land, and as part of that rezoning, a certain number of affordable units had to be provided. I support the consideration of signature towers, again, not only in the downtown east side, but across the city. I think these should be allowed where there is strong community support and built on sites that make good common sense, and on the condition that developers of such towers be required to make a substantial and significant number of affordable units available and or a substantial benefit for the community. Heritage restorations should not be the only benefit, and for these towers it should be definite requirement that some form of affordable housing is built. In conclusion, we need to look behind the facades and onto the streets to see who is living in our city and where they are living or camping, and what amenities and services we have an obligation to create to develop a truly sustainable city for all of us. Eco-density is the tool that can provide the broad brushstrokes to enable this vision. Communities must help shape and define, this is the bit where I'll be a bit naive, the communities must help shape and define and fill in the gaps to their own unique needs, accepting the principle that increased density is a necessity, and that's an area that Council needs to show the leadership on. These decisions need to be made not in back rooms or at lunches with developers or in star chambers, but in consultation with community groups in a transparent process that negotiates increased benefits for increased density. I believe Vancouver, if we are willing to be creative about how we view the objectives of eco-density, can turn this program into an opportunity to create a truly sustainable city that includes delivering housing, service and amenities to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. You have a couple of questions. Councillor, I urge you to be very pointed to the question, because a lot of people waiting to speak.
Thank you. A couple of questions for you. Certainly one of the things we all acknowledge is that right now in the housing market, the middle income earners are starting to put pressure on the low income neighborhoods because people no longer have middle income neighborhoods to live in. Unfortunately, so far, density has not brought the drop in prices people are looking for, or that this program seems to hope for. Can you help us with that piece? Do you see adding more units as automatically bringing down the price? I mean, it hasn't so far in this market, because what's happening instead is that the size of the units is shrinking.
Yeah, I think that infill housing across the city and incentives to make that happen will do that.
So
but I think I think incentives to keep it, at the same time you need to put in protections to try and keep the prices low. But the more of those units you have, then the rental market will drop. It's just we're not really putting in incentives or really forcing developers in the downtown east side, for instance. $110 million of heritage bonusing was deployed to get pretty facades. I'm not against that. Our non-profit used that to try our very best to lever social housing, but that could be used much more skillfully to engender affordable housing in our city. And that's why I think the carriage housing, the increased density along major arteries where you don't negotiate these things. If the developers are going to get this cookie from the council, you have to be strict in saying they are going to give you those units. And on these bigger signature towers, which I believe should definitely go ahead, you have to be kind of, some fancy heritage facade or an art gallery necessary on the bottom. City council and the public need to decide, well, what really do we want? Do we want an art gallery? Do we want a facade? Or what we really want is affordable cities and stuff like that.
So I want to get back to some of the lower density stuff along the main corridors. And it's very interesting that you said the carriage houses on the west side as well as east. I actually think most of the opportunities are on the west side for the carriage houses. We have a huge number of large lots with single-family houses and lanes. But you talked about incentives. You talked about rentals. I think one of the things that I've been struggling with is how do we bring in the proper incentives for both green development and affordable development through things like carriage houses when you don't have a developer, you have a homeowner.
Yeah, well, that's, again, these are the broad brushstrokes, and
Okay.
there's much details to be filled in, but I do believe that there should be a role of the provincial government has rental incentives already that could be applied to the carriage houses. You could adjust that program to say they're going to be applied to the carriage house, but also the provincial government could provide, they already put in money to build units in the hundreds of thousands, but you know, a grant to a homeowner of 10,000 towards the production of that rental unit might generate more units than the one unit of social housing. So I think all these things, there's a broad brushstroke, and then you have to drill down, you have to involve the communities, but you have to accept a notion of increased density across the city, but you don't give it away for some heritage facades, and you also don't give it away for a process that you know, not being rude to the staff, because it isn't the staff that some strange group of people decide we want an art gallery there, or we want the key thing is the heritage facade.
I appreciate your reference to the Star Chambers. But anyway, and I actually...
The imaginary Star Chambers.
Yeah,
I don't know, there isn't really one.
And I also very much appreciate your comment that we're trying to turn this program into something that's going to help us. That's what we're doing here, and I thank you for your input to that.
All of you spending the time doing it.
Councillor Cadman?
What I wanted to, I guess, focus on, Councillor Bass raised the issue, of course, of Southeast Falls Creek, where the city owned the land, and the city tried to build a mixed development, and then that was reversed, and fully 46% of the bottom income and the middle income housing was eliminated. So when we do that, how are we in a position to go to a developer and say, well, we didn't do it on our site, but we want you to do it on your site, build us social housing?
Yeah, I think that's why... part of this is you're really going to have to require those things. It's going to have to be, if you get to increase density on major arteries, you must do these things, yeah? And it's not just a heritage thing. If you are going to build signature towers, then you must. So the city, that's the naive part of this, because everyone has great intentions, and then staff meet with someone who's a bit, you know, the budget's gone wrong, and they try and make accommodations. But basically, this kind of density cannot exist unless you deal with the green issues, which are not much more clever people are dealing with that. But you have to deal with the housing issues. So you just have to be forceful and say, you are not getting that cookie. You do not get to build that tower unless you basically give us what, you know, the Edge example was, you know, 10 units, but the city levered that into 20. The one that someone was talking about with the 60 units, if that's true, then 60 units at 375. Well, that's a good thing, but I believe they can do more than that. So I just think you have to make those things happen, and to be religious about them in terms of direction to the staff and leadership from you guys that says, hey, we're not getting a chintzy heritage facade. That isn't good enough. It's got to be much more than that in this eco-density. It's got to be green, and it's also got to be green to the human people, thinking that we need different levels of affordability in the city as a matter of urgency. And that's why it's great that you are all grappling with this, even though for people it's a very controversial issue. It's good that you're not keeping your head in the sand, because the time is marching on, and it is not going to be possible to afford to live in the city.
And are there jurisdictions that you can point to that have been able to do that? Cities where they actually have made those demands and attained those goals?
No, I think on the whole you have to deal with Vancouver, you have to deal with what you've got. I think all the measures and the green things are really important to include in that. But I think you have to deal with what we have in this city and what we can do and make it happen. And I believe if you look, say, in the area I live in, the area of the downtown east side, you look in Strathcona, some of those things are activated in Strathcona, but in a very small way. There are the possibility of infills and all that stuff. And in that neighbourhood there are more people living there. Unfortunately, property values have gone up, but that's why you have to turn on some of these other taps to adjust these things.
But I mean, there aren't cities that you can point to where they have compelled the building of social housing units as a part of
different jurisdictions are different. So what you have missing, it seems to me, in Canada, but I don't want to take up really much more time. I'd love to give a lecture on all these things.
Really keep going.
Yeah, but
thank you very much. You don't have to answer all the questions.
Yeah. I'll just say, like, the problem is you don't have in terms of the housing part of this, the federal government is completely and utterly absent. Just their part in this is just window dressing, and they're starving the cities, and they're starving the cities of being able to do anything real. Yeah, all the things that people are saying are great and exciting and should happen, but you have a federal government that started with the Liberals and has continued with the Conservative that is not going to release those purse strings. Stefan Dion even says, well, we can't do social housing because it's a jurisdictional issue. So even they don't want to go back to giving real money to the cities that the cities really need. The cities are starved, so it doesn't exist in Europe, in London, and places where I'm from. That isn't the same problem. The money does flow in a different way.
Okay,
and now I'm going to
Ladner.
leave. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ladner has a
I
question.
just got a real quick. I just want to make sure I heard you right. You are in favor of towers in the downtown east side?
I'm in favor of signature towers anywhere in the city. So again, they have
including
to have,
the downtown east side?
Yeah, they have to have strong community support.
Oh, I get all that, but
Yeah.
you do want the big. You're okay with the big buildings in the downtown east side?
Depends where it is. So again, it's
I'm saying somewhere in the downtown. Pick your signature spot anywhere.
It would depend where it was.
Okay, and the right signature spot.
Like all of these would have to be, for instance, the street on I live, at the end of the street, there are 2 towers there of social housing. Easily, if anyone had some sense, a 3rd tower could be built, completely of social housing, not just 120. A 3rd tower could easily fit.
Okay, so and then you're also saying that when somebody builds one of these towers, presumably they get extra density, and you want the city to take all the lift and put it into social housing. So no money for parks, no money for extra swimming pools.
You said a balance between the two. So there has to be, for one of those towers, there has to be a substantial benefit, not just a pretty heritage facade or a nice sign. And that substantial benefit can be decided at a community level, not in the smoky rooms. The substantial benefit can be a real affordable social housing, 60 units, or it can be a substantial benefit that the community wants.
I think if you look at the pricing on these things, the idea of 60 units in any tower that's not 100 stories high is going to be impractical. And then the costs flow back out to the people who are buying those things, and we're trying to keep housing affordable. So it's going to be difficult.
It's basically a very complicated thing, and that's why they have to be very specific. They have to be completely supported by the community, and it has to be a benefit that the community really want, not necessarily an art gallery or theatre or.
Okay, and no smoking during the decision.
Yeah, no smoking,
okay.
and no star chamber. Yeah,
right. Okay.
Unless I'm in the star chamber, just you and me, and we can make all the decisions.
Okay, Ingrid Steenhausen.
Thank you. As many, yes, thank you. I believe that the rush to push things through right now is being a little hasty, and that many aspects must be worked on further before the charter and initial actions are implemented. I'd like to focus on large sites. In the city's documents at the open houses for eco-density, Little Mountain was listed as an example for large sites, but at the event we were told that Little Mountain is excluded. This is a concern and begs the question, why then was it listed in the first place? BC Housing stated last year that Little Mountain site had the potential to be a model for eco-density. It seems that there's been a major oversight regarding the volume of social capital provided by the tenants of Little Mountain Housing, especially the decades of volunteering and community initiatives they were an integral part of. Several community-based agencies have been impacted by the loss of families, seniors, etc. in program service participation as well as volunteers. Many remaining tenants are absolutely heartbroken because their identity is closely linked and intricately interwoven with their personal, community, and civic accomplishments, their blood, sweat, and tears that went into creating many of the programs, services, and facilities which the whole community now utilizes and benefits from. Now the attitude seems to be that their efforts count for naught. It doesn't matter how much you've contributed. You can no longer be a part of this community. You must leave. What does this teach today's children? That whoever is the biggest and strongest can do whatever they want? The attitude of, we know what's best for you, so you must accept it and not question anything. Isn't this just another form of bullying? The Enhanced Rent Subsidy Program over and above the Provincial Rent Assistance Program is only available for families with school-aged children. BC Housing said that seniors have the SAFER program, but that leaves another segment of the tenants with nothing. Those who are disabled adults without children and not yet seniors. Multi-generational families means that only one member might qualify and the other doesn't for anything. Vacant possession is the term being used for this site. It's the same and just a new name for an old process called urban renewal, which didn't work. Regardless of what name is given to this process, it does not lessen the negative impacts still being felt in many of those former communities, especially the tenants. Residents of Little Mountain and RPSC area do not want to have the same thing happen here. Many residents have also said that the full spectrum of socio-economic diversity was the exact reason they chose to move into this community. I believe it would be beneficial to both the city and the province to have a truly open and inclusive process that all citizens feel will respect them as well as their vulnerable neighbors. In the survey on page 7, 2 points that I'd like to mention. 36% of households there have one or more than one person with special needs, and there's only about 50% of the families left. In connection with on-site relocation, July last year, Council approved the staff report recommendations and MOU. It's RPSC community that it's happening to now, but will be coming to other communities in the future. I urge you now to press the powers that be to honor and grant the community's requests and work with them. If done in this manner, other communities will welcome and embrace the process because it would exemplify all the positive characteristics of truly treating everyone with courtesy and respect. Thank you for your time.
You have 2 questions, Councillor Ladner. Is that from the previous?
No, that's
okay, Councillor Cadman.
Just want to know how many units of social housing are now sitting empty at Little Mountain while we're sitting here with a housing crisis?
75% was the figure I was given early last month. So when you do a percentage of the 224 early last month, that meant that there was 56 families left, and there's still families being moved. And it's for the people who have special needs, there's 2 families where the families, they're seniors and they're blind, and they've been in the community respectively, one for 30 years, the other for 40, and now being told that they need to move. And the only reason that they have as great an independence as they have is because of the familiarity with that community. And it's the same for a lot of the remaining tenants that are there.
So 75% of those 224 units are now sitting empty
yes.
while we go through a housing crisis in the
yes.
city.
In June of last year, we had a community event where 50-plus units were empty. Now we're lucky if it's 50-plus units that are filled, and the rest are all sitting empty.
And how do you feel about the proposition of turning what was a CMHC, now BC Housing site for social housing, into market housing?
I feel the same as the majority of the community, that public land should stay public land as opposed to being sold. I don't know what can be done about that, but it's, one of the examples for me is that here we have the government wanting to sell this and only guaranteeing the same number of affordable units that currently exists. So when they're saying to developers to build more social housing and to include that in their plans, this one example is where the government themselves is only requiring a one-for-one unit replacement. The community has been asking that if there's going to be an increase in density, that there also be an equitable increase in the number of affordable units. Our community has not been against having some increase in density and have suggested a variety of ways for that to be done. So that there is, so that people can remain, that there can be on-site relocation, so that people don't have to be displaced and they can still contribute to their community. And sorry, I lost the rest of my thought.
In saying that there will be the same number of affordable units, is affordability defined in what is currently being paid?
I'm not 100% sure. I just know that they will be social housing units. I know from one of the things that has been said over the past year that the units will be smaller. There is a need for also, I've been speaking about the need for multi-generational housing, because there's a lot of families where there are two generations, where they are both adults, but they're actually mutually supporting one another, so that there isn't a heavy reliance on government for health and various other services. And by those families not being able to stay together, they're being enticed with, well, you know, if you can look for a 2-bedroom unit, but it will be smaller, or if you like, you can each get this amount of money for each getting your own unit, which then defeats the purpose of them being together in the first place.
And obviously puts the onus on somebody else to support particularly elderly people who are aging.
Yeah, okay, Councillor, thank you. Councillor Deal, and please try to keep the comments to the issue.
I love a preamble every time. Thank you very much.
No, it happens every 3 years. The election year, the councillors
that you preamble everything I say?
On and on.
Every 3 years. Every 3 years I can expect a preamble. Thank you very much. So my question to you has to do with the affordability issue, and it's been addressed somewhat, but I wanted to just touch on that again. We are being told that simply by adding density we will get affordability. Now, I have no objection to density whatsoever. I live in it and I love it. But I am concerned that we are making an assumption that the prices will drop when there are more units, even though the unit size is dropping. So are you seeing a disconnect, just to be very clear, you're seeing a disconnect between this idea that higher density equals more affordability when you're getting a one-to-one replacement instead of an increase in the affordability with the density?
With my experience over the last few years at the community level for various amenities, etc., I know that the cost of construction, etc., has gone up quite a bit over the last few years, and that when you build to that density, it does not necessarily ensure that what comes out will be affordable.
And affordability is a broad category, as we all know. My other question, I'm gonna park it. I'm gonna ask it and then leave it for another time, and that has to do with the phasing issue. It seems to not be working at this point. It seems like you're all going to have to leave before this new building built.
Thank you. That is another.
Yes, that's
Councillor Louis.
Apparently, it's my turn.
The mayor's
The question that I have is in regards to the additional possibility of additional affordable housing on the site. And my understanding is that is possible, that it's a minimum according to the MOU, and this is probably to staff and that to confirm that, and it depended on what's built there and what's negotiated as part of rezoning. That is a possibility.
Council, I don't have the memorandum of understanding in front of me, and that is a separate matter. But Mr. Cameron, I suspect, or Mr. Gray probably has it memorized.
Memory's getting a bit aged. Anyway, the replacement of the social housing is the minimum, and the MOU does talk about the city wanting the BC Housing and its development partner to explore a range of tenures. And a range of affordability and a range of accommodation for families and seniors and other household types. So it's intended that there be a full range of housing development on the community. Obviously, it has to go through a rezoning process, it has to go through a public consultation process, and there'll be a great deal of opportunity to have that engagement with BC Housing and the developer.
Thank you.
If I could just add one thing to that, in connection with the consultation process, there's one for the community and there's one for the tenants, but a lot of tenants are now going to be hard-pressed, given where they now live, to be able to participate effectively in a consultation process, because it'd be a matter of being able to get there and be a part of it. Doing it by paper, it really is not a sufficient or real way to include people.
Okay, Matt Zipchin, Lighthouse Sustainable. Michael Alexander.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you. My name is Michael Alexander. I'm a friend of Smart Growth BC. They have presented already their official positions, so I am speaking for myself and for my wife. We're among the 85% of people who have responded to the surveys here who support the Charter in concept. It's a big picture document. We agree that it needs some tweaking, and like most Vancouverites, we get the big picture. The key issue is how you allocate and permit use of the limited land we've got. Effective, efficient, sustainable land use is the goal here. Density is an important strategy to meet this goal. It's one of the hows, it's not the why. What I'm not hearing is how eco-density fits with other critical pieces. Some of them have been alluded to. I won't repeat the need for amenities and the strategy that ensures their creation, as has been done on False Creek's North Shore and other sites. What I haven't heard is how eco-density fits with a transportation strategy that's better for people using shared cars, buses, bicycles, and goodness knows their feet, and encouraging those modes. How does eco-density fit with a regional strategy? Your first duty as councillors is to your constituents, but your second duty, I would hope, is to Metro Vancouver and the role you play, the leadership role you play in the region. If in the 21st century Vancouver becomes, say, a Paris Central in a sea of Los Angeles, we will all have failed. This charter keeps Vancouver moving in the right direction. The debate has been healthy. I really appreciate hearing the thoughtful, considered points that have been made by so many people who have come to address you, and the excellent questions that you've responded with. Even this imperfect draft of this charter has the support of an overwhelming majority, and the farsightedness of Vancouverites makes me proud to live here. I'll suggest some specific changes in writing. I appreciate the concerns and fears that we've heard, but this is a world that is speeding up, and I urge you not to slow this charter down and not to water it down. Thank you.
Very much. Rebecca Hawken. Mike Smith. Oh, are you Rebecca Hawken?
Your Worship and members of Council, my name is Rebecca Hawken, and I am presenting this on behalf of my mother, Ellen Hawken, who is unable to attend tonight, but would like to say, I am not a developer, architect, or consultant, or a former councillor, mayor, or planner, and I won't be gushing over the joys of eco-density. I will also add, for the record, that I am not opposed to eco-density for partisan reasons. I am one of the common folk. Those of us who live here because we love Vancouver and have chosen to put roots down here, raise our families, and be involved in our communities. We put everything we have, hearts, energy, and hard-earned dollars, into the places we call home. And we're the ones who have to live with the significant changes that the major rezoning actions you are proposing will bring to our neighborhoods. We've certainly heard from a lot of individuals on the pro side of this issue who stand to profit handsomely from the prospect of increased density. Not only are they polished and confident public speakers, they can probably write off or bill out their time for preparing for and attending these meetings, all part of the cost of doing business. But what about those of us without a vested financial interest, some of whom are the less skilled, more nervous and reluctant public speakers, who are just doing our best to live our lives in a community-minded, socially responsible way, and who aren't looking at this initiative through eyes glazed over with dollar signs? Who is representing our interests in this discussion? Vancouver is often described as a city of neighborhoods, and isn't this ultimately what makes it such a wonderfully livable city? Our neighborhoods have evolved over time, each with its own characteristic flavor and style as shaped by its inhabitants. This doesn't mean that growth cannot or should not be accommodated, but that the people who actually live in the neighborhoods should be integrally involved in the planning for such growth. Indeed, this is what the Community Visioning Initiative was all about. City staff working in partnership with local residents to develop a blueprint for the future of each neighborhood. The result is a process that has legitimacy because it was a reasonably democratic process that led to planning directions as endorsed by the residents of each neighborhood. And citizens are generally accepting of the vision directions, even those they may not fully agree with, because of the way they were established. That is, with residents participating in the development of their neighborhood's vision survey, and all households having an opportunity to cast their votes for particular directions. That is democracy. And up until now, I think we have all felt a sense of security that our community vision plan would act as a safeguard for our neighborhood's future. The vision laid out guidelines for how future development would shape our neighborhood. But enter eco-density and all that the charter and initial actions imply, and suddenly the vision that we all relied on for guiding our future development has been overtaken by a new vision, one that has been imposed on us from above. Now we are faced with a new set of guidelines that overlay our community visions, and, despite reassuring murmurings from city officials about the vision being the ultimate authority, the second part of the sentence, the part that starts with except or however or unless, seems to be where the truth is found. As in this quote from a January 23rd Courier article, which reports that the vision rules, except that housing density, beyond what was discussed in the community vision, could be approved if the development meets high green standards. Affordability, sustainability, and livability are eminently worthy and supportable goals. But with no clearly defined targets or measurable outcomes, they ring rather hollow in this initiative with the cleverly catchy name. It feels like density is the real agenda here, with the 3 buzzwords du jour tacked on to make it seem like some magnificently noble venture. If you're really serious about doing the right thing, why not take the time to do it the right way, with genuine involvement of neighborhood residents in the development of an initiative to meet those worthy goals? An initiative that we can all endorse, not just those who stand to profit from it. As currently proposed, eco-density leaves neighborhood residents out in the cold. And that's unfortunate, because we are the ones who will have to live with the consequences day in and day out. Thank you.
I have a quick question for you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your comments about the city planning process and the visioning process, because that's been a bit of a frustration for many of us. I do think that 10 years in, we need to take into account some new pressures, increasing population, climate change, and affordability. If we had sat down with the visioning groups and said, let's update, because we do have some new pressures that were not anticipated when we started city plan, would you have been willing to participate in that process of updating city plan to accommodate some new pressures with climate change and affordability? It's a broad question.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of, just in terms of the process, no matter what needs to occur in order for affordability and sustainability to occur, the process needs to be very much centered around the concerns of the community who hopes to be still living in that, in that area in the 10 years you speak.
Well, that's it. And creating, we're halfway through the 20-year span that city plan was envisioned to span. That didn't make sense. Self-referential, but I think at 10 years it's appropriate to check in, and I do think we have some new pressures we weren't anticipating. What I think you said, and that's what I'm trying to check in with you, is that you don't want to see density as a goal.
Oh, no.
But what I'm asking in addition to that is, would you be willing to sit down and talk with us about what the goals are, which will accommodate these new pressures, or pressures that we're starting to acknowledge?
Certainly, yes, to sit down and talk about what would make it.
How can we stay livable and accommodate these new pressures that are coming along or that we're acknowledging now? Is that?
That's generally what my mother, Ellen Hagen, would like to say, and what I'm
hopefully you too,
here representing for her.
Okay.
Definitely. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cadman?
I just wanted to ask you, it's a little bit awkward because I'm asking what your mother thinks, but anyway, so let me ask it from you as a younger person, from your perspective, at this point, in order to try and deal with some of the things that Councillor Deal has raised that we need to deal with, should we be going back to those communities and trying to raise those and rebuild this charter with those communities rather than just coming back with a redraft?
Yes, the communities need to be, as I mentioned, integrally involved in the process of determining future directions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mike Smith. Leslie Stern. Hank Bull. Leslie Stern.
Well, Mayor, Council, all the staff, here's my 5 minutes, and I've been making jots in various journals and pieces of paper for, I don't know, is it a year and a half or so that we've been talking about this? And it's really hard to decide what I should do with the 5 minutes, because I have my own personal opinions, and I also work with the Lower Mainland Network for Affordable Housing, which had the opportunity to meet with the housing center staff on several occasions, and we have meetings. So it's been averaging about 7 or 8 meetings a year, and we usually have some representation from the City Housing Center, the Affordable Housing Network I'm talking about, and so we really appreciate that. And we appreciate the meeting that we had most recently with Brent Potterin, and had the chance to look at the revised charter and to offer some feedback. And I did fill out my blue form, and I didn't hand it back in. But so that's one of my questions. I will. I'm going to use it as a prop right now, but this is kind of tough to answer. There were just headings, and you had to go back to the document and try to figure out what it is you were supporting or not supporting. So I think it's pretty hard for the average person to take the time to read it carefully and give a considered response. And even so, there's 81 pages of response, and I just ate a chocolate bar, so I didn't think I was quite up. But so I'm wondering how those comments will be digested and used, and sort of where we are in the process. And and to do justice for the input that I've had from my organization, I've been sort of doing it off the side of my desk. So I will be presenting a compilation of the discussion that we've had, so I'm hoping that can still be considered to give justice to that. But I know in the original presentation, when it looked at levels of support, it was considered that anyone who supported it with some considerations, it's just assumed that it's supported. I think we need to look carefully at what those considerations people were saying. I would support this if only you did this. And it's really hard to know what the consistent logic of each person who did take the time to fill out the form. And so I'm hoping that that information can be digested and used in a very real way. And then see if I can find. Okay, so I'll just sort of go into and see what I get to before my time is up, and then I'll let you know that I'm available for consultation with anybody in this room at any time, and it can be either free advice or paid consultation, and I'm happy to assist. But one thing, and my background, I have to say, I came to Vancouver in the mid-'70s. I was a whiz kid from Detroit, and my involvement in the city has been intense ever since I've been here, since I love the city, and I love it as a city of neighborhoods. And I have really appreciated a city council as a place that I could come and add my perspective. And so much of what I have brought to city council is to not make the same mistakes that we made in Detroit, to preserve what we had, which was the walkable neighborhood, the access to the waterfront, the views of the mountains, the view cones that many people make fun of, the livability of the city and the charm and the independence of each neighborhood developing in its own way and its own rate, and the fact that there were so many neighborhoods that you almost any income level that you were at, you could find a niche somewhere in the city, and that's a lot of the things that we're losing. And I believe that the intention was good, and I want to congratulate, a bold intent, and I think what's resulted is an opportunity to collaborate. I think many of the people, the citizens who've been coming out, have gotten to know each other. There's interchange among neighborhoods and between councilors and people. So I think in the spirit of collaboration, I'm hoping that that's the way we move forward. I'm seeing my timing is running short, so I would get rid of both the term charter and eco-density, and not to say the intent, but I think we need to replace it with plain language that we should have sustainability goals, and the goals should be balance and livability and affordability. I believe affordability is a better tool for sustainability than density, because density in itself will not achieve it. That we should have sustainability goals, regulations, and incentives, and be really clear as to what they are.
Councillor Cadman.
Well, okay, so you're talking about sustainability goals, and what I want to know now is how do you want that engagement with the community, the neighborhood, and with, in your case, the network, to bring that about?
Well, I think that's the reason I would get rid of the word charter. Like the whole thing that's so precious. I went to planning school as well on all the law and planning, and what's so precious is the Vancouver Charter and the municipal charter. I mean, that really sets out how we govern ourselves, and there's a tradition there, and all of a sudden bringing in something new called a charter, I'm not really sure what it means. Is it as important as the Vancouver Charter? Is it starting all over? I would definitely say that we should achieve sustainability goals and then reflect on how that goes to each neighborhood. And some of the things that we could talk about is that each neighborhood should develop a rate of change, that we shouldn't automatically assume that globalization is going to continue as it is, that there was a speaker here, was it William Kunstler, who said, globalization was one phase, the next one will be local participation. So, if we needed so much density, why do we have to market what we're doing all over the world? And I think that there's a natural rate of growth that we can find, and the simplistic thinking was that because we're consuming 4 times as much as our footprint, that we should bring in 4 times as many people, rather than thinking about how do we reduce the footprint, and maybe we want pockets of density here, maybe we want a pocket of Vancouver that's really dense and put another really dense pocket in Langley, for example, and you could commute between the two, and not necessarily have to be in one or the other very often. You could live in Vancouver and vacation in Langley. That might be our next reality, because we can't afford to fly, So.
Okay. Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is I'm hearing, where do we go from here? I mean, what are the steps that you want this city to take to engage your community, your network, in something that you will then buy into?
Well, so that's what I congratulate. And I do believe there is a huge support for sustainability in the city of Vancouver. So if you take your visions, and as you say, we're now in the middle of our 20-year process, that 10-year process, and go to each neighborhood and say, okay, how are we doing on your vision? Where would you like to change it? Considering what's going on with greenhouse gases, and we need some more density. I think some density, but we don't know what the magic figure is. There was a fellow, Doug Farr, the other day. He was looking at 7 units per acre is what he's talking about smart growth, or 16 units per acre. So there's many different types of density as well. But, what rate of growth seems reasonable? What do you want to achieve? One of my worries about the eco-density is the broad brush approach. And if you say anybody can have a carriage house, if everybody all of a sudden puts a carriage house in, that will, even though you'll say that will maintain the character, it won't. But if you can be strategic, some places have carriage houses, some have this, and you have a smattering of different things. That means people have to come together as a community and make their decisions together, buy in to the fact that they live in a neighborhood and in a community. So yes, I would take the existing visions and say, okay, now it's time to revision building in sustainability. And I have to say the three actions were like a district energy. I think people could really buy into that. I think the demonstration projects are really important, that the city can be a leader. And the other one was, having some kind of measurable tools and figuring out what it is. And that takes the visioning. What do we want to achieve? Because we have to know exactly what we want to achieve and before we know what it is we want to measure. And for me, it's peace and prosperity and opportunities for all.
Councillor Louis?
Ms. Stern, just one comment that caught my attention. It was each neighborhood should adopt a rate of change. And yes, I would agree with that somewhat, but what's that rate of change?
I'm not sure. I think we should do some analysis. Why are we growing and which ways? I think there's a lot of assumptions. Because housing is so much of a commodity, we're building fewer houses, so now we're building more townhouses, and we're assuming everybody wants to be in multi-unit housing, which some people want to be, and some people want to be at some stages in their life. But I'm a proponent of choice and variety, and that's my biggest concern. And I've never lived in in Shaughnessy, but I have to say I love driving through Shaughnessy and looking at the lawns and horticulture, and that still feels like my Vancouver, even though I don't live there. So I don't know. I can't explain it because there's some natural contradictions, but I think human beings are, naturally contradictory kinds of people. And so, I think there's more opportunity for us to share the wealth, and if we did that, we would be a lot happier.
Okay, because it flowed to your next statement, which there's a natural rate of growth, which I couldn't quite define either. But I sort of understand what you're saying, but I was hoping you could define it more.
As I say, my background is cultural anthropology with a little bit of math, and it kind of comes together in for me, it's kind of inspirations, and then I have to look for the hard facts that support it, and in fact, I think that's a lot of what we do. But I just think of the difference between let's look at the history of our neighborhoods and why did they develop the way, and I think there may be some answers there. And some of the language here that I didn't support, I would say, no, I don't support. This was like your infill housing or something, because of the way it was stated, saying it was required. Some people should be landlords and some shouldn't. It's a big hassle to have to manage people, so I don't think we should automatically assume that everybody wants to have a secondary suite or should be required to. There should be an option, and there should be a mix of this and that. And I think if you left people to their own devices, and I think it's the way we do property taxes that get in the way. As soon as
we dealt with that earlier today.
Yeah, as soon as you can have a potential to build something more, you're paying more for taxes. Instead, people should be rewarded for investing in their own community, for staying put. And if you haven't made those actual changes to your property, you shouldn't necessarily be taxed on the property. It kind of flies in the face of accumulating more wealth, but if we want sustainability, it's really time to think out of the box rather than how to bring in more boxes, right? We're building roads. So, that's what we're doing. We instead of thinking out of the box and changing the way we do business and the way we think about economics, instead of, we're saying let's house people in boxes. We need to be thinking about different balance and optimums rather than maximums. And I think it's a time to make a real change. And that goes along with the whole thing of recycle, reuse, conserving energy.
Councillor Lee has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. I just want to thank you and congratulate you and participate in this process. I just want to remind you, don't forget to give that form back to our director, because this is exactly the kind of input and feedback that the staff is looking for in order to improve and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bull. Hank Bull. Kia Salamon. Kia Salamon. Kia Salamon? Oh. Ned Jacobs. There you go.
Good evening. Last night I heard Pete Seeger singing, and I heard him say, "Participation will be the salvation of the human race." That struck a chord. And it brought to mind these remarkable hearings where Vancouverites have converged on City Hall to listen and learn from one another, and generally voice approval for the Eco-City passage of the Eco-Density Charter. Yet many of us, including some planning professionals, have significant concerns about a number of the Charter and initial actions. My sense is that this dichotomy is due in part to a document long in prescriptions, yet light in analysis, a point that Dr. Bass addressed wonderfully, and short on the kind of integrated strategies and process that would earn public confidence. A reality check is needed. With building costs running 8 times the rate of inflation and numerous projects in the pipeline, development has hit a wall of diminishing returns. Increasing the supply has not restrained prices, which have increased at 7 times the rate of wages. Enabling the wealthy of the world and Canada to purchase pieces of Vancouver for their portfolios has overwhelmed supply. In this market, supply fuels a feeding frenzy. Desperate to get in while they still can, families submit to ruinous debt, deprivation, and overwork, and renters seek suitable accommodation in vain. When a distinguished planner stood at this lectern and said he had only realized we had a housing crisis 2 years ago, I thought, where has he been hiding? But then our Premier and Prime Minister didn't know we had an emissions problem until a few months ago, and they still don't know we have a housing crisis. But it is old news to thousands of underpaid, underhoused, and homeless residents of Vancouver. Dysfunctional housing markets don't produce market solutions. They worsen social problems. Charge us more, I heard a developer say. I actually heard him say it. Good idea. Inclusionary policies to ensure that every development contributes substantively to nonprofit housing from the unearned increment of inflated land prices. Or would you prefer an alternative future based on those low-cost developments with tiny eco-footprints known as shanty towns and squats, some of them pretty high density? Responsible densification means curbing speculation and protecting residential and business tenants from dislocation. We cannot build our way out of congestion, and we wish Mr. Falcon and Mr. Campbell would accept that truth. Responsible densification requires sustainable transportation as well as appropriate development. But eco-density would permit more of those highway-oriented big-box developments and pandering to motorists with costly, inappropriate expansion of the Burrard Bridge. Instead, we should be building on the success of the U-Pass with the C-Pass, which will reduce car dependency by actively linking residency to transit use. Sustainability requires synergy. Eco-density sidesteps this inconvenient truth. Fractured thinking and governance were responsible for getting us into these messes. I don't think we'll find our way out with more of the same. To successfully implement lane infill in Sunset or Point Grey or mid-rise rental apartments in the downtown east side, we need vigorous public participation in community planning, not vague omnibus actions that invite unintended consequences and provoke distrust and backlash. I heard a councillor remark that civic democracy is a three-legged stool consisting of citizens, council, and staff. How about those fat legs that finance municipal election campaigns? How about the inconsistent, unreliable legs of senior governments, needlessly destroying community at Little Mountain, expanding highways, neglecting transit and affordable housing? Our civic stool is a wobbly mess, and too many of us are slipping off. Finally, on a positive note, while eco-density needs to be replaced with an integrated, reality-based approach to sustainable development, which was hinted at in that an Eco-City passage, by the way, that everyone seems to like, it has been helpful in demonstrating that as surely as we need coherent strategies for growth and survival, we need transparent governance and broad, meaningful participation at all levels, including our neighborhoods.
You have a question from Councillor Catton.
I didn't get the CPAS. What is a CPAS?
Oh, no, it stands for community. The UPass, it's based on the similar idea to the UPass. It's actually been experimented with right now, I believe, up in Burnaby, on Burnaby Mountain, as part of the sustainable community there. What it is the idea is in a multi-unit development. Could be a co-op, could be a condominium, townhouse, whatever. Everybody, or the out of their strata fees, for instance, contributes a certain amount to the Transportation Authority every month. They pay in. It's mandatory. You pay in. In return, the authority spends that money, ideally, right in that area for transit, in that area to improve transit. That's the ideal thing. And in return, the people living there get a much reduced transit pass if they want to buy it. They have an option to purchase at a much reduced rate. So it's very similar to the UPass, but it's connected. And what this does is, you know how, generally speaking, we've had you buy or you rent an apartment and you also pay for a car space. Well, we're hearing now about unbundling that, so you don't automatically pay for that. And that's a no-brainer, obviously. This takes it a step further and says, okay, we got into this vicious spiral of car dependency by linking economically your home to your car, to automobile infrastructure. Now what we do is reverse that process, and instead we link it to transit financially. And so people have a really strong incentive. It also changes culture, because if people know when they are buying an apartment or going into a co-op or renting that this is a CPAS community, it's going to attract people who will take advantage of that and who like the idea. So we're helping to build a transit culture by instituting an idea, a program like that. So this is what I mean about a synergy, about you doing actions that will give people confidence also in their community that if 1,000 units are going in, that's not going to mean another 1,500 cars as well are going in. And as a result of this, if you're designing a CPAS community, a development, you can drastically reduce the number of parking spaces, which is another saving for the people. So it actually creates affordability, because you're not having to pay for that, and the developer can lower the cost, and that should be passed on to the people in the community.
But I mean, I can tell you the experience of some of the UPass students who when I was chair of the Finance Committee of TransLink, said, well, the UPass, because there isn't sufficient transportation service, we now refer to as the Pass U.
Yeah.
That people beyond Broadway and Commercial, once it fills up, can't get on anymore, and they see 3-4 buses go past, and they don't see the kind of investment in the service.
Yeah.
And I think,
look, none of this is going to work without the so-called senior governments coming in. And that's another point about a problem with eco-density, although way down on somewhere in the charter it says partnerships with other forms of government. That should be right up at the top. None of this is going to work, folks, unless your governments work with us. And that's another thing of taking leadership instead of lip service, leadership of the council, the mayor and council can take in terms of putting together an offer that the people of the city will get behind and that governments can't refuse. So it's a question of building political capacity, and by not frightening and dividing people, but by working on comprehensive things and challenging those governments to work with us. I mean, Mr. Coleman talks about density, great, we're going to densify Riverview, we're going to have 2,000 units and 10 high-rises or whatever at Little Mountain and so forth. But Mr. Falcon, meanwhile, is going in a totally different direction as far as transportation is concerned. So we can't just say, well, throw up our hands in disgust. We've got to build that in to whatever we do. Is that involvement? And I want to say that I appreciate the mayor's work in trying to do this, but I think we really need to involve the citizens of the city more and find active ways in which which citizens and council can work together and make very visible physical demonstrations to these governments together about what we need.
Okay, Councillor Deal, you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. I believe that Minister Falcon has referred to that as Falcon Land. But this is actually a question to staff based on something you raised. And it's actually just a flag for staff. And that is something that's come up before, which is the use of real estate as an investment as opposed to a place to live.
Yeah.
And the empty condos in Cole Harbour while we have a housing crisis. So,
dysfunctional market.
That's right. And so to staff, just a flag for you that one of the things that I'm very interested in, and Mr. Gray, this is not new to you, is carrot and stick, whatever combination thereof is needed to start addressing that issue, the vacancy issue.
Okay. Yep. All right. Thank you very much. Mary Ann Code.
Mayor and Council, what a fascinating evening. Wonderful. So many good speakers. At the end of my first part, I want to talk more about the previous topic about Mayor and Council and the citizens pressing the senior governments for tax changes and for constitutional change so that cities get regular, reliable funding without strings attached as part of the regular income tax process. I've been a part of the RPSC Vision's directions, evolving them, and part of the RPSC Vision's Implementation Committee and COM and Stand on Housing. This is not to point fingers or blame, but a collective nightmare is unfolding in Little Mountain housing, and I think it's important to talk more about this. The city is a knowing participant through its MOU with the province, which has publicly announced that it intends to renew its post-war social housing locations in this city. So it is useful example to question together if this is how we want to densify. When a city official nicely assured us last week that the tenants are voluntarily moving and being assisted by BC Housing, yes, they are getting some assistance, my blood began to boil. I have heard repeatedly of the pressure that has been put on tenants to accept relocation far from their community. Their mutual aid networks are being dismantled, which Ingrid talked of. Many leave not out of choice, but out of fear that if they do not comply, they will soon be evicted and possibly end up homeless. We've talked about the empty units during a housing crisis. In eco-density, there is no commitment to affordable housing other than using densification, and something that has not worked. Why must the tenants all be displaced since redevelopment must be phased? I believe that's in the MOU. And construction won't start on this land, which is almost beside an Olympic venue, until after 2010. A glaring weakness of eco-density is that it does not include protection against accelerated dislocation of residents or local businesses, and it needs to address this. Tenants learned of their rights and options only in private meetings with BC Housing. Many didn't understand the complexities and implications of what they were told, and some refugees did not have a good command of English. The general information could have been explained in tenant meetings, and neither BC Housing nor the province consulted the tenants nor the public about their plans. In eco-density, I see no strongly worded commitment to follow democratic and public neighborhood process which we've talked about tonight in all major proposals for land use changes. Do not fall into the trap, councillors, of seeing citizens as a nuisance that you need to override or as interchangeable cogs. A well-functioning city cannot afford to increase their existing cynicism. Let us rather build on the democratic city plan vision's mutual education process of residents, council, and staff. A fascinating process. I learned far more during that in these hearings than I did in any of the eco-density stuff I went to. Delegations of tenants and their supporters, including RPSC City Plan, have met MLAs, a cabinet minister, but not the Minister of Housing, who did not respond to any requests. Council, planning staff, BC housing officials, and tenants' rights advocates, and still the clearance proceeds. To what end? The province is imminently selling our publicly owned land, and I've heard a rumor that it already has been sold, to remaining tenants, publicly owned land from under the remaining tenants to the highest bidder. Should not the land remain public and be partially redeveloped in phases to provide even more assisted and affordable housing? Is this nightmare an example of how to treat each other? Is it possible that there is something rotten in the best place on earth? There is a lack of potential will for politicians and public to engage with each other in transparent, ongoing, and creative public process. This has produced mutual mistrust. We need to be honest about this and develop a process of hope. And that is why I think we need to step back and think about the kind of urban community we want to live in and develop a sustainable living plan of commitments, goals, and means. The commitments come first, and the will to manifest them in our policies and actions with each other. And these commitments, for this purpose, include respect for all life, including the biosphere, respect for and inclusion of all residents and their creativity, culture, experience, and education.
You have a question from
Adequate
Councillor
life-enhancing support for all, including affordable housing and adequate protections for a healthy community. And then we can proceed to flesh out the goals and the means.
Thank you. Councillor Cadman?
I just want to ask you, somebody who was involved with your community vision, do you feel that the vision that you developed is coming to fruition in the way in which you see your community evolving? In other words, are the things that you said you wanted for your community happening by virtue of city decisions or not?
I think that others may need to help, but I think that it's a slow process of things happening. The thing I'm concerned about with the visions, and it's a park board related issue, is that yes, we didn't get the tower, but they cut the trees. That's something we don't know, and in the visions it says that the trees won't be cut. We have indicated densities that can be increased, and I'm not up on what has happened. I know we have a Main Street demonstration plan that is going to be coming, and we need to integrally involve the community in that.
Because, I mean, I was involved in the review panel of Community Vision. I talked to some people and said, you know, how would it be if we came back to you and said, well, okay, we're now talking eco-density. We want to have a new engaged discussion with the Community Vision process.
I think that would be very good.
Yeah, but people have said to me categorically, don't come and talk to me again about revisioning until you do some of the things that we asked for in our current vision. Mm-hmm. You haven't done enough for our communities. And if you now come back and say, now we want to do more process without any substantive benefit coming with the things we said we wanted, then it's going to just frustrate us that you do nothing but process and there's no substance.
Well, you see, the problem with the eco-density is that it's a top-down process. I myself am not opposed to the city coming to us, as has said before in this meeting tonight, and saying, look, we've got these problems and we need to relook at some of these things, but in the context of a democratic, open, transparent process.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Anton.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Code. To staff again on the question of the relationship between the visions and eco-density and the completion of, or at least the undertaking of some of the work in the visions. Can you comment on that, Mr. Todring?
I want to be scoped, Councillor, so what exactly would you like me to comment on?
Well, the visions are in place. I, myself, have always seen eco-density as building on the visions. And as being actually a lot of the eco-density as being the action plan for the visions. That's certainly how I've been seeing eco-density, but perhaps you could just let us know from a staff point of view if you agree with that or not.
Certainly the approach that we've taken as we've gone out, and it's been a tremendous challenge because of a real strong feeling that we need to do any future work with respect for the previous commitment and passion that went into the visions process and city plan. And we've had to address some of that as we've been meeting with communities. Certainly from a staff level, we strongly think that eco-density cannot be a replacement. It has to be done in a way that works with, but goes further than, if you will, the visions. But it's built on visions, it's built on the progress the city has made through city plan, etc. And we realized that we certainly didn't have the wording perfectly in the previous drafts. We're going to be trying to improve that wording to really make that point more clearly. But that certainly is our good faith intent. And I think we've heard an earful over the 3 months before this meeting started on how to do that. And we think we can do that because we want this to be, as I said originally in our presentation to Council, be both bold, and many folks who met with us recognized that the visions process didn't consider many of the things we are now faced with, even relatively recent visions. And we want to be bold, but it always has to come from a position of respect. That's certainly what the staff team feels.
But Council has to support you in that because Council can make decisions that can override your wishes. And so I would ask Council to consider this point very carefully. And I also understand that there's...
Okay, Ms. Code, sorry, I'm on the floor right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I have another question. You used the word top-down, and we've had a number of people who've come in and said it's top-down. In fact, I think one of the young ladies who spoke a little while ago said top-down. And our staff went out for a year and met with people, and that's where the contents of the eco-density action plan came from. Am I right or wrong about that, Mr. Todring? Did you invent them in your smoky back room that somebody was talking about earlier?
I'm going to be asking for Council for funding to build a star-shaped meeting room somewhere at City Hall. We certainly believe that in our 2 drafts so far, we've done our best to reflect in a professional way the aspirations that we heard. And in the first draft, we heard a lot of comments about what was missing. In the second draft, we probably heard even more. Some of the things we took away to respond to the first commentary, we've now heard that people lament it's missing. So we've been doing our best to try to respond, but certainly we think what we've written is not what we would have started with. For me personally, Council, my thinking in this process has evolved tremendously from the beginning of it, and it's based on the advice and input and passion that we've gotten from the public. So it's been our best faith effort, and that's all I can say to you. And I think we've got a very strong good faith intent to make the 3rd draft even more respectful of the good advice we've heard from the public.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Code. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cameron.
It can be something as small as a phrase, but when Councillor Anton says that the vision of eco-density is to build on the community visions, I say that would have just been so much different if it had come out to build with the community vision. And I think that's where the dichotomy comes here, is that the perception is that this is not being done with, but on. And,
Absolutely.
22 neighborhoods, 30 neighborhoods, however many have signed that petition, that is the blowback that we're getting, is that we've tried to put something, cobble something on to a process that was well underway, and at the same time, I think, not allowed processes, Marpole and places like that thought they were getting a process to go forward because we're short of staff, because staff are working on this instead of working on the community visions. And I think that's where the dichotomy is coming here.
Very good. Councillor Anton, do you need to? You don't need to.
Your Worship, first of all, I think Mr. Todern answered the question about staff last time. They're not the same staff. And so I think that's certainly what Councillor Cadman is saying is not what Mr. Todern has said in the past. And secondly, if I misspoke that, I misspoke it. But I think the point is that the visions did not. You're saying that the vision hasn't been followed through with the actions that the vision contemplated, Ms. Code. I think that's something that you said a few moments ago.
I don't think I was. I was saying that as a question mark for Queen Elizabeth Park and the trees, for instance, as an example.
And what I think what I'm saying is that what I'm seeing here, seeing eco-density, is being the action plan for the vision. That's how I have seen eco-density all along, and I guess that's what I was asking staff for, whether they agreed with that interpretation or not. But I know that certainly when we went out in the early meetings, that was what we were hearing, and that was certainly always my contemplation.
May I respond to that? I see it as an overlay on. It's not a working with, as Councillor Cadman said, because in the Heritage Hall meeting, we were pressed for a tremendous time to put things on little sticky notes and not be able to think about what we were thinking about or being asked to think about. And in the Visions Direction Building Up process, there was a lot of training and education and the staff bringing materials to us and taking us out into the neighborhoods and showing us what the problems were. That is totally different from what this process has been.
Okay, thank you.
Well, in fact, the issue is as described, that there hasn't been the proper consultation. And even when the first draft came back, and we asked that it go back out to the visions groups to have that type of dialogue, Council, the majority of Council, voted against our motion to give you that meaningful dialogue. And that's, I think, compounds the feeling that it's not about the vision process, but rather a separate process entirely. So what we're hearing today from Councillor Anton is completely different from the voting record of some of the councillors in terms of engagement and dialogue. So I'm sorry, but just want to set those records straight.
Thank you. Okay, Anita Romaniak. Julie Kay.
Good evening, Council. I am a former park commissioner. I am also a former library trustee because I was the liaison between the park board and the library in the time I was on there. And I'm here to speak on something that's near and dear to my heart, and that is amenities. We have, without adding any density, a backlog of park board rec facilities, community centers. We also have branch libraries, all in need of rebuilding or at least renovation and expansion. And we also have some areas of the city that still have shortages of parkland according to the standard of 1.2 hectares per thousand population. When you start adding eco-density, you're adding to the backlog of what remains to be done. And all of this is happening at the same time that we've had cost escalation, which puts up the price of redoing these facilities. And you're looking at maybe getting one major facility in a capital plan, and for a park board, maybe one for a library. The cost of land has gone up astronomically. It makes $6 million might get you a couple of pieces of land. So we're in severe danger of falling behind unless we can find extra money somewhere, and that extra money is going to be difficult to come by. I want to add a little bit about the land in particular, because we are looking here with the possibility of increasing density, of losing green space on private land, as well as already having a shortage of green space in public land, depending on exactly how you densify. And that is very important, partly because of we do share our ecology with other species. My neighbor's gardens and our trees house a lot of birds, and we also have various small mammals as well. And if you start losing green space, including the private space, you're taking it away from them, and anything that is green and growing also breathes, it photosynthesizes, and it takes carbon dioxide out of the air. So if you lose that, you also lose some of your facility to absorb carbon dioxide. So we have a problem here, and it's not going to be easy to address. Now, I know we've had some creative suggestions using, for example, school facilities and lands in conjunction with park board, for example, and also ideas about having gardens or green space on roofs and patios and whatnot. But there is a warning here, partly on the side of the green space, we still might not be replacing what we're losing. And as far as facilities go, that again takes money. Our schools are also short of money, and you're probably looking at renovating. If you're using playing fields, they probably need extra maintenance. They may need redoing more frequently. So it all comes down there to money again. Now, senior government money for infrastructure has been more intermittent than it has been consistent. I don't think we can depend on the senior governments in any consistent way here. You're already offloading property taxes from businesses to residents. I don't know how much more you can ask the residents to pay in terms of their property taxes. I think you are going to end up having to ask the developers to shoulder some of the costs of the extra amenities and parkland that we're going to need. I know Mr. Cowie suggested that you could do that. I don't know if all of them are going to be quite so agreeable, but they are the ones who stand to make the profits, and you are making it a far less livable city if you keep adding people without adding amenities, much less addressing the inadequacies that we have now in the system. And I think you're going to just have to put your foot down, and I would also like to see a commitment to doing some sort of inventory of what green space we have now, because you can very easily have creep. When you have a large area like North Falls Creek or even around Collingwood, it's easy enough to say, okay, we're putting in this big development. We add parkland. You can easily add slow amounts of density and suddenly find you've got a big shortage of parkland and a big shortage facility, because it just kind of caught up with you like that.
I have a question from two councillors. Councillor
Which
Gill,
councillor?
of course, and Captain.
Of course. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And I always appreciate your preambles, Mayor Sullivan.
As I said,
a question to you, Commissioner Romano. Good to see you again. And I had you raised two issues that I wanted to just delve into very briefly. And one of them, given that I almost never have taken up my 5 minutes, but again, I always appreciate the preamble from the mayor, is that. You're right. We face a huge affordability challenge because a square meter or a hectare of land is an astounding value in our city right now. So one of the things we've been talking about here is how to deal with, call it gentle densification, lane houses and things like that, and still bring in some amenity that helps to accommodate the increase in people. We've been talking about laneways. We've been talking about using the boulevards. Did you have any other ideas if we can't get the big parks that we want for the sports fields or the tracks or the new pools? What about using some sort of micro amenities in a neighborhood scale? Do you think there's some opportunity there, or?
Well, I mean, there may be. The problem, I think, first of all, you do need playing fields. I mean, we also have a shortage of that. So, I mean, you're maybe looking at the schools there. But if you start, adding the lane houses, you might want to look at restrictions on what's happening in the yards themselves, because I've seen people pave over their entire lots in order to put their cars there. And, the idea is supposed to be that people are supposed to get out of their cars. But, I'm the generation that got into housing because they had basement suites. And I lived in a neighborhood which was almost entirely houses with basement suites. And you couldn't find a parking space on the street because everybody had cars in the front and in the back. It was just, chaos. And trying to get people out of their cars is really, really difficult. And I do worry, I know other people in my neighborhood worry that, in fact, you're going to lose green space by bringing in the carriage houses because people are going to pave the rest of the yards over and put cars there.
Yeah, and thank you for raising that because, and you mentioned ecosystem services as well as a chemist, and thank you. And we have flagged that for staff, and I appreciate you bringing it up again. And the second thing you raised was the green space inventory, and we talked about that when we were on the park board. And I remember that Douglas College, and I just wanted to flag this again for staff, Douglas College Urban Studies Institute did a green space inventory about 4 or 5 years ago that pointed out things like the cemetery that we might not have taken into account when we were thinking about that. But I wonder if we should also be thinking about permeability because some of our unpaved lanes provide permeability and we're paving lanes like stink, which makes me nuts. So maybe a question to staff about looking at permeability as well as green space as an amenity.
Well, yes.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay, Councillor Cadman.
I want to ask you the question, given your expertise of being a former Parks Commissioner. This term, there was a request to the Parks Board to have a one-for-one for replacement. So when they lost park space, they would be committed to replacing that park space with additional green space. And I look back over a very short period of time, the widening of the causeway took out green space, the expansion of the aquarium took out green space, the expansion of Trout Lake and Sunset are now taking out green space, the new Olympic facilities at Queen Elizabeth Park are taking out green space. No new green space has been added. The pavement has been trained at Hastings Park. So we find ourselves in a situation where everyone's saying, well, we're growing, we're going to need more parks, amenities, we're moving towards the 1.2 hectares per thousand, and yet we don't seem to be even prepared to replace green space that we're removing for expansion of amenities. How do we do it?
Well, I actually didn't quite answer Councillor Deals, and there's something that we could do that we haven't done as much of as I think we could, and that is narrowing streets and, in some cases, blocking entire streets off if they have lanes where the cars can get in and behind the houses. I can think of a few candidates myself, and we've never done that, and yet that is a place where you can get green space, and certainly green space that could be used by birds and small mammals and insects and whatnot. It's something it's been talked about for years, but not too much of it has been done.
So, I mean, you think there are actually candidate streets for that where the neighbors aren't going to say, forget it, I'm not interested in that, and where the fire department's not going to come up to us and say, well, hang on, fire access, what are you doing?
Oh, yes, there's fire, and there is fire access is an issue, but I mean, they managed to solve eventually Sahali Park, which is at 7th and Fraser, which used to be a street.
Mm-hmm.
Fraser Street used to go further to the north. I mean, if that can be done, surely there are other areas where that can be done. I mean, it may be something like, you don't even necessarily have to do the whole block, but you do the middle, the middle third, and it still gets, some access there, or you do 2/3 of it and you still have some streets are wide enough, so that you've got a one-way access, but you have half of the street reclaimed.
Well, I mean, I just look at the experience we had, for example, with that park on West 4th, with a road that goes through the middle of the park, and trying to say, okay, let's make this park space, and the
Yeah,
council.
well, I think that there was an issue there where there was a school nearby, and they were worried about the traffic increasing in front of the school and the street, the adjacent streets. I mean, you do have to look at where the traffic collects in the neighborhood. But,
So let me ask the specific question around Hastings Park. How do we go about greening that up as a major park to serve the east side of the city, which is, I think, one would agree, insufficiently served with green space?
Yeah, okay. Councillor Cadman, we have to keep on the topic.
Well,
I mean, that
this
is
amenities, Mayor Sullivan. If you don't understand that,
that is something that needs to go back, I think, to the community. You know, that's not something I'm going to answer. That is a community question that you should have in conjunction with the community who lives around Hastings and the other interests in Hastings Park and get their ideas. That's not for me to say top down. That's a community question.
Thank you. Julie Kay.
And I have 2 handouts. I've come here to make sure that public schools are accounted for in eco-density planning. With added density, Vancouver will, among many other things, need additional school spaces. You can get a glimpse of what will happen then by looking at the current situation in UBC Dunbar. Rapid population growth at UBC has created a desperate need for new schools at UBC. The Ministry of Education has refused to pay for the required schools because capacity utilization in other parts of the Vancouver School District is below 95%, and the Vancouver School Board has proposed the sale of an already fully enrolled and very cost-effective Dunbar school. In writing, in person, and in public, VSB staff offered only one reason to support the proposed sale of the Queen Elizabeth Annex. Proceeds from the sale were needed to pay for new schools at UBC. Horrified QEA parents and many others in the community knew that the VSB had more suitable assets to sell than a fully enrolled school in a growing neighborhood. Many of us guessed that the true agenda was to force us to lobby the province of BC to provide adequate funding for Vancouver schools. We more than obliged. That's me wearing a hospital gown at a public meeting to make a point about the state of public education in UBC Dunbar Point Grey schools. QEA families launched a website, issued press releases, lobbied our MLAs, lobbied our mayor, circulated a growing petition, wrote countless letters and presentations, and have succeeded in bringing the parties to the table. The VSB is now forming a management working group to work with UBC and the province to find other means to fund the new schools at UBC. This is the VSB's response. They say they want to look at closing our school anyway. It would take me half an hour to fully describe the open bias against QEA in the VSB's new report. QEA parents now are both heartbroken and infuriated. But why? Why are VSB staff so anxious to dispose of QEA? It's clearly not just for the cash. Last week we uncovered and VSB staff confirmed that 75% of any proceeds that might eventually be realized from the sale of QEA would have to be paid back to the Ministry of Education. The money would then be subject to the same constraints and conditions as current funding and would likely be used in place of infrastructure funding that would otherwise have to come from the province. Does the VSB want to sell QEA because costs are too high at that school? No. Per-student costs at QEA are actually $1,300 less than the Vancouver average. Is it because the VSB could save a lot of money on operating expenses by squashing QEA's kids into Queen Elizabeth Main School? No. Adding 139 children to a school increases many operating expenses at that school. Moreover, based on current enrollment, there are only 9 available student spaces at QE. 5 portable classrooms would be required to implement the merger. These apparently cost $100,000 each and have higher heating and cleaning costs than the regular classroom space now in use at QEA. Does the VSB need to close QEA to deal with surplus capacity in the area? No. All the largest elementary schools in Point Grey are dangerously unsound and set to be drastically reduced in size during seismic upgrades. These measures alone would leave Point Grey Dunbar schools with fewer spaces than their current enrollment, not counting children now bused from UBC. Please see the one-page summary that I have given you for details. Moreover, one of the affected schools needs to be emptied out for seismic upgrades. My own analysis shows that this will result in a shortage of over 600 school spaces during implementation of the VSB's current proposals in these few schools. Does the VSB simply want to close all school annexes? No. Staff have repeatedly insisted that this is not the case. Why then do VSB staff want to close QEA? The only hypothesis that I can repeat here is that they are determined to close a West Side school, no matter what the impact, in order to facilitate the closure of East Side schools. Whatever the reason, and against all logic, the VSB are hurrying to close QEA in advance of required seismic remediations at surrounding schools, before new schools are ready at UBC for the children currently bused to the surrounding schools, and in advance of your own well-intentioned planning process for the city of Vancouver. They are dragging us all toward unnecessary tragedy. Here is a copy of a slide that Z. Smith presented to you last week, showing the 5- and 10-minute walk circles around all Vancouver public schools. The loss of QEA would leave a big hole in the already sparsely covered left side of this map. Please help us communicate with the VSB. Please ask them to identify school closure criteria that they are willing to admit to in public. Here are some examples of school closure criteria that have been applied in other BC school districts. These criteria show a touching concern for school children that has been completely absent from the current process in Vancouver. Surely the Ministry of Education cannot require Vancouver to apply more draconian school closure criteria than those in use in the rest of the province. Now, I'd like to ask this room for a show of hands. How many people here believe that further population growth is likely in the Dunbar area within 10 years? And how many people agree that it would be prudent to maintain public ownership of all existing school sites in the Dunbar area? Okay, thank you. We're witnessing a slow-motion train wreck in UBC Dunbar schools, but with your help, disaster may yet be averted. Could I pass this around so you can sign it?
Councillor Cadman has a question for you. Councillor Cadman has a question. I'm sorry, we can't be doing that in a council meeting, but...
Okay.
I get your concern about the closing of the schools, and I'm assuming it's because of the amenities that growth will bring that you're raising this concern in an eco-density hearing. Is that the precise reason why you're raising that?
Yes, I would hate to see your plans go astray because schools are sold out from under you. And well, that's why I showed you that map on the last slide.
But I don't get it. If effectively we're selling school land for 25 cents on the dollar and having to repatriate 75 cents for every dollar sale to the province, why would anyone in their right mind do that?
I don't know. I wish I did. We've been forced to speculate. The VSB has not provided any logical reason for what they're trying to do to our children. And it's not just the children at QEA that are going to be affected. It's all the children in those schools. They're going to have hundreds too few school spaces during implementation in the next 5 years and forever after, as far as we can tell.
Well, so that begs the question then. If there isn't school space, what does that engender in terms of, and we had this presentation on people having to travel by car to school, but what does that engender in the community in terms of a willingness to take more density and possibly bring more kids into the neighborhood for which there will be inadequate school capacity and a requirement to travel yet farther to put your kids in school?
There are already families that are more attracted now to the idea of moving out of that area than they ever were before, because it looks like public schools there are going to be in a complete crisis. I wish that you asked earlier about east-west information and having a citywide perspective on Vancouver schools. I wish that maybe you guys could be successful in getting the VSB to show you a report that was done on that. Their former facilities director, Les King, prepared a district-level report on school facilities in Vancouver, and we have been denied access to it. A QEA parent asked for that report under the Freedom of Information Act, and the Vancouver School Board is using their lawyers to stop us from seeing it.
Why?
Well, we get 1 week to respond to new reports. They've had already 30 days, and they've got their lawyers to get a 30-day extension to not show us that report. I don't know why. You should ask them.
Okay, we might get one more speaker in. Thank you very much. Randy Chatterjee. You're lucky. You just slipped in. Sorry for the others that won't make it. Sorry for the loquaciousness of our city councilors.
All right. Well, thank you. I won't have to come back next time. I'll come back anyway. Your Honor and distinguished councilors, I guess congratulations are in order. You got more ideas flowing through this room in so far 5 days than I've heard in this council for the past 2 years. I assume you intended this tremendous public consultation to occur here, because you created that. Before I really get to the main point, and I'm going to be very clear about that, I want to make one correction. A relatively new city employee 2 weeks ago made a comment, and I'll quote, "Eco-density is applying a new layer of awareness that the vision process did not even contemplate." Many of us beg to differ on that. With all respect to you, Brent, I've been here maybe only a little longer than you, but this document is pretty thick compared to this one. And there's a lot in here about LEED. There's a lot in here about laneway housing. We've actually done that, laneway housing, in this. There are many things that haven't happened yet, but there's a lot there. And I think it's a very powerful process that I think we should all be very proud of, the visioning process. It's now made its way probably halfway through the city, maybe a tiny bit more. I'll move on. As I understand it, eco-density is intended to be about fitting more people into Vancouver and with a smaller ecological footprint. There's not a one of us that doesn't agree with this. But this entire exercise suffers from at least one critical and flawed assumption. And as with all data analysis, garbage in, garbage out. And it's very important that we plan based on facts, specifically demographics, occupancy patterns, and balances of use. And actually, what I'm about to say is on Brent's work plan. I think Rob Whitlock is tasked to do this sometime when he gets past the pile of eco-density drafts that he's working on now. But that won't come out till a year from now, and this relates actually to something that Heather mentioned just about 20 minutes ago. According to StatsCan, Vancouver grew by 106,000 persons from 1991 to 2006 in that 15-year period. 20% increase in the city's size, and at about a rate of 6,000 people per year. With a measured occupancy ratio of 2.2, this 15-year inflow required about 50,000 new dwelling units during that 15-year period. Well, we in fact, according to city records, built 69,000 net new housing units during that period. And I have to say that building accelerated a lot in the last 5 years. Actually, the highest population growth was, in fact, during the first 5 years of that. By the summer of 2009, we will have built another at least 12,000 dwelling units. Population growth to fill these units would, in fact, have to double to levels not seen since the first decade of last century. And every one of these people is going to have to be a buyer, because these are all condos, these are all strata units that are to be sold. If that's not enough, take a look at hydro utilization data for the city. And you'd find there are close to 18,000 units using under 7 kilowatt hours a day. Now, when you realize that's about what a refrigerator uses, between 5 and 6.5, it's about average for the new refrigerator, you find some really green people who don't turn on their lights at night either, and you can see that. We had a comment about that earlier. There's a problem here. There's a problem we see quite a bit to our south. And I have to say that so many of the recent stories of housing units, residential developments being canceled, some 90% complete, are a red flag. MLS listings up 26 to 30% this year, sales down 10%. Sales to listings ratios dropping below 50% for the first time in a decade. Now, I support eco-density in concept. We are all behind green living, and density is certainly a means to that end. But the continuing efforts and push in this council, and it started well below this council, before this council, but the previous council as well, to feed the housing supply at the expense, in particular, of commercial and industrial spaces and uses, is going to exacerbate probably the worst calamity and embarrassment the city's ever had. We currently have 7 unoccupied apartments for every homeless person in this city. And I can tell you, just fly down to Miami sometime if you want to see what a property value collapse does to a city, particularly a city like ours with a tremendous epidemic of property crime. I mean, you've got people going into neighborhoods and stealing windows out of empty houses, let alone copper and everything else. Our police don't need that, I can tell you. They don't. Just about done. I just want to make a point that there's a lot we can do, and we need to deal with this inconvenient truth first. I want to make a last quick comment about something that a counselor here mentioned. Well, we got a real problem here. We got all these broken eggs. How do we make an omelet? Well, in this city, I think it's important we realize that we all choose what we eat for breakfast. Maybe we don't want omelets anymore. They're not terribly good for you and have a pretty big carbon footprint. Let's try doses and dim sum. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this meeting is recessed and will reconvene on Wednesday, April 2nd. Councillor Ladner, you had a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. Where'd you get your statistic about 7 apartments for every homeless person? And what do you mean by an apartment? Is that like you mean a rental suite or a
dwelling unit? The vast majority are in towers, but
where did you get data about empty rooms or condos? Is that just an estimate of your guessing, or just?
I specified the source was usage statistics from BC Hydro.
Oh, because of your low kilowatts and all that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And people are gone a lot, so we actually took statistics that were greater than 6 months, and there may be people who live here only 4 or 5 months, and they would show up on that as not being here. So I'll respect that there are some people who are maybe really not here very much at all, and voting statistics point that out, in fact, too, but so that's where that data comes from.
Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee, as a housekeeping matter here. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you to everyone else who came tonight. Your Worship, before we recess, I would like to propose that we've had many people here have come back. I'm not sure how many nights we're on now, the 5th maybe, or the 5th, and are coming back at night after night. And I would like to suggest that on the 2nd of April, which is our next date, we go a little later, till 11 rather than 10. Because otherwise it's going to be very tough to have people keep coming back and back, and have ourselves keep coming back and back. Or start earlier. Perhaps I'll ask Madam Clerk, could we start earlier that day? What other? It's a Wednesday.
I don't know that that's the case.
My understanding is that whoever needs to be here, the commitment is for 7:30 on that night. But they can definitely. I don't know specifically who can.
I don't. Yeah, I think we could probably do it. You know, if we came and started at 6:30, that's Wednesday.
I do know that all options were looked at, and I was advised that 7:30 would have to be the start time. I can check that tomorrow.
Because the cherry blossom. Yeah.
Maybe starting at 6:30 would be nice to do.
I think they've worked out their calendars.
7:30.
Well, it is the cherry blossom party. That's what I was saying, and I agree with Councillor Deal. I think it'd be better to do this, and certainly if we can start it earlier rather than go later. But I just think we need to put more time into it. We got through 12 speakers tonight, Your Worship.
Yeah, I know. Well, we got to get councillors to stop just talking. It's election year. It's very hard to do.
Okay,
it's always been tough.
But the point is it's taking a long time. So if I might, Your Worship, I would like to suggest perhaps we could start at 6 o'clock that night.
I will check further. As I said, my understanding was that wasn't possible. But people will have to check on the net, or I guess call me directly to find out if that has been changed.
Okay, Councillor Ladner. Councillor Ladner.
Well, you can't change it now.
Well, if some wanted to come a little earlier, we could send a notice out to Councillor Ladner.
I think we should also somehow try to keep these discussions on topic. If we're talking about issues, for example, to deal about school closures that are specific to the school board, we're tying up a lot of time for people who are waiting to talk about the actual eco-density issues on the table. And somehow I think we've got to try to keep the focus on what we're doing here. Otherwise, everybody's bringing every issue they could possibly think of and dumping it on the table here, and we're all having a big discussion about it, and we're never getting to the charter and the issues that we're supposed to be discussing and figuring out. So that would be my suggestion for speeding things up.
Councillor Anton, you had another?
On Councillor Cadman's concern, Your Worship, certainly if people aren't here at 6 because they didn't know the start time, we fit them in later if they come.
Sure, we can just tell people if they're...
Or send an email from the clerk's office, I think.
Well, unfortunately, because those were the set times, and I can assure you that the city clerk's office did everything possible to get them started on different dates and at different times. It's now been on the web. People don't necessarily check. And if they come, make it real lucky.
Yeah, if they come, they can speak. If they don't come, they don't speak.
I'm just trying to find more time, Your Worship.
If some people are interested in come earlier, then they can. So let's try to work that out, and we'll see if we can accommodate some people earlier. And maybe some of the councillors can go to this cherry blossom or whatever it is, and just represent the rest of us, and then come back after an hour. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. This meeting is recessed to Wednesday, April 2nd, maybe at 6:30, maybe at 7:30. Starting at speaker number 113.